Қайырлы күн, құрметті форумға қатысушылар. Өздеріңізбен Нұр-Сұлтан қаласында жүздесіп отырғанымызға қуаныштымыз. Үкімет, бизнес және коммерциялық емес ұйымдар тұрақты даму үшін бірлік пен серіктестік 30 жылы атты әлеуметтік жобалар форумы бас қаламызда 2 күн қатарынан жұмыс істейтін болады. Бүгін осы залда елдің тағдырына бей-жай қарай алмайтын және өздерінің жинақтаған тәжірибелерімен бөлісуге дайын жүргізілген жұмыстың нәтижелерін көрсетіп, нақты және практикалық шешімдерін ұсынатын іскер жандар бас қосып отыр. Ең бастысы осы бас қосуда мемлекет, бизнес және азаматтық қоғам арасындағы одан әрі серіктестіктің векторын анықтау. Я приветствую всех участников форума социальных проектов государства, бизнес и некоммерческие организации 30 лет единства и партнерства в интересах устойчивого развития. В ближайшие 2 дня нам предстоит большая работа. Мы с вами обсудим глобальные тенденции устойчивого развития, перспективы для Казахстана, права человека, экологическую ситуацию, вклад бизнеса и социальный фокус, роль государства и некоммерческих организаций как проводников ценностей развития. Посмотрим, как работают совместные инициативы, партнерские устойчивые проекты, уже реализованные в Казахстане, и постараемся выработать новые подходы и векторы для сотрудничества. Пожалуйста, внимание на экран.
Он жеті мақсат, 169 міндет, 280 индикатор. Елдің әлеуметтік стратегиялық алға жылжуының жаңа халықаралық стандарты. Адамзаттың өркендеуі, дүние жүзін қорғау, бейбіт өмірмен қамтамасыз ету және кедейшілікті жою бойынша әрекет етудің бірегей формуласы. 2016 жылдың 1 қаңтарында бүкіл әлем тұрақты даму мақсаттары бойынша күн тәртібін орындауға кірісті. Бұл міндетке 2030 жылға қарай қол жеткізу көзделген. Біріккен ұлттар ұйымына мүше елдер, соның ішінде Қазақстан әріптестікті үйлестіруге арналған жоғары деңгейдегі топ құрамына кіреді. Республикамыз тұрақты дамудың ғаламдық индикаторларын ұлттандырды және бүгінгі таңда мемлекет, бизнес және коммерциялық емес ұйымдар тұрақты даму мақсаттары аясында жұмыстарды ілгерілетіп келеді. Елдің алдында маңызды міндеттер тұр. Оны еңсеру тәуелсіздіктің алғашқы жылдарында
30 years of independence under leadership of Елбасы. Inclusive society and building of the same, environmental protection, digitization, 30 years of independence, what we have achieved. First President of the Republic of Kazakhstan spotted a target by which Kazakhstan is supposed to become one of the most developed nations in the world. We are currently in process of augmented industrial and economic development. Governmental and business sectors are closely interacting to achieve success. Nursultan Nazarbayev and the fund named after Nursultan Nazarbayev are paying considerate attention and are actively contributing into implementation of various social projects and initiatives. Today is the forum of social projects involving government, society, and business for exchange in thoughts, for co-working, and some training opportunities. We are embracing a broad range of various issues, and hopefully today we will initiate something new. 30 years of independence, government, business, and society. This is not simple mathematics. These are the 3 compounds of the national success. So the format of the forum is a mix of plenary sessions, presentations of the best projects in the sphere of social initiatives, and various fairs of social ideas. Then we will draw the results and find out who won grants for implementation of their thoughts. Please follow us on our website. Organizers wish to thank ERG. Informational partner is the Center for Support of Civil Initiatives. Please pay attention to our website, submit your questions on live air, and visit the website of the Museum of the Fund of the First President, where you can find all full full-fledged information. Now we are coming to the first plenary session, Government, Business, Civil Society, Partnership for Sustained Development. Dariga Nazarbayeva, Director of the Fund of Nursultan Nazarbayev, Krimbek Kusherbayev, State Secretary of Kazakhstan, Yakub Perish, UNDP. Today he is with us in the online regime. Jaman bin Huwairi, Knowledge Fund from Dubai, Alexander Mashkevich, Chairman of the Board of Directors of Eurasian Resources Group, and Kairat Kelimbetov, Head of Agency of Strategic Planning and manager of Astana International Financial Center. Ms. Nazarbayeva, you initiated the unification of organizations for a discussion of the most acute and socially valuable affairs. Please tell about mission and your expectations. Good morning, dear audience, dear colleague. The Almaty, the last activity that was held in Almaty for a discussion of various social initiatives was actually a starting point. We are celebrating 30 years of the Kazakh independence, and the forum is synchronized to that particular date. We are discussing the milestones achieved by our republic and supporting the new initiatives. Dear guests, dear friends, it is my pleasure to welcome you at the first forum of the social projects organized by the Fund of Nursultan Nazarbayev. Our forum is taking place in the Jubilee year, 30 years of independence. Throughout that period, we formed the sustained and dynamically developing system of NGOs. Today, NGOs are occupied in resolution of many important affairs in our society. And in the past 30 years, NGOs and third parties have made a great way from a small group of people earning their living from foreign sources to the common national network of socially oriented NGOs. I am persuaded that their role will only grow. We remember how uneasy it was in the beginning of the development of the NGO. It was a complicated period in the 90s when we had the discontinuation between the Soviet tradition of public association and the new reality when we had to build a new model of state and society. A significant impulse was given by Program for Democratization of Society, as was reproduced by the first president, Mr. Nursultan Abishevich Nazarbayev, in his annual address to nation in 1998. Mr. Nazarbayev emphasized that the strengthening of NGOs, construction of civil society are the key elements in democratization and development of independent republic. His idea became a powerful motivation factor for encouragement of interaction between government and NGOs. Democracy is based on quite complicated mechanisms, voluntary institutions, owing to which citizens contribute into political life, express their discontent, protect their interests. I am quoting the words of Yelbasi communicated to public 23 years ago, and still today they are our coordination grid. The next stage of development of NGOs was commenced in the 21st in the new century. Recent years have shown some quality changes in the NGOs, in their role in the society. They have matured, and we have improve the mechanisms for interaction between the state and NGOs. We see how significantly grown is their role in the resolution of various social problems our society is encountering. We have a mature system of NGOs in our country with a firm structure, specialization, and division by types of activities. In 2015, we adopted the law about NGOs, and it is obvious to us that the activities of the third sector always require improvement and further development. Maybe expansion of spheres where they could interact with governmental bodies, both central, regional, and local, better relationships with businesses, more initiatives. The third sector is in need of continuous research and development. It requires systematization and generalization of experience, best global practices. We need some regular training of human resources for people who want to work in the third sector or already are operating there. We think that today's forum could become a permanent platform not only for a dialogue between the state, the business, and the NGOs, but for more intensified interaction between NGO and the government. I know myself that NGOs realistically need more interaction with the government. Our fund, the fund of Nursultan Nazarbayev, would be supportive of that. Today, the fund has the following proposal: the Fair of Social Projects and Thoughts, as was initiated by Yelbasi in 2008. Since those times, more than 15,000 entities took part. 303 projects enjoyed financial support. I want to highlight that this year, to our social projects fair, we assembled 221 submissions. We were selecting projects from three segments: social adaptation and rehabilitation of people with special requirements, social and legal protection of population, protection of human rights and initiatives, protection of health and environment. Our tender commission did a tremendous and complicated job selecting 50 most topical proposals. Among winners were people offering best methodologies for rehabilitation for handicapped people, environmental projects, alternative education for children with special requirements. Specifically, I would like to report a very interesting technology in the sphere of environmental upbringing of children, digital literacy of population, and prevention of violence and brutal attitude to animals and pets. Tomorrow we will announce the official result of our activity, so let's keep it as a surprise. Our annual festivity has transformed into a full-fledged institution of civil society that renders significant influence on the development of NGO sector. Dear colleagues, I express cordial gratitude to all participants of the forum for the fact that despite pandemic limitations and constraints, you showed high interest to our activity. Today we work in two formats: in the Nazarbayev Center in Nur-Sultan and in the online regime that gives opportunities to the maximum people from the NGO sector to make their contribution. Dear friends, I wish all of us fruitful activity. I wish all participants strong health, successful and artistic initiatives. Thank you, Ms. Nazarbayeva. I hope that the forum will prove effectivity and we will probably cascade it into the future. The next speaker is State Secretary, who has rich experience from executive and legislative branches of power, as well as regional management experience. Mr. State Secretary Krimbet Kushirbayev, the person who submits to the President proposals in the sphere of international and domestic policy. Please, your vision.
Katılışlar,
Good day, dear participants of the forum.
genel admin
and dear friends, I wanted to report to all of you that this particular forum, the Forum of Social Projects and Initiatives, I wanted to be successful, and I want to extend cordial gratitude to Dariga Nursultanovna for the invitation to myself to take part. Yelbasi Nursultan Abishevich Nazarbayev in Strategy 2050 said that our main target is social security, sustained development, and prosperity of our citizens. In connection with that, the achievement of the strategic goal, which is sustained development, economic integrity, environmental protection, constitute the priorities of our nation, and we are taking. It is obvious that we need augmented coordination between the government, NGO, and the business for our contribution into sustained development. Today, we have three main scopes. First is the prosperity of the citizens, which became particularly topical after pandemic, quality of education, and just social policy. As you know, Head of State Mr. Tokayev has initiated the concept of the hearing state with the main purpose to maintain a constructive dialogue between the power and the people. It is the logical continuation of the thoughts extended by Yelbasi in the development plan until 2021, which is the platform for fundamental institutional reforms with the purpose to improve the well-being of our citizens. By 2025, real profits of the citizens are supposed to grow by not less than 2 times.
We are going to have reforms in public administration, development of businesses, as well as the judicial reforms. We started developing the respective draft social code. The results of the practical implementation of the national plan would be securing the growth of the economy at the level of 5% by 2025. The SDGs are integrating more and more into the real politics of our country. Almost 80% of them are incorporated into the strategic program documents of our country. Unfortunately, due to the consequences of the pandemic of COVID-19, we have more people who lost jobs and respectively income. The poverty level in Q4 2020 increased by 0.8% against the last year and comprised 4.6% in total. The highest level of the poverty was registered in Turkestan, northern Kazakhstan, and Mangostar regions. In that regard, based on the instruction of the head of state, the implementation of the roadmap for employment, the government extended it for 2021 as well. We implement the program of Yembek, within which 111,000 people received the respective support for developing entrepreneurship. Given the respective microcredits and grants, we have additional 42,000 new constant jobs, and I would like to underline constant jobs in particular. The growth rate in SMEs due to the participation in the program is 11%. The additional positive effect for the economy is comprised with the respective produce by around 74 billion tenge per year. Moreover, based on the initiative of the head of state, the government developed a comprehensive plan for reviving the economic activities that's dedicated for providing the necessary support for the most vulnerable sectors of the economy, the most damaged ones, as well as maintaining the jobs and income of the population. Also, it incorporates the respective package measures for SMEs activities in new conditions. A big attention is given to development of human capital. In that regard, I would like to especially underline that having the respective investments for education up to 10% of the GDP became a priority task for the state for the coming 5 years. Less than 10 years that we have for attaining the SDGs, where the pandemic as well as low involvement of the businesses can negatively influence their implementation. Now, the major drivers in Kazakhstan in implementing the SDGs are the large public enterprises, quasi-state industries. For private companies, the integration with the SDGs are still of status of a voluntary social load and not a mandatory thing for businesses. That's why it is necessary for us to involve the businesses as well as the civic society into those activities. Now we have active development of the PP in education, healthcare, energy, utilities, communications. Now we have 864 projects implemented. Overall investments and FDIs are already more than 1.1 trillion tenge. In the breakdown of the regions, we have more of the projects into the Turkestan, Eastern Kazakhstan, and Jambal regions. One of the most important forms of the social partnership is the social responsibility of the businesses for our society. That's significant in terms of harmonization of the relationships between businesses, the society, and the state, so as to successfully solve our common state goals, in particular, maintaining the respective relationships in jobs and labor relationships. In 2018-19, we had 5,500 and more companies participating in the respective world of borders. Now we have a new direction in the world, the social impact, the social entrepreneurship directions. Those are for positive social changes related to the society based on the global impact investing network report. Within the last 10 years, the impact investing market increased 15 times and it's comprised at $715 billion US. The direction is still at the rudimentary stage with us. The legislation draft for developing the social entrepreneurship is just developed only. In that regard, I believe that a very important mechanism for monitoring the activities of the social entrepreneurship and the involvement of entrepreneurs into that and attaining the respective tasks, as well as incentivizing them from the state as well as international organizations, should be about digitization of that particular type of entrepreneurship. It would be very much relevant from my side that the respective activities should take into account the possibility of having the funding of the famous 1% provided by the subsidy users for the development of the regions, so as to get the large enterprises into solving the social projects and problems in the respective places. It is also very much important to promote the culture of social entrepreneurship with us, including the matters of transformation of the people's minds, as well as directing the youth to solve the relevant social issues. Our National Chamber of Entrepreneurs should take a particular role in that. Today's forum is a major step for developing dialogue between the businesses, the civic society, and the state for understanding and defining the new possibilities and opportunities. And we believe the following tasks should be taken into account. The first one is to consider the businesses' participation in the civic society to implement the national priorities and national projects as first and foremost, as well as their respective activities for joint interests. Secondly, that should be about incentivizing the entrepreneurship in social sphere as a factor of positive social changes. Third, active involvement of businesses and civil society, mass media in implementing the SDGs agenda by developing social dialogue and strengthening the coordination of the respective activities of the social partners. The partnership approach would provide us with the new opportunities to provide with respective activities by better understanding the activities in each and every sector of partnership, as well as in terms of search for new ways and attempts so as to attain the public goals and prosperity, so as to enhance the investment attractiveness of the projects and national programs and projects as well. We need to enhance the quality of the respective regulatory acts. We need to cardinally enhance the judicial system. We need to enhance the preparation of the projects to have the effect of the state's involvement to be less in many areas and to have much more sovereignty of the country's financial activities. In that regard, we should introduce the respective approach for the SDGs that would include the respective governance system, formation of the respective long-term strategies, incorporating the respective linkage of the national goals to the respective activities of the global nature. We need to incorporate as well as to provide with a practical interaction of the sustainable development matters, as has been already noted, for around 20 national projects in different directions. The development of the tool of the independent assessment of activities, including the respective index of the sustainable development and its measurement by the respective tools as well as incentives for the company should be provided. It should be about enhancing the transparency, informational openness of the state authorities and businesses based on the enhancement of the processes of non-financial reporting, enhancing the respective quality of the information disclosed, the further development of the interagency dialogue, as well as strengthening the mutual trust, the development and introduction of the respective measures should be there in terms of the financial structures, in particular, investing the respective projects for social and ecological directions. We should have regained finance tools, including the issuance of green bonds, social bonds, and to support the respective social impact matters. For that, we need to provide with the respective favorable conditions provided. The success is based on one factor, the activities based on the values. The values are the same. And at the end, I would like to tell for every one of you and congratulate you with the coming 30th anniversary of the independence of the country. And we, together with you, should work for the sake of our state so as to attain bright, good indicators. And once again, I would like to express my words of appreciation to the founder of Nursultan Nazarbayev. In my opinion, the forum that we have today is a very important platform for supporting and maintaining the social projects and projects. Thank you for your attention. Thank you. Thank you very much. We heard the respective opinion about the relationships of the state system as well as government representatives. And now it would be very much interesting to hear, I hope, an objective opinion of the United Nations Development Project. We have the resident representative of the UNDP, Mr. Jakub Berish. Please have the floor.
Thank you very much. Do you hear me?
Да, слышно вас.
Yes, we can hear you.
All right. Your Excellencies, distinguished speakers and participants, it's a great honor for me to address such a distinguished audience today on the topic of utmost importance for all of us, sustainable development and major challenges to achieve it. We all live in extraordinary times. The COVID-19 pandemic is the first time in history when billions of people around the planet were affected by a major global challenge and were simultaneously locked down in their homes. The current health crisis has major socioeconomic consequences that are touching everyone's lives and disproportionately affecting the most vulnerable people. So many things have changed, and there is no going back to the pre-COVID-19 world. The radically different environment is the new normal. Inequalities among countries at the global level and among families at the micro level have become obvious as never before because of the COVID-19-induced crisis. The pandemic became both an equalizer as all countries, no matter how rich they are, needed to respond to it in similar ways, but also an unequalizer. Capabilities of countries were much different. It's probably an understatement to say that COVID-19 threatens all three pillars of the sustainable development: social, economic, and environmental, with devastating effects for export and the planet. Moreover, albeit this extensive global so far, COVID-19 is only just beginning felt. A deep undercurrent that we should all keep an eye on is the risks of a reversal in global human development, a combination of education, health, and living standards. The world has seen many crises over the past 30 years, including the global financial crisis of 2007 and 2009. Each has hit human development hard, but overall, development gains accrued globally year on year. COVID-19, with its triple hit to health, education, and income, may change this trend. Dear colleagues, today, after almost 18 months since the pandemic changed our lives, and despite several breakthroughs with vaccines, there are still many complexities and uncertainties surrounding all of us. But one thing is clear: the current crisis allowed us to realize that we cannot address today's problems with yesterday's tools. It's our joint responsibility to build forward better, not aiming to return to the old normal, but instead collectively designing a new and a better normal with special attention to those left behind and hit most by the pandemic. This year, Kazakhstan celebrates 30 years of its independence, which coincides with the 30th anniversary of Human Development Reports first published by UNDP 3 decades ago. I'm mentioning this because a human development lens on Kazakhstan's progress tells a good, substantiated story with evidence. Looking back, we are very proud to witness the force and the speed of Kazakhstan's development within just 3 decades. Kazakhstan reduced its poverty rate from 46.7% in 2001 to 2.8% in 2015, an enormous achievement in just over 14 years. It has reached high human development status, ranking 51st out of 189 countries in 2019. Although we face, as mentioned earlier, the risks of reversal, most recently due to pandemic, such great results cannot be underestimated. More importantly, the leadership and the strategic vision of Kazakhstan, which guided these transformations, have not wavered. Kazakhstan's vision for long-term prosperity and peace is encapsulated in the long-term strategy Kazakhstan 2050, which remains valid for post-pandemic period. UNDP is honored to have been part of these strategic development processes, providing timely technical and substantive support across many priority areas, ranging from institutional reforms to improving social policy to preserving biodiversity. Undoubtedly, these past achievements create both a strong platform and a momentum for future development with important building blocks already in place. Kazakhstan has fully embraced the Global Sustainable Agenda 2030, which naturally fits the national development priorities. Despite current setbacks caused by the pandemic, it presents both an enormous challenge and a tremendous opportunity for reaching the sustainable development goals while realizing the national development aspirations. But the pandemic also reinforces the wisdom of what is already inherent in SDGs. The challenges we face today cannot be dealt with through piecemeal approaches. In this regard, we commend the bold vision of the President calling for not losing sight of the country's long-term development priorities, despite the turmoil created by the pandemic. However, moving from the past achievement to a new level of development with gradual shifts towards new growth model requires several important transformations, with people at the center of all of them. First, there is a strong need for accelerated transformation of the social protection system, aimed at reducing persistent inequalities and ensuring that public services and support reach those most in need first. It also requires establishing a strong link with a forward-looking labor market. A social protection system will be sustainable as much as it is supported by a labor market that provides opportunities for the most vulnerable. Second, knowledge-based economic transformation, which requires aligning education and industry to respond to the needs of the future of work with appropriate skills, human capital, and productive capacity, supported by technology, innovation, research, and development. Third, there is a strong case for a green transformation that prioritizes a low-carbon development pathway to alleviate the economy's dependence on extractive and carbon-intensive industries. Fourth, a shift is needed for a transformation in the public administration system so that it's fit for the purpose, meets the needs of the people, and is capable to function effectively, even in the face of shocks such as the one we face today. And of course, I should also mention the importance of digital transformation that has the catalytic effect on all of them. Such transformation requires leveraging the digital information and communications technologies the least, both strategically and decisively. All these transformations may differ in nature, speed, and complexity, but all of them require integrated and lasting development solutions and a whole of society approach. Understandably, no organization or institution can drive these transformations of such magnitude and scale on its own. The so-called iron triangle, comprised of government, civic society, and private business, need to act together in a coordinated way, guided by a common vision, shared values, and most importantly, public interest. This partnership when built on right principles and for the common good, may become a powerful force for positive change, provided proper checks and balances are put in place. UNDP has earned a unique position and a value of a trusted partner, long-term partner of the government in all major reform areas, thanks to its convening role among partners, strong global technical capabilities, and long-standing local presence in Kazakhstan. We will continue supporting transformative and people-centric changes in the country at all levels with all we have. In conclusion, I would like to thank all of our partners, each and everyone, representatives of the government ministries and agencies, local and regional governments and communities, civil society, academia, youth, private sector, and international community representatives. Collectively, we were able to accomplish great results thanks to our shared spirit of goodwill, collaboration, and mutual respect. And I look forward to further joint initiatives in the coming years with high impact on people's lives and all of the people in the country. Thank you.
Спасибо, господин Бериш. Сейчас хотелось бы...
Thank you very much, Mr. Berish. Now we would like to listen to the opinion about the partnership through charity funds. For example, the fund of Sheikh Al Makdam. This is one of the 10 greatest funds that was founded 15 years ago by the president of UAE, Mohammed ibn Rashid Al Maktoum, for resolution of social problems such as illiteracy and unemployment. Today, the chair of the fund.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. أنشئت مؤسسة محمد بن راشد آل مكتوم للمعرفة عام 2007 بتوجيه ورعاية من سيدي صاحب السمو الشيخ محمد بن راشد آل مكتوم نائب رئيس الدولة رئيس مجلس الوزراء حاكم دبي رعاه الله، لتكون رديفا لفكر خلاق متطلع نحو مستقبل أكثر بريقا يحقق لأبناء الوطن ويسمو بطموحاتهم ويرعاها في ميادين المعرفة والفكر والعلوم والتنمية. كما تهدف المؤسسة إلى تقوية الأجيال المستقبلية وتمكينها من ابتكار حلول مستدامة لتيسير عملية المعرفة والبحث في العالم العربي بيسر وسهولة، وتتعهد بتأسيس مجتمعات قائمة على المعرفة من خلال تمويل المشروعات البحثية والأنشطة والمبادرات. وسنسلط الضوء هنا على أبرز مبادرات مؤسسة محمد بن راشد آل مكتوم للمعرفة. إن دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة وجمهورية كازاخستان دولتان فتيتان قطعتا أشواطا كبيرة من التقدم خلال فترة قصيرة منذ تأسيسهما. فقد قامت دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة قبل 50 عاما عندما قرر شيوخ الإمارات إنشاء دولة عصرية مستلهمة من التاريخ العربي المجيد القوة والطموح، تضم الإمارات السبع في دولة واحدة هي دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة، والتي بات لها شأنها بين الأمم في وقت قياسي. كما إن جمهورية كازاخستان أصبحت دولة مستقلة في آسيا الوسطى قبل 30 عاما. سيتناول مشاركون آخرون في هذا الحدث مسيرة كازاخستان وإنجازاتها العظيمة، وسأركز في كلمتي على دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة، لا سيما الجهود الحثيثة من أجل تحقيق الأهداف التنمية المستدامة للأمم المتحدة. إن دولة الإمارات تولي التنمية المستدامة اهتماما بالغا من منطلق حرصها على أجيال اليوم والغد على حد سواء. وقد حدد سيدي صاحب السمو الشيخ محمد بن راشد آل مكتوم مهمة تحقيق أهداف التنمية المستدامة للأمم المتحدة لعدد من المؤسسات، ويمكن الاطلاع على التفاصيل الكاملة للعمل والتقدم في هذا المجال عبر بوابة دولة الإمارات لأهداف التنمية المستدامة. وكمثال على أبرز الجهود المبذولة لتحقيق أهداف التنمية المستدامة، فقد استثمرت مبادرات محمد بن راشد آل مكتوم العالمية إحدى المبادرات العديدة في دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة في أكثر من 1400 برنامج استفاد منها 54 مليون شخص. وتعمل حكومة الإمارات العربية المتحدة ودبي بشكل وثيق مع برنامج الأمم المتحدة الإنمائي واليونسكو والقطاع الخاص والجمعيات الخيرية والمؤسسات من مثل مؤسسة محمد بن راشد آل مكتوم للمعرفة، بحيث تتضافر الجهود لتحقيق أهداف التنمية المستدامة. وإذ تؤمن مؤسسة محمد بن راشد آل مكتوم للمعرفة بأن جميع أهداف التنمية المستدامة مهمة، إلا أن جهودنا الأساسية تمحورت حول الهدف الرابع التعليم الجيد، والهدف الثامن العمل اللائق ونمو الاقتصاد، والهدف التاسع الصناعة والابتكار والهياكل الأساسية، والهدف السابع عشر عقد الشراكات لتحقيق الأهداف. وفي عام 2019 تشرفت مؤسسة محمد بن راشد آل مكتوم للمعرفة بتسميتها من قبل برنامج الأمم المتحدة الإنمائي شريكا معرفيا عالميا، وكان هذا امتيازا فريدا لدولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة وللمؤسسة كذلك، فقد أدركت الأمم المتحدة أن إمارة دبي أصبحت منارة للتقدم نحو مستقبل مستدام. كذلك سلطت مجلة الجمعية الجغرافية الوطنية في عام 2017 الضوء على جهود دبي الساعية لأن تكون المدينة ذات الأثر البيئي الأقل في العالم بحلول عام 2050. السيدات والسادة، لقد عملت مؤسسة محمد بن راشد آل مكتوم للمعرفة مع برنامج الأمم المتحدة الإنمائي على إصدار مؤشر المعرفة العالمي الذي يبين الوسائل التي يمكن للدول من خلالها تحسين أدائها في مجالات التعليم قبل الجامعي والتعليم التقني والتدريب المهني والتعليم العالي والبحث والتطوير والابتكار وتكنولوجيا المعلومات والاتصالات والاقتصاد والبيئات التمكينية العامة. ويتم جمع البيانات من مجموعة واسعة من المؤسسات الدولية بما في ذلك البنك الدولي واليونسكو والاتحاد الدولي للاتصالات لتوفير بيانات دقيقة وموثوقة. وتعمل مؤسسة محمد بن راشد آل مكتوم للمعرفة مع العديد من الحكومات الوطنية لتوضيح السبل التي يمكن لهذه الجهات عبرها تحسين أدائها ضمن القطاعات السبعة على مؤشر المعرفة العالمي. كما يسمح المؤشر بنقل التجارب الناجحة إلى الدول النامية داخل وخارج المنطقة العربية. كما نتعاون مع برنامج الأمم المتحدة الإنمائي بإصدار تقرير استشراف مستقبل المعرفة الذي يعد أداة مبتكرة لقياس المعرفة تعتمد على تحليل البيانات الضخمة لتقييم الوعي بالمهارات والتكنولوجيا. وإلى جانب برنامج الأمم المتحدة الإنمائي واليونسكو، فإن مؤسسة محمد بن راشد آل مكتوم للمعرفة لديها ما يقرب من 100 مشروع، إما بمفردها وإما مع شركاء رئيسيين مثل مؤسسة نوبل العالمية والجمعية الجغرافية الوطنية ومعهد التعليم الدولي الذي يدير منحة فولبرايت الأمريكية وجامعات عدة بما في ذلك جامعة أكسفورد في بريطانيا وجامعة طوكيو في اليابان وجامعة نانيانغ للتكنولوجيا في سنغافورة. كما تشمل مشاريع المؤسسة برنامج دبي الدولي للكتابة الذي يهدف إلى تشجيع وتمكين المواهب الشابة ممن يمتلكون موهبة الكتابة في شتى مجالات المعرفة. ولا بد من الإشارة أيضا إلى مشروع تحدي الأمية الذي يسعى إلى محو الأمية في المنطقة العربية، وسيتم توسيعه لاحقا ليشمل مناطق أخرى. كذلك يعد مركز المعرفة الرقمي مصدرا ثريا للمعلومات ويستخدم أحدث تقنيات تخزين واسترجاع المعرفة رقميا. أما قمة المعرفة الحدث السنوي المعرفي الأبرز على مستوى العالم، فهي تعد منذ انطلاقتها في عام 2014 منصة فريدة تجمع المنظمات والأفراد الذين يتشاركون ويتبادلون المعرفة بهدف تحقيق الرفاه للبشرية، إذ شارك فيها مئات المتحدثين وحضرها آلاف المشاركين شخصيا أو عبر الإنترنت للتعرف إلى أحدث التطورات في المعرفة وتكريما للإسهامات الفاعلة في نشر المعرفة الإنسانية وتطويرها. تمنح جائزة محمد بن راشد آل مكتوم للمعرفة إلى الأفراد أمثال مبتكر شبكة الويب العالمية وللمنظمات مثل المعهد الوطني للتعليم في سنغافورة. وتفخر مؤسسة محمد بن راشد آل مكتوم للمعرفة بأنها أول مؤسسة غير ربحية في العالم تحصل على شهادة المطابقة لمتطلبات نظام إدارة المعرفة آيزو. كما عملت المؤسسة على تشجيع العديد من المؤسسات على نيل هذه الشهادة. إن كل هذه المشاريع والشراكات والبرامج تهدف إلى توفير البنية الأساسية للتنمية المستدامة من خلال المعرفة. ويمكنكم الاطلاع بمزيد من التفصيل على مبادراتنا عبر موقعنا الإلكتروني mbrf.ae. نتطلع إلى التعاون مع جمهورية كازاخستان على جميع المستويات ولا سيما الجانب المعرفي من خلال مؤسسة نور سلطان نزارباييف لتقديم الدعم المتبادل لتحقيق أهداف التنمية المستدامة للأمم المتحدة. شكرا لحسن استماعكم.
Спасибо. От гражданского сектора и представителей государств.
Thank you very much. Now let's involve business representatives. We've been developing business for 25 years. The mission of Eurasian Mineral Resources Group is to extract minerals at the same time being environmentally friendly. So what are the values? Integrity, effectivity, development, environmental protection. Today we have Chair of Eurasian Resources Group, Alexander Mashkevich. Please share your opinion. Mr. Mashkevich, please put your microphone on. Synchronous translation not possible. The speaker's microphone is not on.
Включите, пожалуйста. Вас не было слышно.
The speaker's microphone is not on. Translation not possible.
Вот сейчас слышно.
Now we can hear you. Please go ahead. I apologize. I welcome all participants of this forum, and I would like to extend cordial gratitude to the organizers for absolutely righteous agenda, as well as the topics to be discussed, because the attitude, the relationships between the government, business, and public associations constitute the quintessence of a harmonic and righteous society. I'm currently in Brazil. ERG has a big project here, and I would very much like for many citizens of Kazakhstan to be capable to travel globally. Likewise, I do, for them to be capable to objectively evaluate, assess, and thank Allah for the fact that they were born in Kazakhstan. 30 years ago, the first president of Kazakhstan, Nursultan Nazarbayev, created this model, the model that still exists today, the paternalistic, socially oriented state, which thinks about each individual citizen and thinks how to make each individual human being in Kazakhstan happy.
You know, this pandemic that within this year basically practically changed the whole world. It was absolutely seriously a stress test for each and every social and economic model of each and every state. And we did see how Kazakhstan sustained, maintained the economy, as well as the social system of Kazakhstan was there, still maintained. And once again, I would like to thank you from the bottom of my heart, Nursultan Nazarbayev, for him establishing such a model that is operational, and would be operational from the first day of establishing our company. Yelbasa focused our company that it should be socially oriented. He told us, you should be responsible for the people. You should be responsible for the people who trusted you, who entrusted you with their trust and who work with you. And with a great honor and proud, I can tell today that I'm sure that ERG is the most and the best socially oriented company of Kazakhstan. It was manifested many times by having Altan Sapa and many other awards. But now I'd like to tell just a few words about what we are undertaking now in cooperation with the state, the public entities, and how we are considering our mission in regard to our social responsibility towards the people. First of all, I would like to tell definitely about what we are doing in our regions. You are aware that 27 years ago when we came, to the regions where we are operating, as well as in the so-called mono cities where we are operating, I was astonished. Never ever I knew that the Soviet Union was to that extent inhumanely treating the citizens of its state. When I came to Kromtau, for example, when I came to Aksu, Rudny, when I did see that the kindergartens were not there, that we catastrophically lacked the schools, roads were not there, the healthcare facilities were not there, and that indeed was ailing and dreadful. And today, I can, on the contrary, with a proud tell that the regions where we work in, as well as the monocities we work in, they are distinct from what we had 30 years ago. It is like we are on a different planet. Just to mention some figures for you, we dedicated within the last dozens of years, only in terms of the social memoranda, in Kostana, Pavlodar, Karaganda, and Aktobe regions, 280 billion tenge. Meanwhile, we are very much glad and proud that today's motto of the hearing state, we started doing that already many years ago. In what ways? We came up with this very serious sociological service within our company, a professional service that, based on the deep analysis, provided us with what the people wanted. And that's the most important thing. Do what the people, do the things that the people want. And by getting the respective information from the sociologists and based on the respective surveys, deeply done through hundreds and hundreds of principal nailing points in terms of the most needed directions, we, together with the Akimats, developed each year the respective programs, and we came up with the respective conditions. The people feel themselves better. We also extended the respective range of the facilities for healthcare. We enhanced transportation, and I can now proudly tell that the regions where we operate in, doubtlessly, for the first, change a lot. The state noted that, and I just like to note that recently we spent 11 billion tenge, dedicated 11 billion tenge with Kostana, Pavlodar, Aktobe, as well as Shymkent regions, since we have an energy asset there. That's one of the most important directions. The second important direction of our company definitely is ecology. Today, that's a task for the whole world. Now the whole world understands that if we are not going to change principally the trend, principally what the people are doing on the planet, then our successors wouldn't be able to live in the conditions that should be there for the Homo sapiens. And I must tell you that I'm grateful to the government, the Ministry of Ecology, for the absolutely civilized, integrated to the world professional approach to the ecological vision. And I'm very much grateful for the ecological code that was adopted today by the state and within which we are very much active in participation, just for your information, so as to enhance the ecological conditions of our production facilities. We dedicate 180 billion tenge. And I must tell you that our vision in terms of the best available technologies, our vision in terms of greening our company are there. Now we're establishing a program for greening the company. And that's about how to make our company so as not to have any kind of carbon footprint. Definitely, that's very much complex, taking into account that all of our energy is about coal-based facilities, but we do know how to do that, and we are moving along the world trend. Today, Honorary Mr. Berish, the representative of the UNDP, spoke about the digitization, and I meanwhile can tell that proudly we established the first in Kazakhstan ecosystem that's dedicated to help the people, that's dedicated to make the life of the people of Kazakhstan, the citizens of Kazakhstan better. We already have the first national messenger that's called iTube. We have Salam Media, an entity that produces content in Kazakh language. We have an analog to iTube. Again, there are many educational programs in our ecosystem, and we are also trying to establish the respective trade processing facilities that would allow us to have no intermediaries for the respective citizens of our regions to get goods much cheaper. Through our ecosystem, we have 16 million applications that were satisfied for the respective social assistance during the pandemic. Basically, we believe that the ecosystem that we established and that we proudly can mention, it covered 5 million people who are clients, I can say, of the system. It's operation that would bring about many benefits for the citizens of Kazakhstan. Definitely we are integrated into the world. Definitely we work with many public organizations throughout the globe. We work with UNICEF. We work with Davos Economic Forum. We work with the most influential international organization of the good pasture. And as a result of that, we also became one of the first members of the child labor protection program organized by UNICEF just recently. And I must tell you that we are the second biggest producer of cobalt now in the world. Nothing in terms of batteries for electromobiles or devices can be produced with no cobalt, but unfortunately, to a great extent, the production of cobalt in Congo, for example, is there with the child labor, and we are very much firmly against that so as to prevent the child labor. In 2018, we were one of the organizers of the Alliance for producing electro batteries with no use of child labor. We participate in organizing the program of the clean cobalt, whereas we use blockchain technologies, whereas we can track back all the respective production stages. When the Prince of Wales this year established a new ecological organization, TerraCard, that would not only track and support the activities, but would control the respective activities of the Paris Agreement. We were among the first 25 organizations invited to that initiative. That's why I must tell you that we are very much happy that we live and work in Kazakhstan, because once again, repeating myself, indeed, the model that the first president established, it's operational, and the fund that the first president established, we are active participants of it. And just recently, for example, in the respective initiative that he called to join, we provided for that 11,000 food baskets that would allow many families to live further with. We thus joined that initiative as well. Once again, I'm very much grateful to everyone who are participating today in this forum, since in my view, that's about harmony between the businesses, the public entities, civic society, and the state. That's a mandatory basis and condition of a successful state. Thank you so much, everyone. And I wish all of you that your hopes and efforts that you apply to be realized. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Alexander Antonovich. All of us know about the respective efforts announced by the head of state in terms of the Agency for Strategic Reform and Planning that became a pivotal access in developing the respective effective reforms for promoting the competitiveness of the country and prosperity of the people. That agency in particular are developing the respective strategic planning matters in the state, conducts monitoring of the strategic goals, and is a central government body for developing the new state management system. Now in our forum, we have the chairman of the Agency for Strategic Planning and Reform, Mr. Karat. Mr. Karat, are there any issues of getting the non-commercial and civic society entities into the respective activities. Thank you very much. I also would like to join to the previous speakers in thanking the organizers of today's forum, indeed, for a very relevant agenda that we are discussing today. That's about achieving the SDGs by the close cooperation of the state apparatus, the civic society, the businesses, and I believe that in particular, all the panel sessions today within these 2 days are going to solve the major issues in terms of how we should cooperate together. As has been already noted, indeed, within the last 30 years, we came up with a really good basis so as to enhance the competitiveness of our country. Kazakhstan is among 50, 60 competitive countries so far in the world. And definitely, as Mr. Alexander Mashkevich mentioned, it was really a stress test related to the influence of the global pandemic outcomes for the whole economy of the world as well. And Kazakhstan, I think, managed well through it during this particular stage, and we are steadily moving further in developing the respective state policies and the respective responses to the epidemiological conditions. That's about SMEs, support of them, the economic growth, and definitely here we shouldn't forget about the strategic agenda. So the strategic agenda was set already in 2012. That time, the first president, Elbasan Nursultan Nazarbayev, set the major priorities for the long-term strategy until 2050. As you know, I think, main call of that strategy was the wish of Kazakhstan to get into the top 30 most developed countries of the world. That's a very serious task on one side, and on the other side, that very much correlates with all the priorities and tasks that the SDGs platform sets forward. And that's why since 2012, we've been very much close to that. And in 2015, for instance, when the United Nations also announced about its global agenda, and I think Kazakhstan very much naturally joined that. And by 2030, we expect in particular a very serious progress in terms of all the 17 SDGs. On the other side, we remember very much that Kazakhstan very much adapted quickly to different challenges, including the respective serious challenges like the Asian financial crisis in the last 30 years. It was also about the influence of the global financial crisis of 2008, the raw material crisis of 2014 and 15. And you might remember that the results of the crisis were our own strategic agenda in 2015. That was the 100 steps, the 5 institutional reforms, as you might know. Among them, the major ones were the Prince of Law, the serious judicial reform, the diversification of the economy program, the establishment of a good quality public service. All of that provided with really good grounds for that.
To keep Kazakhstan competitive from the standpoint of public administration, as was said in September 2020 by Mr. Tokayev, the president of Kazakhstan, in his address to the nation, in which he identified the new principles of public administration, envisaging the creation of a special council on reforms and the agency on strategic planning and reformation. You probably know we've already had several meetings of the committee. We discussed all levels of public administration, and I also wanted, likewise, my previous colleagues wanted to report that the serious challenges, they influence all the policies that we are designing today. Out of such challenges, I can mention, first of all, geopolitical confrontation problems, trade wars, sanction wars, problems associated with transition to new energy model, particularly climatic changes, the policy aimed at technological revolution, and digital inequality in the world. All those challenges require proper responses, and we want to know how our public administration model looks like in the eyes of the new reality. So earlier this year, by presidential edict, we approved the National Development Plan until 2025. This is the analog of Strategic Development Plan of until 2025. Also, we have adopted the inclusive platform of the head of state, identifying 10 priorities at which the government is supposed to focus on, is divided into 3 clusters: social development, healthcare, education, quality of institutions, reformation of public administration, and the third scope is the economic diversification and growth, new vacancies, small and medium business development, quite important scopes that the government today, together with the business, are trying to improve. The implementation of those strategic initiatives requires new documents that we call national projects. National projects are in virtue the programs to be implemented by the government. We have a 3D national project structure. Each national project is supposed to be of country significance. It must be of flexible and adaptive, and the implementation of the national projects is the sphere where the governmental apparatus must work closely with non-profit organizations and NGOs for elaboration of the most optimal policies and plan of action. Also, another important thing is the influence from the most pragmatic tendencies or trends on the changes we are initiating. SDGs are aimed at social measurement, environmental protection, and economic development. Social dimensions shall be discussed during panel sessions, and I think that ministries responsible for social sphere shall report the ambitious plans we have in that sector. Particularly, we will discuss vaccination. Kazakhstan has an ambition to enter the green zone, and we want to vaccinate as much citizens as possible in the shortest period of time. Another priority is environmental protection. As Mr. Mashkevich has already said, we are compliant to all requirements imposed by the Paris Climate Bargain, and we pay serious attention to new sources, alternative sources of energy. Here in the environmental protection, we want to make ourselves compliant to all global tendencies and best trends, as well as standards. And of course, most important are measures aimed at social and economic development. We will have approximately 15 to 20 national projects. They will be discussed with expert community, international consultancy, international development institutions, deputies of our parliament. Based on those discussions, we will approve the list. It will be submitted to the president and then to the government for final approval. So the Agency for Strategic Development shall monitor the implementation of the national projects. You probably know that the system of state planning today has been mobilized to supervise and control the implementation of the discussed national projects, both at central and regional levels. Each national project shall report its progress to the government. In 2020, Kazakhstan has managed to increase its ratings by 12 scores in the global environmental protection ratings, but the pandemic impact made some serious corrections to our future plans, particularly how we will proceed to work to achieve the SDGs in our country by 2025. After which period we'll think about the targets for 2030. So we did perform some serious changes We have a Commission for Sustained Development. It's quite a serious political body. Its chairperson is the first deputy of Prime Minister, and the National Statistics Bureau keeps control of 265 national indicators. These are quite important milestones in the further reformation of our social sphere. So all those initiatives will help us to continuously achieve the targets in front of us. The concept of the hearing state found its reflection in all national projects. All national projects are supposed to be human-centrical. They are supposed to give clear explanation about how some specific measures taken by the government influence the lives of common citizens in a very clear and transparent language. This is the principle we maintain in the course of design of the concept and in the course of implementation of our initiatives. Basically, we are building a proactive service-based public administration system that takes into consideration needs and demands of the population. Please be repeatedly advised that we are in close cooperation with all international organizations, governmental agencies, broad masses of population, and other stakeholders. I am hereby inviting today all non-profit organizations and NGOs to active cooperation and discussion of ongoing national projects. Thank you, Mr. Kelimbetov. Dear participants, we have listened to your reports about the development of civil society and principles of interaction of same with the government. Now we have Q&A session. Mr. Kusherbayev, first question to you. Kazakhstan has a target to achieve all SDGs indicated in UN agenda until 2030. Many global initiatives and projects have been postponed. Mankind is paying attention to survival and struggle against the common enemy. So what do you, in your eyes, are the most important indicators that are key to our country in the post-pandemic world? Today, for us to achieve the SDGs, first of all, we operate in the three spheres. The first one is the prosperity of our citizens. I can tell in more details that we know that the pandemic was a test how available healthcare services are, particularly primary healthcare operating on the ground. So we had to adopt a new law about ambulances. And by new law, we have reinforced the resources and the authorities of the primary healthcare sector. So I think that the transition to distant learning online regime also identified a number of problems. So we are supposed in the period of 5 years to build 800 new schools with excellent quality of internet, widely available internet. Second scope is the just social policy. Our president instructed us to design, and now we are finalizing the design of the social complex concept, in the result of which we will produce a new law, a new legal act covering such issues as social behavior of people, social feeling of people, social lifts, etc., social justice. So these are the three scopes I wanted to report in more details. And of course, I must talk about the National Development Plan until year 2025 and national projects, as already have been reported by Mr. Kelimbetov, for which we have our own roadmap and a number of other decisions and resolutions made by the governmental apparatus. But still, the three priorities are the ones that I have mentioned already. Thank you, Mr. Kusherbayev. Mr. Berish, what do you think to what do you think we should pay more attention to return to sustained development in the post-pandemic reality?
Thank you very much for the question, Mr. Moderator. It's an important question, a difficult one also. Let me mute myself so it's not an echo. First of all, every country is as strong as its weakest link. So my first point is to pay attention to that and the focus to be on better preparing for any future crises and building resilience as such for people and institutions. It's important to understand what systems and structures failed to function in the most critical times. And this is not Kazakhstan specific, it happened globally around the world, even in most advanced countries in terms of their institutional strength. It's important to understand what failed and what could fail in the future also, and why certain categories of populations lagged behind in the response. What are the policy options to make sure that this doesn't happen again? So it means investing more in understanding human and structural vulnerabilities and building resilience for better preparedness to crisis and shocks. That's number one. Second, it's important not to deceive ourselves and to shift our focus to build forward, not back better. Sometimes we say it as building back better, but there is no return to the old normal, in my opinion. So this old normal, in any case, had many inherent unresolved problems and roadblocks for sustainable development globally, again, such as social disparities, environmental degradation, and so forth. So it's important to start talking about building forward better and have a roadmap for a better and more sustainable future. And our distinguished speakers have already spoken about how the country is building those roadblocks and roadmaps that are guided by sustainable development goals. In the pandemic, post-pandemic reality, it is important to re-energize the national efforts on all levels for SDG implementation, going beyond indicators, link targets to actual budgets, actual finances, allocate them as needed, and put comprehensive accountability mechanisms in place. Of course, my final point, all of this requires a perspective into the future, looking at today's realities and looking today's realities from that future. A critical element of that perspective would be preparing the population for that future, providing them the necessary skills. This requires significant investment on human capital so that they are ready for the jobs of the future. While I understand policymakers have to deal with the immediate challenges of the pandemic realities, it's not an easy task, but it's important to balance the concerns for the future with the concerns of today and preparing the populations of those challenges that may not have been yet here on our agenda. Thank you.
Спасибо. Спасибо, господин Бериш.
Thank you very much, Mr. Berish. Ms. Nazarbayeva, the fund pays a lot of attention to social projects such as Kamkorlik, the project aimed at inclusivity. Last year, despite the pandemic conditions, we set up rehabilitation centers for children with special requirements. So what are your plans today in the discussed sphere? Thank you for your question. In our plans, we have the commissioning of 10 more rehabilitation centers in smaller cities and district capitals in Akmolinsk region, Aktobe, Almaty, East Kazakhstan, Kızılorda, Mangistau, Jambil, and Turkestan regions. So 10 more similar centers until the end of the year. In total, we'll have 18, rendering services to approximately 11,000 children a year. That is, of course, not enough, because in Kazakhstan, we have at least 94,000 children with specific requirements and specific demands. We need to provide them with access to such services. That's why we need more centers of the kind. That is why our fund, acting under instructions from the founder father, shall proceed the active activity in that sphere, but just by ourselves we shall not cope. We are inviting other organizations from NGOs, from non-profit organizations. We invite and welcome your possible cooperation. Kamkorlik as a thought, as a project, is a bright illustration of how successfully the interaction between the third sector, the business sector, and the government may be. So I think we should proceed our efforts in the same direction. We must support new social projects and ideas. In addition to paying attention to commissioning of such centers, we train specialists that will work in such centers. This is a continuous, non-stop activity. We considerately control the centers we already have commissioned. We have our own system of evaluation of the quality of services rendered in those centers.
That's the work that we have as a systematic, constant element, and we are very much pleasant to share with our experience, with our knowledge. For everyone who wish to work in that regard, we also are going to and are opening the respective inclusive classes in the schools where we have the Kamkorluk. They provide with really good benefits despite the short-term periods of those classes being active. The parents tell that the health of their children has really improved a lot. And maybe some of you remember that in the Soviet Union time, it was really about the people who were shy to tell about their disabilities. They were sitting in their homes. No infrastructure was constructed for them. Basically, in the Soviet Union, the disabled were not there. We only had the disabled of the World War II. That was the official stance, definitely. Now the picture is totally different, totally the other way around, and the state does a lot in that regard. And I'm very much glad that the huge non-governmental sector also targeted and respectively undertakes the respective things. The fund of Nursultan Nazarbayev has educational programs. Many speakers today mentioned in particular that the very SDGs in terms of the quality of the human capital and potential in education are a key component. That's why now, for example, we launched this year a new season of the project of Mambala that's dedicated to the school children from the rural areas. Now in that project, we have 150,000 school children from the rural areas up to 19 years old. Why are we doing that? First of all, that allows us now to gather that very big data in terms of the quality of our school children in the rural areas and their preparation. And secondly, that's about detecting the talent among them and to provide them with the opportunity to study in the best schools possible also for them and their children's. I mean, their teachers, the teachers and the children. We came up with courses, online courses, so that they can participate in the respective educational programs. Also, we have the so-called Medal of Elbası award, whereas we have dozens of thousands of school children, as well young people until age 29 participate. The major point there is to stimulate the comprehensive development of the young generation. It's not only about being good at studies, but to be successful at sports, being more socially responsible and oriented to protect their own environment, home, and to love their respective undertakings. And we already last year we had the first awardees of the competition. Now it's still there. That's basically a long-term big project, and I wish success to those who participate in that. Also, we do support the winners of different international Olympiads, contests. We have our stars, the children who brought back those very important and very much cherished by the state, and them awards and medals for them. We provide grants. We provide grants for their teachers, and then we track their fate, and we would support them with everything in terms of education, getting higher education in particular, as well as settling properly in life. Then we already have a long-term support program for the young people talented in science and culture. Ilbası Fund, for many of them, provided with a respective social elevator, and they very much successfully realized themselves by utilizing that very starting platform that the fund provided for them. Then also we work on so as to work further in terms of enhancing the quality of education in smaller schools throughout the country. Out of more than 7,000 schools in Kazakhstan, 40% are small unit schools, mainly in the rural areas. The quality of education in the rural areas, all of us pretty much know about that, and that's the very sphere that the fund now plans to pay its utmost attention. That is going to be about preparing the respective modeling methodologies, specialization of the teachers, and equipment for such kind of schools, so as the school children there, whether in the urban or rural areas, would have the equal access to equal level of education. That is very, very important as well. Also, definitely, then again, listed a lot. Darga Nursultana, you as the organizer of the forum, I would like to know your opinion. What basically is the level of the interrelationship between the non-governmental sector and the state are exemplary again. Again, in terms of many speeches, I would like to note also what Mr. Alexander Mashkevich told. Definitely, it's clear that the model of interacting between the businesses, state, and the civic society are already formed, and I think it's going to be only better and better. And those who wish to participate in such a cooperation would be more and more year on year. And the only point that I think should be done by the government and the state authorities who are engaged in that area, that is basically about the systematization of the activities that have been already done in that area. That's about promulgation of the best practices, rolling them out to other regions, all of them. Also, it is very much important that the activities of the non-governmental sector and its support by the businesses in the state should concentrate not only in the regional centers, big cities, it should penetrate further into the rural areas, villages as well. And in that regard, definitely we have a very big perspective for the further development. Besides that, I also would like to add that the pandemic of the coronavirus provided with its own corrections, and the level of poverty in Kazakhstan increased. It increased not only in our country, but in general throughout the globe. And today, the efforts of that trinity, the NGOs, businesses, and the state, should be about providing targeted assistance. It should be about decreasing the respective poverty. That's an intermediate task, and that should be about the eradication of the poverty as the major task in general for the state as well as the society. That's why in the focus of the NGOs, the major difference and the importance is that there the human is the pivotal matter, not the machines, not the systems, nothing else. That's why it is very much important for the activities of the NGOs, whatever areas they work in, to be systematic, to be long-term, to be effective, to be having a constant resource base to sustain its activities. Also, we need to have the respective trainings for those who work in the area or would like to work in that area. Basically, we should have the respective expansion room for development. It is huge, basically. Thank you very much. And as of now, for example, we don't have a single database in general throughout all the social projects that are conducted by the third sector, the NGOs. Once again, we don't have an analysis, we don't have an understanding of what should we have in general. For example, we have an entrepreneur who wishes to provide his support in certain areas. Where should they get the information from in terms of what kind of organizations, what kind of projects they can refer to, what kind of knowledge they can trust? So that information should be available. It should be easy, the access, so that the people would know what kind of website they can refer to. That's briefly about major things. Thank you, Daragan Sultan. And once again, we would like to get to the businesses right away. Mr. Alexander Shkevich, to what extent the commercial entities in Kazakhstan are interested in cooperating with the civic sector? What are your expectations, particularly with the NGOs in particular? The point is that with no public NGOs, we don't have any specific and professional information of the respective situations. For example, our company is specializing in the respective businesses, but the public entities, they specialize in the respective public areas, and they are focused on the problems, tasks of that particular areas. And that's a competence for us. That's expertise for us. That's an objective view that they can provide, as well as the objective data that they can provide for us to go along in right ways and standards. That's why it helps us. It is required by us, and absolutely required so as to correctly engage and work in the future. It's not only about our readiness. We already are ready, but we already work with all the NGOs, not only in Kazakhstan, but throughout the globe. And on the contrary, we call upon the maximum approach and interaction with our company, the Eurasian Resource Group. We are ready to cooperate. Please come to us with your ideas. That's the call for them. They should come up with the respective projects and demonstrate us how to make the life in Kazakhstan better for the citizens of Kazakhstan. We are going to be very much grateful for that, and we are going to do everything possible so as that we are going to realize that together. Thank you, Mr. Mashkevich and Mr. Kara. That's the last question, I think. What Kazakhstani businesses achieved in terms of achieving SDGs, and what major risks can you see in terms of the context of the global agenda within the pandemic? Basically, the major risk is nevertheless the respective conditions, circumstances for the businesses, as well as the conditions for the normal everyday routine life. So far, we have seen a number of waves of the coronavirus, and each and every country has their own responses to respective challenges in regard to the healthcare matters, but it is also very much important about the overall social responses, the respective policies. And I think that the set of the policies in terms of the vaccination, the respective limitations on one side, on the other side, the respective support of the SMEs by the state, those are the serious responses that Kazakhstan are being successfully implemented. And I think that Kazakhstan is going to be decently overcoming the respective challenges that we have in general in the world as well as in the country. The risks that you are mentioning, the most important thing that basically provides with the most concerns, that is about the serious digital and technological inequality that is emerging all across the globe. You can see, for example, that we have new technologies, what we call basically the fourth industrial revolution, that incorporates the digital technologies as well as industry-wide technologies that we have now. They basically allow some countries to become much richer, and the other ones, due to that, become much more backward. And now it is very much important for our country in particular not to miss out on that opportunity while having that transfer to the new technologies, and to have the respective adaptation of the technologies inside Kazakhstan in different areas, whether that is going to be about healthcare, what the State Secretary mentioned. I think that area has the most serious threats and challenges. That's also about the economic and industrial development. I would like to tell that I would like to join that formula that the NGOs could have rightly formulated the respective feedback from the public in terms of the population satisfaction, the state management, and together maybe with the business communities, they should work out the respective social responsibility policies in Kazakhstan, as well as social responsibility of the state that overall would be providing with certain, I would say, harmony in the further development of the public in Kazakhstan. Thank you, Karat. There are participants after the first panel session. We already have the respective impression about the perspectives of the sustainable development, about the role that the state, the businesses, and the civic society should play in that regard. Now we are going to have the international experience transferred to our country. Now inviting my colleague, moderator Rakim Ashikbayev. Just in a few minutes, he is going to start the second panel session, the sustainable development, global challenges and national priorities. And I would like to thank the participants of this session. Thank you very much, and keep, please, the respective contact with us.
Гитарада ойнауды және балау дайындауды үйренуге болады. 30 жылдың ішінде тәуелсіз Қазақстанның негізі қаланып, толағай табысқа қол жетті. Елдің жаңа мәртебесі айқындалып, төл валютасы енгізілді. Жаңа астанасы салынды. Мемлекет халықаралық аренада бейбітшілік пен тұрақтылықтың үлгісіне айналды. Ядролық полигон жабылып, ешбір әскери қақтығысқа жол берілген жоқ. Миллиондаған шаршы метр тұрғын үй, 10 мыңдаған километр жаңа жол, мектеп, университет, аурухана сияқты мыңдаған жаңа әлеуметтік нысан бой көтерді. Ішкі өнім мен табыс ұлғайып, өмір сүру ұзақтығы мен сапасы, бала туу көрсеткіші артты. Халық санының өсуі қамтамасыз етілді. Миллиондаған жаңа жұмыс орны ашылып, экономиканың сан саласында өндірістер іске қосылды. Қомақты шетел инвестициясы тартылды. Әрбір 7-ші ересек азамат жеке кәсіппен айналса, әрбір 3-ші жастың кем дегенде бір жоғары білімі бар. Ал балалар 3 тілді меңгерген. 125-тен астам ұлт өкілі бір шаңырақтың астында тату тәтті өмір сүріп жатыр. Еліміз ол жетімді интернетті дамытып, банкинг жүйесін жетілдіріп, халыққа ыңғайлы цифрлық жобаларды жүзеге асырды. 30 жылда дәл осындай толағай табысқа жетілу болар. Бағындырар талай белес пен алар асу әлі алда.
Әлем қарқынды дамуда. Технологиялық ілгерілеу үшін металдар мен электр энергиясының түрлі көздері қажет. ERG әлемді осындай ресурстармен қамтамасыз етеді. ERG кәсіпорындары әлемнің 15 елінде жұмыс істейді. Қуаты кәсіпорындардың дені Қазақстанда шоғырланған. Компанияның соңғы 5 жылда елдің жалпы ішкі өнімге қосқан үлесі 5 триллион теңге. Қазақстандағы жоғары маркалы бастапқы алюминий және глинозем өндіретін алғашқы және жалғыз кәсіпорын ERG құрамында. Электр энергиясының 17%-ын ERG-дің электр энергетикалық активтері өндіріп тұр. Шетелге өнім өткізудің негізгі нарықтары Европа елдері, Қытай, Ресей, Жапония. Осы жетістіктердің барлығы біздің қызметкерлеріміздің еңселі еңбегінің жемісі. Компанияның басты құндылығы адам. ERG жердің және адамзаттың әлеуетін ұқыпты пайдалана отырып, өзіне сенім артқандардың өркендеуін қамтамасыз етіп келеді.
Что можно сделать за 30 лет? Родиться, закончить школу, завести семью, научиться играть на гитаре и готовить плов. А еще за 30 лет можно построить целую страну. Придать ей новый статус, ввести новую валюту, построить новую столицу. Закрепить ее имя на международной арене как синоним мира и благополучия. Закрыть ядерный полигон и не допускать никаких военных конфликтов. Построить миллионы квадратных метров жилья, десятки тысяч километров новых дорог, тысячи новых социальных объектов, школ, университетов, больниц. И сделать так, чтобы рос ВВП и доходы людей. И чтобы люди жили дольше, лучше, качественнее. И чтобы рождалось больше детей, и население страны росло. И открыть миллионы новых рабочих мест, и наладить собственное производство во многих отраслях, и привлекать потоки иностранных инвестиций. И чтобы каждый 7-й взрослый гражданин имел свой бизнес, а каждый 3-й молодой человек как минимум одно высшее образование. И чтобы дети говорили на 3 языках. И чтобы более 125 этносов жили в одной стране, мирно и дружно. И чтобы повсюду был интернет, развитый банкинг, мгновенные и удобные цифровые решения для людей. Так много можно сделать за 30 лет. И многое впереди.
Тридцать лет назад начался этот полет. Тогда страна начала свой взлет, в который тогда еще мало кто верил. Свой полет к новым горизонтам, новым рубежам, новым прекрасным свершениям. С каждым годом мы поднимались все выше, преодолевали зоны турбулентности, становились сильнее, вдохновляясь новыми мечтами. За эти 30 лет полета мы обрели крылья и веру в то, что для нас нет ничего невозможного. Это счастье, это восторг, это бесконечность. 30 лет. Полет отличный.
Мир стремительно развивается. Для технологического прогресса особенно нужны металлы и различные источники электроэнергии. ERG обеспечивает мир такими ресурсами. ERG работает в 15 странах мира. Особенно мощно группа представлена в Казахстане. За последние 5 лет вклад компании в ВВП страны составил 5 триллионов тенге. ERG – первый и крупнейший производитель глинозема и первичного алюминия высокой марки в Казахстане. Электроэнергетические активы ERG обеспечивают 17% всей вырабатываемой электрической энергии в стране. Ключевые рынки сбыта продукции за рубежом – страны Европы, Китай, Россия, Япония. Все эти достижения стали возможны только благодаря нашим сотрудникам. Люди – главная ценность компании. Так, ERG на деле воплощает свою миссию, бережно раскрывая потенциал Земли, обеспечивать процветание тех, кто на нас полагается.
Казахстан. 30 лет стабильности. 29% доля малого и среднего бизнеса. 25-е место в рейтинге стран с легким ведением.
Добрый день.
Good afternoon. I'm glad to greet you at the Social Projects Forum. The state, businesses, and the civic society. Our second panel session is called the Sustainable Development, Global Challenges and National Priorities. And I'm very glad to state that Kazakhstan, since 2015, has expressed its total adherence to the observation of the SDGs and took the respective activities to adopt them and realize them in Kazakhstan. As you know, now we have a big national mechanism for implementing the SDGs. We have the Coordination Council, the 5 working groups, and in 2018, we had respective quick rapid assessment that allowed us to assess to what extent the respective SDGs are integrated into the state program documents, and the assessment received around 80% out of 100, and that's a pretty impressive indicator. We have the nationalization of the SDGs. Meanwhile, we have the respective activities. What should we adopt within the SDGs? We have the national platform of accountability by the respective Committee for Statistics. In 2018, we had the voluntary report for the UN. It was assessed high by the international specialists and other experts. Meanwhile, 2020 definitely changed, I would say, the turn of the history, the humankind. I'm sorry for being having such kind of words, but nevertheless, the challenges, the problems of the pandemic provided respective changes into the society that we observe now. That's about the changes in the geopolitics. On the other side, we have our own national priorities, as we might know, have been mentioned in terms of reconsideration. And on February 15, we had a very important document signed by the president to set the priorities. In 2021, it is very much important for us to understand where we are in terms of the vision for the representatives of the state, the NGOs, and businesses.
We'll have 6 reporters in our panel session, and later, based on your reports, we will attempt to have a panel discussion, a Q&A session, and we will finish at 12:55. Our first speaker is Ashat Uralov, Vice Minister for Information and Public Development. Good day, dear members, dear participants and speakers of today's event. It is my pleasure to take part in this particular forum. In 30 years of independence of Kazakhstan, we have performed a breakthrough in the institutionalization of the third sector, and we are replicating best global practices in the sphere of NGO development. In the last 10 years, the network of NGOs has increased by 4 times. Today, we have approximately 22,000 professional, active, independent communities of public associations. And the amount of investments has increased from 800 million to 18 billion Kazakh tenge. The government has adopted a document which is the concept for the development of sector until 2030, and the document identifies necessary conditions for the further encouragement of the sector. I want to briefly discuss the priorities. First of all, favorable climate for civil society and its institutions. In that scope, we already have results. We have improved our legal base for the development of civil society. The president of Kazakhstan has approved the amendments to appropriate legislation, and this year we are supposed to amend the legislation concerning the public councils. Last year, we adopted a new law regulating public meetings and gatherings outdoors. For example, present together with populations, we discussed the legal acts in the sphere of public control, in the sphere of improvement of grants distribution policy, charity, and others. Also, we support the civil activities. International practice shows that one of the most important instruments for the development of the government is the civil society, people, their potential and skills. Civil society develops through all sorts of civilian activities, volunteering activity, and charity. As of today, we already have systemic activity aimed at popularization of volunteer movement. Last year was dedicated, and it was called the Year of Volunteers. And in the last year, we had greater number of citizens contributing into volunteering projects. The number of volunteering groups has increased by 3 times. Today we have 600 volunteering entities in Kazakhstan, and those entities deal with volunteering activities on systemic basis. In the course of pandemic measures, we had approximately 1 million citizens as volunteers. At the same time, for further development of that sector, the ministry has prepared a roadmap until 2023 by which we will support the sector. We must increase the level of involvement of citizens into the decision-making processes. I'm talking about control of citizens, public monitoring and participation of citizens in the legal brainstorming process. We'll have new mechanism for that, the online petition. And another thing is the institutions of civil society. That is the continuous work of various resource and informational and analytical centers. For example, in 2020, in the Republic, we had 52 centers supporting NGOs. At present, these centers also render consulting and methodological support to regional NGOs. For development of NGOs, last year we commissioned a project we call Academy of NGOs to give them more competence and skills. This year, 800 NGOs shall take training from NGO Academy. Civil society and its involvement in the implementation of SDGs. So here we attract various civil societies and public associations to the implementation of SDGs, and we want to include the SDG indicators into the official reporting documents of those initiatives. Dear forum participants, of course, for the development of civil society, we need to develop a 3D partnership, government, business, and society. Today, the government is improving its legal base and other sectors to ensure that we are attracting people, thoughts, and technology, creating new vacancies and workplaces. And we discuss social initiatives at such platforms as Civil Forum and a number of other important public discussion platforms. This year, which is the 30th anniversary of the Kazakh independence, our ministry and the Civil Alliance plan to organize the 10th, the Jubilee Civil Forum, which will be a report about the development of NGO and non-profit sector in the last decade, as well as how the interaction is like between the government and NGOs. This is it on my side. I want to express cordial gratitude to organizers, to NGOs, and all stakeholders. We think that this forum will give a new impulse for the development of cooperation between government, business, and society. I wish all of us fruitful cooperation and successes. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Oralov. Our next speaker, Mr. Alibek Kuantirov, Vice Minister for National Economy. Thank you very much, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, participants of the forum. I am happy to meet all of you here. I extend gratitude to the organizing side, the fund of Nursultan Nazarbayev. And today we have crisis because of the pandemic, and the crisis has shown once more and reminded us about the importance of safety and security. For Kazakhstan, the transition to sustained development is a matter of survival. Economy requires more progressive mechanisms. That is why Kazakhstan and other UN members ascertain their compliance to SDGs. As already has been said by Mr. Oshakbayev, we cover almost 80% of SDGs in our national projects and program documents. Today, we have approved the list of national SDG indicators. They have been approved and endorsed by the UN and all the proper ministries. The Coordination Council on ADG operates under the jurisdiction of the first Deputy Prime Minister of Kazakhstan. The work of the Council focuses on the 5 main dimensions: people, planet, prosperity, partnership, resources. In 2019, Kazakhstan submitted its first review, voluntary national review, and the second followed shortly. So today we have all the legal basis for implementation of SDGs at the national level, and all SDGs have been included into the new National Development Plan. We will localize all SDGs and have them included into priority national projects. Within the framework of SDGs implementation, we will perform all analytical activities in 2019 and 20, economic research, together in cooperation with international partners, assess the funding available to SDGs implementation. So we have occupied the 65th place in the ratings of the achievement of SDGs, and we need to achieve more progress. We need to develop entrepreneurial sector as well as involve private businesses to the achievement of SDGs. Last year, Kazakhstan became a country with the high level of human development. This is 51st place among 187 countries. And we're a country with high educational level and the country with good conditions for the business. On a regular basis, Kazakhstan is improving its legal basis. We have connections to all international organizations. We are parts of all international ranking and rating systems and submit all reports envisaged by international formats. We want to become one of the 30 most developed countries of the world. This is our national priority. We have successfully operating the Astana International Financial Center that pays a lot of attention to green finance sector. In 2020, the government has undertaken a number of measures to support the employment and the payroll funds of many private and state companies. So this goes in line with the SDGs, and we adapted it to our national reality. We have expanded the number of instruments of privileged and beneficial credit allocation available to local population. Kazakhstan is a socially oriented country. More than 50% of the governmental spendings are into healthcare and education. And 3 years ago, we commenced the implementation of 5 social initiatives as was proposed by the president of Kazakhstan. That is better education, better healthcare, better quality of state services, and a number of other priorities. So all those initiatives allowed us to successfully implement a number of initiatives in the sphere of green energy, environmental protection, and better education to population. Today, we are working actively in the sphere of gasification services to population. We are proceeding the work to make society more inclusive, for which we resolve a number of systemic problems such as human rights, rights of the children. At the same time, we pay a lot of attention to transition to green economy. We want to become a technologically developed nation, and we want to become a leader of Central Asia in all technical renovations. So in future, we will need to implement a lot more initiatives to be compliant to SDGs in the sphere of green economy, in the sphere of climate change and protection. So in general, the global agenda implementation requires a joint effort from the government, private sector, and society. Dear participants of the forum, today we see that the situation connected with COVID-19 affects and impacts the economy. And to restore economic pace, we will need a well-coordinated rehabilitation activity. Sustained development is in satisfaction of demands of the society, but without jeopardy posed to future generations. And the economic growth must be compliant to resources available to each particular nation. I wish all of us fruitful activity. I wish all of us to work actively and contribute into the achievement of UN SDGs. Thank you for your attention. Thank you very much, Alibek Sakenovic, for your speech. Ministry of National Economy is a key governmental body. As far as I understand, you coordinate the general activity in SDG achievement and implementation. So probably after you adopt the package of documents, I mean the national projects discussed in the previous session, we will need to promptly evaluate the present reality in our country where we are positioned. Now, our next speaker is Ms. Yusupova Asel, Vice Minister for Healthcare. Please, you're given the floor. Dear moderator, dear members of the forum, allow me to greet all of you from the bottom of my heart on behalf of the Ministry of Healthcare. I thank you for a very topical agenda of the forum. I will attempt to be more simple or simplistic. I would like to alienate from, bureaucratic standards. I will try to act not as a public servant. You see, NGO plays an important role in the life of the Ministry of Healthcare. Today, the Ministry of Healthcare is beachheading the war against coronavirus, and NGOs are our important partners in identification of problems, prophylactics of diseases, provision of good quality medical services. According to official data, out of 5,000 NGOs in Kazakhstan, 234 NGOs operate in healthcare sector. And a great role, of course, is played by NGOs in the life of the Ministry of Healthcare as consultants in the form of public counsel.
The Commission for Digitization should be there, definitely. There is a number of factors. For example, that the public council that considers the activities and provides with the respective regulatory acts. Revision, that's about the quality of the medicine, the provision of healthcare, the enhancement of activities of the fund of medical insurance as per the respective law of Kazakhstan. We have the new composition of the public council, whereas we have 5 representatives of the health ministry as well as 11 representatives of the civic society. And also a very important statistical fact is that as of now, more than 1,000 draft laws and acts have been considered, and they are published on the respective official website of healthcare ministry. It's clear that that's first about the big number of the regulatory acts, as well as the respective activities pertaining to the healthcare code of the Republic of Kazakhstan. The United Commission for the Quality of Medicinal Services are mainly about the NGOs representatives, and so far we have considered more than 300 diagnostics protocols, more than 100 technologies in that regard, as well as the respective aspects of medical assistance. The representatives of the NGOs are in all the respective tender commissions in SK Pharmacy in particular. That's the major operator for respective activities in regard to the medicine and medicinal products. And also one more important detail is that the transparency as well as competitiveness enhancement of the respective other agency bodies like institutions, clinics are having their respective NGOs in their BODs and supervisor boards. So far, the representatives are in the 60% of the respective organizations I mentioned. And I think they have a serious impact on the activities of the institutions. Dear colleagues, definitely. Taking into account the agenda of the meeting, I would like to tell that within the indicators, national indicators, until 2030, Ministry of Healthcare are going to have 7 national indicators. And I would like to note that we are going to have colossal tasks to secure healthcare activities and healthy lifestyle for each and every age demographic. And our mission is also to enhance their respective activities to provide quality lifestyle as well as expanding the life expectancy. And I would like to tell that within the last 15 years, the life expectancy increased by 7.3 years within the period, and definitely a big effort was by the respective activities related to the enhancement of the quality of the medicinal services, as well as other factors like ecology, prosperity increase, and definitely nevertheless, the last year demonstrated that in a number of indicators, we indeed had pretty, I would say, significant ailing, I would say, losses. Those are about the maternal lethality. That's also about the respiratory and cardiovascular diseases that increased. Definitely they increased. And all of that influenced the respective factors. The pandemic had a big impact, and thus we had the respective growth that was negative in dynamics in other diseases as well. Also, I'd like to note within this agenda that definitely together now with the ministry, we expect that a big role of the civic society as well as NGOs are going to play definitely in conducting a very important action as the vaccination throughout the company, I mean the population. And despite the resistance, that process is there ongoing. And as you might know, today we are continuing those active action. It's stage by stage. Once we get the vaccine packages, first of all, we have the vulnerable groups vaccinated who are at high risk of having COVID-19 contagion. And then we have other groups of the population. As you know, since April, we have the respective population groups that should be vaccinated, and now the respective dosages would be provided of Sputnik V. More than 920,000 doses are there, and given the respective statistics, the first component had, as of yesterday, 695,000 people. The second component was 118,000 people who received it, and now we are undertaking big efforts so as to procure the respective vaccines within the coming 2 months of this year, and within the first half year of this year, taking into account respective volumes of the vaccines, we plan to have around 6 million people to be vaccinated. And here I also would like to stress that the NGOs, the civic society, should have very significant support for the Ministry of Healthcare in terms of the respective awareness campaigns for the vaccination. We do understand that's one of the most important key factors to be safe against this infection. Definitely, dear colleagues, take into account our schedule. We can speak in details later during the Q&A session, but overall, I would like to tell also that the attention of the NGOs, as well as the civic society in general, in regard to the healthcare matters, it is about not only the role the healthcare ministry undertakes in terms of counteracting the pandemic, but it is about that the healthcare touches upon all the population groups. Definitely the budget is huge, 1.8 trillion. Around that is channeled to the healthcare system. And I do agree with my colleagues, especially from the economy ministry, that indeed unprecedented expenditures the government, the state undertook for the respective social matters that tells about the high responsibility of the state for population. Despite the critics, 1.8 trillion of the expenditures, the payments for 11 categories of socially vulnerable groups of the population, the respective allowances of the fund, the insurance fund, tell about the solidarity of the state with the people. And we should understand that such unprecedented expenditures are mainly for providing healthcare services through the social medical insurance fund that is now totally open and is operating like a corporate organization with a respective BOD that is subordinate and transparent in regard to the interaction with the people, the citizens in general. I'd like now to thank for your agenda, and I'm ready to answer the questions. Mr. Asil, thank you very much. Now we're going to have Kurumanova Aidai, the head of the sub-regional office of the UN Program for Environment. The floor is yours. Thank you. Good afternoon, dear participants of the forum. On behalf of the United Nations program and our office based in Almaty, let me also warmly welcome the participants of the forum. Thank you very much for your invitation, for raising such kind of relevant questions and taking into account that the ecology and the environment protection are the red subtle line for the respective areas of state, whether healthcare, human rights, human development, or development of civic society. We do understand that the current condition and in the coming time, the coming 10 years, the matters of the environment protection would be, I would say, going as the major point in many areas in the overall agenda. And you rightly mentioned, and I'm ready, and I'm also understanding that and agree with that, that the issues of the environmental agenda have been halted to a certain extent and suspended due to the pandemic last year and this year as well. After coming back from that condition, now we are seeing the overall profiles of the post-pandemic world, whereas we shouldn't miss out on the respective obligations that we have to protect the environment, not to have any harm to it, since everything that we undertake that affects and leaves the respective things to the successors of ours. As the representative of the respective organization, I would like to underline that through the environment in particular, we receive different types of signals that emerge in our world now. Besides what we know and what the science tells, that the Earth is going to have the planetary crisis, taking into account the climate that we have, environmental pollution, everything basically of that influences our life. 2019 was the second most, the hottest year within the recorded history. Now we do understand that the air pollution is there, that affects negatively the health of people. That's also about the forest fires that negatively affects the respective farms, agricultural activities. That's also about flooding, mass extinction of different species, waste of different type, different chemical waste in particular, including medicinal and plastic waste. All of that lead to degradation of our systems, ecosystems, and our natural capital. That's the major component for economic development. Also, I'd like to underline that the virus that emerged and the pandemic, that's a clear signal from the nature that clearly wants to tell us that the excessive production, consumption, the overconsumption, the wide pollution led to the current situation and we're not going to get rid of it. Everything because is interrelated. And when we speak about the ecological development, the ecological agenda, the ecological expertise, they become, I would say, maybe the most important matter in the whole issues. Indeed, now we have a very important stage of reviving the economics. Economic development is pivotal now, and I believe that the world countries would manage through that. And meanwhile, we have colossal opportunities given so as for us to think that the sustainable development of ours, if we are not going to have any kind of emergency responses, midterm and long term, it should be on the agenda of ours in terms of the sustainable development. All of us are aware about the green economy concept. For the green economy in particular, we can find out the very ways and approaches for the concept. It covers everything starting from the green infrastructure to the ecological education and basically different things that more or less are interrelated with the transfer to energy, sufficient energy, sustainable productions that can provide with green jobs, and in general, the systematic influence over the whole economic development system. Also, I do support, I would say, the previous speakers, that the very principle when the polluter pays, it was successfully integrated and it was incorporated into the new ecological code of the Republic of Kazakhstan. That's a tremendous document. That's a modern one. And it has many things, positive ones that were put into that. And the code basically during its drafting had many sustainable mechanisms set up and incorporated to it in regard to the environmental protection. Besides the green infrastructure, I also would like to talk that the waste management as well as the circular economy concepts are becoming one of the relevant topics and directions in terms of moving to the sustainable production. When we speak about the circularity, it was noted also before that's about new technologies, new knowledge. And it would be really tremendous if we are going to produce, and the circular economy would meanwhile to recycle the waste and to have a new cycle of production started afterwards. I also would like to draw your attention to the point, the participants' attention to that the respective data tells that within the last 2 years, the volume of the medicinal waste increased by 40% during the pandemic. That can lead to negative influence over the health of the people and the environment. And we need to come up with certain regulations in the regard that would foresee certain emergency waste management, the division, recycling, treatment, processing, and training of the personnel for the matters. All the matters related to mid-term and long-term matters in that regard. Speaking about businesses, we do know that all the economic system development is not possible with no presence of businesses participating in that, and the sustainable production from the businesses and the sustainable consumption from the population side are a pillar to that matter, so as to get the respective move to the sustainable production. As you know, in 2013, during the World Summit, the highest level, we had the 10-year program for the sustainable consumption. Adopted Kazakhstan as a partner and participant to the program. That's the global obligation to facilitate the respective activities.
In all countries developing and developed, included sustained consumption and manufacturing, are an independent SDG number 12, and it has the task 12.1, which is the transition by means of implementing the said 10-year program. We know that sustained consumption and manufacturing are not only associated with that target, but they are reflected in other SDGs, in healthcare, in education, in eradication of poverty, and a number of others. Our organization is an entity that is based on very deep scientific research and approach. It recommends to cooperate with the government to cascade the best practices and expertises into the sphere. And we welcome the efforts taken by Kazakhstan and other countries of Central Asia. We are resolving with the partners in the Central Asian region a number of cross-border problems, biodiversity, environmental protection, and we would like to see in this particular sphere, we would like to see a stronger role of Kazakhstan as the regional leader, the party protecting not only its national interests, but as a player at the global arena. So we also have a number of key spheres in which we work directly or indirectly with the business, maybe through some forms of cooperation with the government. I'm talking about responsible business practices, good consumer information, innovations, corporate reporting in the sphere of sustained development. Which is actually something equal to responsible entrepreneurial activity. We have a lot of global statistics we can share. I can tell that at global level, there are some major trends unwinding, and in UNDP, we are happy to underline that Kazakhstan is a competent and a professional player and a partner with the firm positioning among those global trends and initiatives. I mean, environmental agenda, green economy and transition, and a number of others. This is it on my side. Thank you very much, Aida Yerkinovna. SDGs in regards to preservation of ecosystems, marine and landlocked ones. I think these initiatives are underestimated in our region. And in 2019, we already discussed the marine and landlocked biodiversity preservation initiatives, and the discussion showed that Kazakhstan is not paying the proper attention to those problems, and the degradation of nature one day may transform into something irreversible. Our next speaker, Serik Shahajanov, LLP ERG chairperson. Thank you very much. Good day, dear forum participants. I thank the organizers for inviting myself here and giving me opportunity to speak. 27 years ago, Nursultan Nazarbayev, our Yelbasi, gave our shareholders an instruction to ensure the sustained development of the region in which we operate. So this is what we're working on. The values of our group include responsibility. This is not a shallow word for us. This is our spirit. The instruction was in 1994, but the SDGs were accepted in 2015. Can you imagine how wise and prophetic our head of state was then? Today, paying attention to these questions is our competitive advantage. All of our strategic priorities take into consideration UN SDGs. Today, we work to develop the local content. We interact with local communities in the sphere of SDG implementation. We discuss environmental problems at local level because ecology is, as a minimum, a good 1/3 of all SDGs. So environmental responsibility, particularly to our company, ERG, a mining company, appears very important. It's a factor for construction of long-term partnerships with our stakeholders. This is a priority for us as a responsible corporate citizen. Our shareholders approve the corporate ecological strategy, the implementation of which will allow us to reduce the emissions of solid pollutions on air by almost 80%. This is true, this is realistic, and everything has been calculated in accordance to the latest scientific methodologies. We've already taken several steps towards implementation of strategy. For example, we are reducing emissions in some of our companies, for example, substituting the waste. Aktubinsk facilities are working to cut emissions, and all those projects were initiated by our people. They did not come from top. This is the initiative coming from people working on the ground. Our group has 5 values, and one of the values is the responsibility, safety, and development. All this is controlled by the Committee on Innovation. Any our worker can at all times address the Innovation Committee with their proposals of how to uphold our values, how to ensure safety for our people in the course of operations. And we are happy to report that we are progressing well. All of our mechanisms are aimed at protection of our people, and our people share our philosophy. Another challenge in the mining is the decarbonization, and ERG already have commenced the construction of new generation electric stations in Aktobe region. For example, today we are applying new technologies for the recycling of waste gases, ferrous alloys gases. We recycle them, for which we have a new unit installed. So in general, our environmental strategy until 2030 is based on understanding that we will spend approximately 140 billion Kazakh tenge. We already have distributed 15 billion Kazakh tenge for the projects to be implemented this year, so I hope we will be a success. Alexander Mashkevich already has mentioned about the important role to play by NGOs in the sphere of environmental enlightenment and awareness. Last year, together with Pavlodar's environmental activists, we have had a video conference at which we discussed our environmental strategy. Of course, we are pretty much competent in business conduction, while NGOs are competent in things like environment and protection of the environment. So we have had a very good discussion at high level. We exchanged opinions. We had to adjust some of the provisions of our environmental protection strategy, and we enjoyed some positive feedback from society. We had a roundtable discussion together with the environmental activists in Aktobe region of Kazakhstan, and with them we identified the activities we will implement, and we assigned priorities to certain types of activities we want to implement in October. Now, waste management and processing. In 2019, we created a separate company that deals with processing of all wastes generated in our enterprises. Last year, the plant processed 300,000 tons of wastes. This year, the working volume will be increased by 2.5 times as a minimum. So this is our significant contribution into sustained development of the region we operate in. Another important factor from the standpoint of SDG and local content development is the fact that in January 21, the president of the country, Mr. Tokayev, raised the issue of support to small and medium businesses. So today, because of the pandemic, this problem has become specifically acute. We all realize that cooperation with local manufacturers is necessary to achieve SDGs. Today, our company has opportunity and is always open to cooperation with uh, with stakeholders in Pavlodar, Aktobe regions. We try to attract as much local content as possible. We have increased the share of local content in our procurement. Today, this is in excess to 50% in general procurement. In the last 3 years, the share of local content in the regions where we operate increased by 100 billion Kazakh tenge, and this is not the last mile of ours. Today, we're working to make topical the list of commodities and services we can procure locally. Some more statistics on my side. Once in a certain period of time, we assess our enterprises, how they influence the economic development of Kazakhstan and the regions in which we operate. So we've done such reviews in 2019 and 2020. Basically, when we invest 20 tenge, other sectors win 100 Kazakh tenges. We are supporting the existence of more than 150,000 working places in the sectors outside of mining. Basically, we maintain 150,000 of non-mining workplaces and vacations. This is a significant contribution, and taking into consideration their families, we're looking at half a million individuals supported by ERG. We also have very fruitful cooperation with Atamekein Chamber of Commerce. We have designed a joint program of joint activity, and we work closely on the development of local businesses in mono cities. Approximately 200 apprentice businessmen received 900 million Kazakh tenges of financial assistance to start their own projects in livestock business and a number of other agricultural initiatives. In March 2021, we had to close down one of our mining companies because of the depletion of the reserves. And in 2017, we were preparing ourselves to future dismissals. We defined spheres in which we could direct the people we liberate after the liquidation of the company, and we trained those people, and we attracted a number of contracting companies with whom we entered into new legal relationships for those companies to ensure employment for people that we dismiss. Also, our employees, after training, they may set up their own businesses. One of our dismissed individuals later opened a motor vehicle maintenance workshop. Many years ago, we undertook to be a responsible corporate citizen, and now we have the program we call Tugan Jer, which is the land of ancestors, the native land. In the framework of that program, we identify bottlenecks in our infrastructure projects and social projects that we need to pay closer attention to in the mono cities and in the regions where we operate.
All of that are available in the memorandum with the local executive bodies. I would like to thank also the Akimats for the comprehensive support within those memoranda. We successfully start the implementation of different projects. The projects I mentioned, I'm very glad that they have been launched by the residents of our respective cities. From 2020 to 2025, 2021, 2025, we plan to have 280 billion tenge. Just recently signed a memorandum with the October region for 2.9 billion. In addition, that's an example of such successful collaboration and cooperation of the local executive bodies and businesses. Within the memoranda, we help to procure the modern state-of-the-art equipment for medical institutions, having certain machinery for the emergency healthcare facilities and the respective other institutions. We had around 8 billion tenge dedicated for COVID-19. ERG, as such, was one of the first ones to join the respective fund of Yelbase. Dear participants of the forum, definitely I'm a fan of my company. I can speak for many hours about the respective projects of the group, the directions in terms of the sustainable development. But since we have a limit in terms of the time, I'm going just to mention what the chairman of the BOD, Mr. Anton Mashkevich, mentioned. The company has the ESG committee established that mentions the respective example of what the group does, and that's pivotal for us. And I would like in the end to mention that ERG as a business, that was rightly noted by the previous speaker, that there's no element of a business we cannot develop the respective activities. That's why businesses should participate actively, tremendously in the respective direction. That's why as a business, we are ready for the sustainable development, taking into account the global challenges, and we're going to continue with the respective implementation of social obligations for the sake of the society, taking into account the national interest of the country. Thank you very much. Keep yourself safe. Thank you very much for your speech. Our last speaker, after which we can get to the discussion, that's Batajan Mahanbetaji, the Chief Director for Strategic Management of Kazakh Telecom. Excuse me, I have slides, if I may, please. I just can click through them. I believe with the slides, that's going to be a bit more understandable what I'm going to speak. Can I have the clicker, please? Excuse me, I just was told that a clicker would be there, but then let me ask to have the pages over while speaking. Dear speakers, right, now we're going to speak about the initiatives of Kazakh Telecom. I just would like to tell at the beginning that, for example, if we to consider the group of ERG, it is very much active in ecological business directions and influences three major principles of ESG, the principle of investing in the respective areas. And if to speak about Kazakh Telecom, our group mostly influences and operates its activities in the second and third components. Dear colleagues, if you remember well, what are the pillars of the 17 SDGs? Those are the principles, three concentric circles. In the very heart, we have the economy, and the economy is within the public, and the public is within the environment. That's about the respective ambience that we work in. Kazakh Telecom works mainly in the respective months, the first and second one. We positively treat all the 17 SDGs in general, and just would like to tell as an example that starting 2019, our annual reports, the reports of the group of Kazakh Telecom, they are published not as annual reports, but as the respective report to the stakeholders in the format of an integrated report. We conducted an analysis. Next slide, please. We conducted an analysis of how we work in all the 17 SDGs areas, how we assess them, and we came up with that we are related to 9 of the SDGs. Next slide, please. Can we have them, please, dear colleagues? Slides. Yes, thank you. And based on the very analysis that we conducted, we initiated 8 ones. Here we have just 8 key initiatives that work so as to work out the respective 9 identified SDGs to have their influence further. It's clear that the business transformation program is there with us. It's about providing commercial effectiveness, high ethical standards, as well as the actions counteracting corruption. HR. That's about development of the HR, definitely. That's about socially responsible partnership, the decrease of traumatism and enhancing the labor safety, decreasing the respective negative footprint over the environment. It's not that high. We don't have any harmful productions in general, but definitely to a certain extent, we do have that as a component, and definitely that's also by enhancing the corporate governance system enhancement. Those are the 17 SDGs, and in color are the 9 ones that Kazakh Telecom's activities are related to. The point is, again, I'm not going to speak out about all the 9 goals. I'm just going to note that goals 9, 10, 11, industrialization, innovation, and infrastructure, the decrease of the inequality, as well as the 11th one, the sustainable cities and settlements. Those 3 goals are in principle our basic ones for our mission, the mission of Kazakh Telecom, as the infrastructure grounds or basis for the respective economic activities. Next slide, please. Can you have a look at the left bottom square? That's industrialization. Here I just would like to tell that if you to look at all the goals in detail, then the goal number 9, and then we're going to have goal number 11 here on this slide. They are very much interrelated. In our case, the case of Kazakh Telecom, they include almost the very same projects. First of all, that's definitely the infrastructure basis, the infrastructure projects that we implement within the state program, Digital Kazakhstan, as well as innovational projects. There are many, very many. And I'm going just to briefly mention there, we have the smart home project, we have the energy efficient IoT systems, all the cloud systems and projects in terms of providing clouding services. That's also about video analytics, e-commerce, electronic medicine, and so on and so forth. Next slide, please. Yeah, yes, right. One back. A very important moment. Could you have a look at the pink square? That's the decrease of inequality. I just mentioned that we have 3 key ones, the basic ones, the major goals. So a special position is with this goal number 10, that correlates basically with our mission. That's the decrease in digital inequality. Special attention, that mission was given during the quarantine we had last year, when the whole country, the whole population was forced to sit at home. There we have small fine print mentioning the respective activities. The last year was basically a pretty big challenge, and we, as the structure that is responsible for the respective liquidation of the digital inequality, that was very much important, so as to finalize the respective project, the 3-year project, in terms of the fiber optics for 128 villages. There also we had Transtelecom as one of the operators. They performed their activities, and then together with all the operators, other ones, we conducted the respective internet connectivity available for the respective villages. The project was over. And also I would like to note that many speakers today focus on the matters of social issues and social assistance, and I'd just like to mention just a few words. In the last year, during the quarantine in particular, we gave away the SIM cards for 18,000 teachers for having their activities organized through the internet. We provided with the respective remote coverage and assistance for the population service centers. We had 5,000 doctors whom we served with the free of charge internet and communication. Also, we connected the internet for the low-income family children, providing the respective LTE modems. We arranged the free of charge access to premium channels, IDTV in particular, for the respective period that was available for all the 380,000 subscribers. Also, If you might recall, we conducted the interesting project, online concerts, stars on vacation, stars on quarantine. Those are just some of the projects that we conducted last year, and we do hope that this year, even, God forbids, we are going to have any kind of event or actions like the lockdown, we should be ready so as the population would be ready for the respective changes. Now we already started preliminary to start preparing for such kind of events. And also I would like to tell the last slide, please. Here we go. No, not the one. It was about 3 concentric rounds. Okay, no problem. So in general, I think that's the most important I wanted to tell. By the way, in the material also, the material that was given to us while preparing for this session, information was mentioned that Kazakhstan received the respective results, the reports for 2020 from the United Nations in terms of the 17, I'm sorry, SDGs. And in that report, we could see the dynamics of Kazakhstan position by position. And we basically increased by 12 points, I guess, based on the results of 2020 in that report. Meanwhile, we moved in the 1st, the 3rd, and 6th, the liquidation of poverty, eradication of poverty, the healthcare goal, as well as the pure water goal. But meanwhile, in the report told that we had the lowest progress in 10 and 11, the eradication of poverty in particular, as well as the partnership in the interest of sustainable development. If to consider the principles of the ESG, the concentric circles, how they affect the future of our society, public, then it turns out that numbers 10 and 17 are in the very middle in particular. They are in the governance matters. In the economy, and respectively, most probably we should have the respective active work in the economic activities, and goal 17 in particular, listen up. It's about partnership for the benefit of sustainable development. There we speak about that all types of partnerships in our country should be developing very actively, and we also can see our mission in that. In fact, the partnership, the goal number 17, it tells about the development of the digital economy in regard to the respective systems, the digital businesses, the new business models, and in that part, maybe we should all work that out. Thank you very much for your comments and speech, Mr. Butter. Now, dear friends, we're going to get to our discussion. I'm going to tell that our session is called Sustainable Development, Global Challenges and National Priorities, and taking into account the tight schedule, my suggestion, again, taking into account that the matter is trivial, I think the public would be more interested in hearing the national, regional levels. And I would like to have a through question for all the speakers. Could you provide with your personal expert opinion, not like a representative of the state bodies or national companies? So what you think the major national indicators you can underline that can characterize the current trends and situation that we have, the trends that are of concern for you, and on the other side that provide with optimism for you? I would like to start with Mr. Butter. Let's start with you. Again, it's vice versa now. Yeah, thank you. Basically what I mentioned in the end, I'm very much concerned, I guess, with that. The most, the inequality matter. Excuse me, the increase in inequality. You know, in principle, it is about definitely, sure.
Это то, о чем я говорил.
The mission of Kazakh Telecom is the reduction of digital inequality. This is what we are working on. All the hardest infrastructure projects, we take care of them. We want to have a good breakthrough in medicine, in healthcare, in infrastructure supporting healthcare and education. We need that hard infrastructure, optic, communication, non-stop internet access, good channels, good infrastructure. But what if to talk about the present situation, can you identify two tendencies as a minimum that you can see now that what characterize the situation in the country? Something that concerns you and something that gives sources for optimism. So what concerns me? Let's not talk about things that concern. Let's talk about optimism. Optimism is because we have active youth, excellent youth. They design some initiatives. Maybe that's the result of present reality. Maybe this is how the way the new generation is. Maybe because of fairly good social and economic conditions. Maybe because of God's sparkle that the God has ignited inside the soul of our people. I don't know. But the youth is the factor for future development. Sirik Karibjanovich, what would you report? Two trends. Well, the main tendency that concerns us is urbanization. That's in line with global trends. And we can see urbanization in our mono cities. We have conducted a number of sociological research activities, and we have good cooperation with local executive bodies, basically answering questions we need to do to ensure the further development of mono cities, to keep the youth inside those mono cities. I think this is quite a good example of cooperation between a business and the government. And the second tendency, what makes us happy, is the fact that the government has paid attention to digitization, digital development, digitization. Today, the business and the government are cooperating and working closely together. They are tuned in the same broadband. They have interests overlapping, and those interests go in line with common national tasks. As a person from UN, as a person who knows the situation for the whole region, can you identify 2 or 3 trends and tendencies, and not necessarily in your area of our spaces? Thank you very much. Excellent question. Allow me to answer on behalf of myself personally, and personally as a representative of environmental entity. So I want to support my colleagues in their statement that the youth today are the conductor of the new thoughts, and I am happy that that a lot of youngsters become civil activists, and I'm talking about pupils, university students, integration of the youth into sustained development, into some curricula is a must, because the youth, they know the righteous things. They know what is proper to do. And we need to listen to the youth and have their opinions included and documented properly. And it would be good to see a very powerful breakthrough in the mentality, in behavioral habits of the people. When we talk about state waste management policy or state regulation of waste management, let us not forget about mentality, the perception shared by the society. people must understand that this is not up to the government, as it is up to common people to take care of the waste, to recycle the waste. Basically, this is something that children, pupils tell to their parents after they come back from school at home. Basically, people need to know the difference between types of wastes. As to managerial kind of things, I want to talk about global recommendations, global trends, global summits, and there are some global recommendations we need to adapt at the national level. I think we are okay in that sphere. Today we have a number of challenges, and those challenges, to handle those challenges, we don't have some systemic approaches, but we just need to follow global recommendations. We need to adapt something global and make it local. And we're moving in the right direction here. And concluding my speech, I want to tell us that there will be no different world. We realize it. And of course, we want no wars to happen, no more pandemics, but I hope that together we will achieve our goals. Thank you. Asembekevna, please, your personal view. My personal position is sometimes people in society have high expectations associated with the ministry, for example, Ministry of Healthcare. And today they try to blame the Ministry of Healthcare for many failures and shortcomings that became obvious in the pandemic situation. But the thing is, a lot of things in my activity are pretty much dependent on common social behaviors. How can we influence the quality of drinking water, road maintenance, environmental protection? And realistically, we need a more coordinated, more uniform approach, synchronized, harmonized positions. Because if we act independently from each other, we won't have the final result. As to positive tendencies, I think that today we see big growth, fantastic growth of regional healthcare initiatives. So basically in the regions we are having better healthcare, innovative healthcare, and we see the influx of more and better qualified people into the regional healthcare. So our mission in this instance would be to support the innovative spirit, the innovative impulse of the people as a ministry. Support the people, support initiatives, and support the regional healthcare. Basically, this is how we can overcome all negative tendencies by paying attention to regional healthcare. We need some new managerial solutions. Some regional medical enterprises maybe need to be privatized. Some of the services need to be privatized. Eventually, we hope we will improve regional healthcare and make it logically complete and compliant to SDGs. Thank you very much for interesting observations, particularly in regards to decentralization of some medical services. Yesterday, we've been discussing the HR assignments that took place in the country after the head of state criticized the quality of the motor vehicle road repairs. And today we can see that a lot of money is being injected into the region, but regions do not necessarily have qualified personnel to expedite the injected money prudently and properly. So realistically, in this case, we have a big discussion about decentralization in many provinces and industrial sectors, taking into consideration digitization achievements. Well, this is the topic not for today's panel discussion. We are proceeding. Alibek Sakenovich, please, two tendencies that you would like to separately observe. Well, anxiety is the environmental protection, of course, what will be left for future generations. And as you have said, in many global initiatives, we are critically lagging behind in implementation. I mean, environmental initiatives. As the optimistic view, I want to echo opinions expressed by my colleagues. We have talented youth in this country. And at the same time, we need to work for the society to understand the specifics of new reality, the specifics of new approaches within the light of the latest trends and tendencies unwinding globally. Basically, we are looking at waste management, waste separation and segregation by types of wastes. Of course, the thing is, my point is that governmental budget is never enough for everything we want to pursue. So in this case, we have to think how to cut expenditures in other spheres. If to talk about healthcare, the thing is, we can spend a lot of time into healthcare, but if people do not take care about their own health, Ministry of Healthcare shall not help. Another thing is fiscal policy. For example, the tax policy in Kazakhstan, the tax policy is probably not the softest, of course, but one of the most attractive, particularly in the eyes of foreign investors. The government is trying its best to cut the burden, the tax burden, and help the businesses. Thank you very much, Mr. Vice Minister. This is an important conversation about priorities. We have 17. We need to separate one or two priorities into which we'll inject resources and budgets. And the thing is, we are Kazakhs, we like to call everything priority. And this way we disperse the attention and resources among several fancy things without achieving a lot in one of them. You know, in the beginning of our conversation, we've been talking about the new system for state planning, the national projects. Basically, priorities shall be indicated in the national plans reflecting sustained development goals. And we will have responsibilities assigned and distributed among ministries and governmental agencies, responsibility for the achievement of SDGs. So basically, these are our voluntary obligations taken. Thank you. Thank you. Askat Razdikovich, your opinion. Thank you very much for interesting question. I agree with all the opinions expressed here. So what concerns me, first of all, the timely and the good quality achievement of SDGs. Of course, in the short period of time, we shall not be capable to achieve all of those SDGs, but we need to prioritize those SDGs. Now the trends. I think that today, my personal opinion is optimism is the activization of the civil society. Today we have business, government, private sector. We are discussing some topical affairs, particularly how the government may interact with NGOs and private business. We are paying more attention to that. We means government. Today, we can see the growth in the number and in the quality of various NGOs. They generate new thoughts. And another trend to my mind, 2019 was announced by our President of the Year of the Youth. And the trend shows that we have more and more volunteers in the country. The volunteering movement is getting more popular in the country, particularly environmental volunteers. They are growing more and more popular, and that makes me feel very happy. And of course, the present youth, the present generation shall be the catalyst of all those processes. Well, thank you very much, dear participants. Allow me to end our panel discussion. First of all, I want to thank the organizers, the speakers. I want to declare now that sustained development agenda is under control, under focus of our attention in the Republic of Kazakhstan. We are in continuous dialogue, both domestically and internationally. Of course, the implementation of SDGs confronts the present reality. Mr. Berish.
That's within the paradigm of the sustainable development. That's about SDG finance. And availing of this opportunity, I would like to call upon you, the state managers, to pay attention to the respective concept of the SDG. It is important to not just to declare the respective things, but to dedicate the respective activities regard to budgeting matters, the donors, and what we can dedicate and channel to the respective goals and what became a priority.
Follow the money.
As the head of state tells, we should follow them up in some other aspects. We should understand that respectively, and we should understand about the true priorities. Thank you very much for the participation in the panel session. All the best and good luck to everyone. Thank you very much, Rahim. Definitely, indeed, the conversation and dialogue was very much intense and informative. Thank you very much, dear participants. I would like just to announce the break. Sharp at 1400, we are going to see you here at 1400 sharp. We are going to have another very interesting discussion. Thank you.
Жылдың ішінде не істеуге болады? Дүниеге келіп, мектеп бітіруге, отбасын құруға, гитарада ойнауды және палау дайындауды үйренуге болады. 30 жылдың ішінде тәуелсіз Қазақстанның негізі қаланып, толағай табысқа қол жетті. Елдің жаңа мәртебесі айқындалып, төл валютасы енгізілді. Жаңа астанасы салынды. Мемлекет халықаралық аренада бейбітшілік пен тұрақтылықтың үлгісіне айналды. Ядролық полигон жабылып, ешбір әскери қақтығысқа жол берілген жоқ. Миллиондаған шаршы метр тұрғын үй, 10 мыңдаған километр жаңа жол, мектеп, университет, аурухана сияқты мыңдаған жаңа әлеуметтік нысан бой көтерді. Ішкі өнім мен табыс ұлғайып, өмір сүрі ұзақтығы мен сапасы бала туу көрсеткіші артты. Халық санының өсуі қамтамасыз етілді. Миллиондаған жаңа жұмыс орны ашылып, экономиканың сан саласында өндірістер іске қосылды. Қомақты шетел инвестициясы тартылды. Әрбір 7-ші ересек азамат жеке кәсіппен айналса, әрбір 3-ші жастың кем дегенде бір жоғары білімі бар. Ал балалар 3 тілді меңгерген. 125-тен астам ұлт өкілі бір шаңырақтың астында тату-тәтті өмір сүріп жатыр. Еліміз қолжетімді интернетті дамытып, банкинг жүйесін жетілдіріп, халыққа ыңғайлы цифрлық жобаларды жүзеге асырды. 30 жылда дәл осындай толағай табысқа жетуге болады. Бағындырар талай белес пен алар асу әлі алда.
Әлем қарқынды дамуда. Технологиялық ілгерілеу үшін металдар мен электр энергиясының түрлі көздері қажет. ERG әлемді осындай ресурстармен қамтамасыз етеді. ERG кәсіпорындары әлемнің 15 елінде жұмыс істейді. Қуаты кәсіпорындардың дені Қазақстанда шоғырланған. Компанияның соңғы 5 жылда елдің жалпы ішкі өнімге қосқан үлесі 5 триллион теңге. Қазақстандағы жоғары маркалы бастапқы алюминий және глинозем өндіретін алғашқы және жалғыз кәсіпорын ERG құрамында. Электр энергиясының 17%-ын ERG-дің электр энергетикалық активтері өндіріп тұр. тұр. Шетелге өнім өткізудің негізгі нарықтары Европа елдері, Қытай, Ресей, Жапония. Осы жетістіктердің барлығы біздің қызметкерлеріміздің еңселі еңбегінің жемісі. Компанияның басты құндылығы адам. ERG жердің және адамзаттың әлеуетін ұқыпты пайдалана отырып, өзіне сенім артқандардың өркендеуін қамтамасыз етіп келеді.
Что можно сделать за 30 лет? Родиться, закончить школу, завести семью, научиться играть на гитаре и готовить плов. А еще за 30 лет можно построить целую страну. Придать ей новый статус, ввести новую валюту, построить новую столицу. Закрепить ее имя на международной арене как синоним мира и благополучия. Закрыть ядерный полигон и не допускать никаких военных конфликтов. Построить миллионы квадратных метров жилья, десятки тысяч километров новых дорог, тысячи новых социальных объектов, школ, университетов, больниц. И сделать так, чтобы рос ВВП и доходы людей. И чтобы люди жили дольше, лучше, качественнее. И чтобы рождалось больше детей, и население страны росло. И открыть миллионы новых рабочих мест, и наладить собственное производство во многих отраслях, и привлекать потоки иностранных инвестиций. И чтобы каждый 7-й взрослый гражданин имел свой бизнес, а каждый 3-й молодой человек как минимум одно высшее образование. И чтобы дети говорили на 3 языках. И чтобы более 125 этносов жили в одной стране, мирно и дружно. И чтобы повсюду был интернет, развитый банкинг, мгновенные и удобные цифровые решения для людей. Так много можно сделать за 30 лет. И многое впереди.
Тридцать лет назад начался этот полет. Тогда страна начала свой взлет, в который тогда еще мало кто верил. Свой полет к новым горизонтам, новым рубежам, новым прекрасным свершениям. С каждым годом мы поднимались все выше, преодолевали зоны турбулентности, становились сильнее, вдохновляясь новыми мечтами. За эти 30 лет полета мы обрели крылья и веру в то, что для нас нет ничего невозможного. Это счастье, это восторг, это бесконечность. 30 лет. Полет отличный.
Мир стремительно развивается. Для технологического прогресса особенно нужны металлы и различные источники электроэнергии. ERG обеспечивает мир такими ресурсами. ERG работает в 15 странах мира. Особенно мощно группа представлена в Казахстане. За последние 5 лет вклад компании в ВВП страны составил 5 триллионов тенге. ERG – первый и крупнейший производитель глинозема и первичного алюминия высокой марки в Казахстане. Электроэнергетические активы ERG обеспечивают 17% всей вырабатываемой электрической энергии в стране. Ключевые рынки сбыта продукции за рубежом – страны Европы, Китай, Россия, Япония. Все эти достижения стали возможны только благодаря нашим сотрудникам. Люди – главная ценность компании. Так, ERG на деле воплощает свою миссию, бережно раскрывая потенциал Земли, обеспечивать процветание тех, кто на нас полагается.
Казахстан. 30 лет стабильности. 29% доля малого и среднего бизнеса. 25 место в рейтинге стран с легким ведением бизнеса. 22 квадратных метра жилья на человека. 20 золотых олимпийских медалей завоевали спортсмены Казахстана. Население более 18 миллионов человек. В 16 раз вырос объем ВВП. Более 15 тысяч студентов получили образование за рубежом по программе «Болашак». В 14 раз вырос ВВП на душу населения. Построено 13 тысяч километров автомобильных дорог. В 10 раз сокращен уровень бедности населения. На 6 лет выросла продолжительность жизни. 5 сотен новых производств запущено с 1991 года. В 4 раза выросли реальные доходы населения. В 3 раза увеличились объемы добычи нефти. На 2 миллиона человек увеличилась численность населения. Один елбасы.
Жаңа заман, жаңа түйткіл. Біз көрінбейтін жаумен алысып жүрміз. Виртуалды таласпен уақыт өткіземіз. Өткенді тарс ұмытып, ілгері ентелейміз. Сарғайып кеткен суреттерді қолға алмағаны қай заман. Асыл бейне, асқақ арман. Олар күні түні жұмыс істеді. Алынбайтын асу жоқтығына сенді. Алып зауыттың шағын шаңырағының іргесін қалады. Олар империя күйрегінде есеңгіреп, есі шықпады. Мемлекетте тұрақтылықты сақтады. Елді әлемге танытты. Жерді алтын тажалынан құтқарды. Халыққа өз тарихын қайтарды. Бар қиындыққа төтеп беріп, жаңа экономика қалыптастырды. Өміршең реформаларды жүзеге асырып, ен далада астанасын салды. Қателессе де, алған бетінен қайтпады. Біздің жақсы өмір сүруіміз үшін еңбек етті. Сөз қуған жоқ.
Қазақстан 30 жылда ордалы ел. Ел экономикасындағы шағын және орта бизнестің үлесі 29%. Бизнес жүргізуге ең қолайлы елдер рейтингінде 25-ші орында. Әр адамға шаққанда 22 шаршы метр тұрғын үйден келеді. Олимпиада ойындарында Қазақстан спортшылары 20 алтын медальға ие болды. Халық саны 18 миллионнан асады. Жалпы ішкі өнім көлемі 16 есе өсті. Болашақ бағдарламасы бойынша 15 мыңнан астам студент шетелде білім алды. Жан басына шаққандағы жалпы ішкі өнім көлемі 14 есе өсті. 13 мың километр автомобиль жолы салынды. Кедейшілік деңгейі 10 есеге қысқарды. Өмір сүру ұзақтығы 6 жылға ұлғайды. 1991 жылдан бері 500 жаңа өндіріс іске қосылды. Халықтың нақты табысы 4 есе өсті. Мұнай өндіру көлемі 3 есе артты. Халық саны 2 миллион адамға көбейді. Бір елбасы.
Новое время, новые проблемы. Мы бьемся с невидимым врагом и тратим время на виртуальные споры. Бежим вперед, совсем позабыв о прошлом. Но мы так давно не держали в руках пожелтевшие фотографии. Чистые лица, светлые мечты. Они работали круглые сутки и верили, что им все по плечу. Строили огромные заводы и свое маленькое счастье. Когда рухнула империя, они не растерялись, сохранили мир в стране и открыли страну миру. Избавили землю от атомного ужаса и вернули народу его историю. Они справились со всеми трудностями и создали новую экономику, провели важнейшие реформы и построили столицу в степи. Они ошибались и пробовали снова. Делали, а не рассуждали, чтобы у нас было то, чего мы достойны.
Бұл сапар 30 жыл бұрын басталды. Күмәнмен қарағандар болса да, біз асқар шыңдарға қанат қақтық. Жаңа биіктерді бағындыруға ұмтылдық. Жаңа белестерді, жаңа суларды алуға талпындық. Жыл өткен сайын біз биіктей бердік. Қиындықтарды еңсеріп, жеңістерге жеттік. Асыл армандардан шабыт алып, күш-қуатымыз арта түсті. 30 жылға созылған осы сапарда қанатымыз қатайды, және біз үшін алынбайтын қамал жоқ екендігіне сеніміміз артты. Бұл нағыз бақыт, бұл шынайы қуаныш, бұл жарқын бетбұрыс, сәтті сапар.
Уважаемые коллеги,
Dear colleagues, dear participants of the session, we are continuing the forum. We have the afternoon session. The sponsors of the forum are ERG company as well as the Center for Civic Initiatives Support. I would like to present the moderator of the third session, the Ecological Agenda in Kazakhstan, Problems and Solutions. She is Kamila Zhuzupova, head of the Digital Development and Public Relations of KTK channel. Please have the floor. Good afternoon, dear participants of the forum. I'm glad to greet you. And let me start with the session's activities. Definitely the topic, Ecological Agenda in Kazakhstan, Problems and Solutions, is relevant on the global agenda. In recent times, we discussed that in Kazakhstan, and definitely that requires many systematic actions and activities to develop the green economy. And today, during this platform, we have the possibility to discuss the things, update many activities. And I'd like to present, first of all, the speakers of the panel session, the Vice Minister of Ecology, Geology, and Natural Resources of the Republic of Kazakhstan, Ahmedjan Brimkulov, Rustem Kabjanov, Director General of the Association EcoGer, Toliba Adilov, expert of the Association of Ecological Organizations of Kazakhstan, Vera Mustafin, Executive Director of the Center Assistance to Sustainable Development. She's going to join us through the online means. Laura Malikova, she's CEO of the Association of the Practicing Ecologists, and Asad Suleymanov, Executive Director of the Coalition for the Green Economy and Development of G Global. Thank you for joining us and being available for discussing the topic. I would like to remind that we are going to have 5 minutes dedicated for each speaker, and then we're going to have the Q&A session. Now, for the first speech, I would like to invite Vice Minister of Ecology, Geology, and Natural Resources, Ahmedjan Brimkulov. For almost 2 years, we've been having the respective ministry, and this year also we had the new ecological code adopted that's going to be soon enforced, and we can summarize the respective, I guess, things and to know more about your tasks within your speech. Please have the floor. Thank you very much, Camila. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. Thank you very much for the invitation for today's forum. The ecological issues are of concern for the most population of the regions of the Republic of Kazakhstan. Now I would like to highlight a number of major issues as of now. So far, we are dividing our issues, problems into systemic ecological problems that are available almost in all the regions. Those are points related to the air pollution. And as per the monitoring activities of Kazgiramet, we have cities with very high levels of air pollution. It's also no secret that meanwhile we have the issues related to the solid municipal waste. The number of the respective sites that are as per the center and ecological norms are, as of now, unfortunately, 18% in their number. More than 80%, it means, of the respective sites don't comply with ecological and sanitary norms. Also, in the regions, we have local ecological issues. Those are Tukhla, Balka, evaporation site, Kosh Arata, waste site, and so on. If to have a look at the map of Kazakhstan, taking into account what cities we have the respective air pollution, there we can see as per the map again, those are mainly the cities where we have the concentration of large industrial enterprises, Temirtau, Karaganda, Zhezkazgan, Balkhash, Atrau, and recently Nur-Sultan joined the list as well. Due to that, the city is booming, increasing in size. The gasification is just starting. The automobiles increase in number, and that affects the air pollution definitely. As you just noted, the result of the respective activities in the last 2.5 years were signing in January this year of the new ecological code that's based on the principles of the OECD countries, and it would allow, as of now, to solve the matters that are considered so far as relevant and are available in the country. When we speak about the atmospheric air, the respective dumping activities, the soil pollution, there we speak definitely about the solutions of introducing the best available technologies. We suggest in particular to have the waste to energy technology. We plan to introduce the automated system of monitoring and so on. It is necessary to note that the ecological code is very much discussed, has been discussed a lot. It has been adopted under the support of the international organizations as well as representatives of the public of Kazakhstan. One of the novelties and one of the most serious norms that were reflected in the ecological code was basically the best available technologies introduction. Getting to them is an international experience. So far, the best available technologies are employed in the EU countries, in the countries whereas the ecological requirements are very high. Within the ecological code, the decision was made to have 50 largest enterprises getting to that practice as the first stage, and the enterprises, they so far have 80% of all the emissions in the country. First of all, those are enterprises related to electricity generation, mining organizations, oil and gas producers, and chemical industry entities. In regard to the deadlines, starting 2020, we already started the conduction of the technological and ecological audit. We're preparing the reference books for the best available technologies. The reference books should be ready until 2023. We also give 1 year for the respective transfer, and starting 2021, the companies, the organizations should employ the best available technologies. There they should get the respective comprehensive ecological solutions as per the reference books. It is necessary to note that the introduction of the best available technologies would allow us to decrease the respective emissions in terms of SO2 by 94%, and in terms of the solid particles by 94%, and 69% of NO2 should be decreased as well. That's about what we already have in practice from the countries who adopted that already. Meanwhile, we should understand, and we do understand, that that is a pretty big burden for the enterprises. Lots of financial resources are required for modernizing the activities, and in connection to that, the enterprises that introduce the best available technologies, we have the respective exemption from the respective emission tax. Meanwhile, the enterprises that don't introduce the best available technologies, for them, we envisage to have the respective emission rates to be increased thrice. And that's going to be in 2025, 2028, and 2031. Next one. That's about waste to energy. As of now, in Kazakhstan, we have around 120 million tons of the waste, and unfortunately, the figure increases year on year. The international experience demonstrates, and we already started and have studied the respective activities to be researched. The waste to energy, whether electricity or heat-based activities, are going to be implemented, given the example of the developed countries. So far, the representatives of the public have questions about the quality of the emissions, whether such kind of stations are going to provide with additional burden to the environment. In connection to that, within that draft law, came up with a focus that those stations or factories should be as per the directives of the EU Parliament as well as European Council in terms of the industrial waste and hazardous material waste. As of now, the law is approved. The ministry is waiting for the respective regulatory acts, and in the coming time, nearest future, we're going to speak about the auction to be announced in search for the potential investors that should implement those projects. Here, I would like to note that definitely those projects mandatorily will be discussed in the regions together with the public, as the clarification given regard to all the norms and regulations that are expected while implementing this project. The automated monitoring system, the norm is there already in the ecological code that's operational since 2007. However, the current ecological code has that norm as voluntary only, and it demonstrated that unfortunately it's not operational. That's why the new ecological code made a decision. We made a decision to that it's going to be mandatory, that all the first category companies starting 2023 will have to set up the respective automated monitoring indicators in their places, facilities, that first of all would allow us to provide with the primary trustworthy information, and that means that we should provide the population with the information what kind of emissions large enterprises have. Also, that would allow us to timely respond to the very faults that the enterprises allow, and to react and respond respectively against their respective breaches given the law. Next, the emission payments, the targeted use of the funds. As of now, around 80-90 billion tenge, given the emission taxes, are gathered, collected by the local authorities, given the regional budgets. However, unfortunately, not all the regions spent the funds for the environment protection actions. Indeed, we do understand that the money is not channeled to useless things, they go to social aspects, but nevertheless, we believe that those funds should be channeled to the ecological problem solution in the regions. The statistics demonstrate the increase in 2020 plan that 70% of the expenditures are going to be given away to the environment protection actions, but that's an average sum for the country. Unfortunately, there are still regions in the country where the figure is not exceeding 10%, and the environmental protection actions are given only a few months of sums. Those are just briefly the major points of the ecological code that allow us to solve the current ecological problems that are available in the Republic. Within implementation of the concept of the hearing state, the ministry taking into account that starting 2020, we have had the quarantine actions, events, and activities. We so far have conducted a number of online meetings with the public in the end of 2020. During those meetings, we had presence of around 25,000 people. During those public meetings, the Ministry of Ecology, together with the regions, developed, discussed, and approved 17 roadmaps, region by region, so as to solve the ecological problems that are available in the regions. As of now, that's just one of the examples, the city of Almaty. Region by region, we have the same roadmap approved. Basically, they cover all the ecological problems available pertaining to the region, the specific actions, the specific deadlines, and sources of financing. Meanwhile, quarterly, we have the respective schedules of reporting by regions approved. That's for the public to have the reports heard. And we have active participation also of the respective activists in solving the issues, and they monitor the activities of the local executive bodies, the respective other authorities while implementing the roadmap. I would like you basically to summarize also the speech. Fine, sure. Let me mention just two aspects. That's about formation of the ecological culture. It's clear that taking into account the quarantine cases and events, last year we couldn't have hosted many events. However, the action campaign Brigade Kazakhstan that was supported by the head of state as well as the ecological hour campaign would lead to the formation of the ecological culture. We believe so, and would allow us to enhance the cultural level of our population. And the last matter that I would like to cover here is the national project Jasal Kazakhstan. Given the instruction of the head of state, the ministry is developing the national project Jasal Kazakhstan that establishes the favorable conditions for the population's life and enhancing the ecological conditions. We plan to have the respective coverage of 88 cities and to decrease the respective air pollution in 22 cities. Here also we have the matters of ecological culture and ecological education, the matters of having 2 billion trees planted within beach. We have the activities started so far.
The next floor is given to Rustam Kabjanov. The next speaker, good day, dear colleagues. Thank you for the invitation to attend this forum. It is important to have the consolidation of all forces aimed at protection of the quality of environment and its condition. As you know, climate change problem is a serious one. It's a multilateral problem with a big list of open questions, and one big question is the climate change. So if we have to talk about the greenhouse gas emission, air quality in the big cities and in Kazakhstan and in the world in general. You know that in 2016, Kazakhstan ratified the Paris document by which we undertook to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 15% compared to 2015 by 2030. So also we are supposed to fulfill a number of actions in the industry, in dwelling and assets management sector, and a number of other sectors. All the emissions that we generate must be reduced to the maximum. The main share of emission comes from energy, heat power plants, They generate heat and electric energy, and the aggregate emission is approximately 40% of all emissions in Kazakhstan. In the last years, we've been actively building new sources of emissions in Kazakhstan. We need some new norms for the construction of such sources. Today, reduction of emission of gases compared to the startup year 1990 is not significant, and the emissions of the gases have grown up by 27%. So we can make an observation that there are periods when we see reduction in industrial activity and the periods when we see expansion of industrial activity resulting in more emissions. Today, the whole world is politically changing the attitude to carbon emissions. Many countries have designed the low carbon development strategies, and Kazakhstan is also designing such a strategy. We have a separate task force for the development of low carbon industry by 2050. Recently, there was a meeting headed by Vice Premier Mr. Sklar, and there we'll listen to reports submitted by our consultants. So today, the low carbon philosophy is being discussed and approved through numerous stakeholders, including non-profit and non-governmental organizations. So as I've said, to cut greenhouse gas emissions, we have already implemented several projects. Today in Kazakhstan, we have approximately 116 projects aimed at cutting the emissions. In 2020, we generated in excess to 3 billion kilowatt hours of green energy. So despite the fact that the target indicator for 2020, I mean green economy transition, has been achieved, the greenhouse gas share is still way too high. If to talk about our role in the resolution of these problems, be advised that this year we created the technical committee on the standardization of low emission facilities, and we offer to use the technical committee on low emissions as a platform for elaboration of various methodological considerations and new concepts, including the concept for the development of local content, as well as design of technology and methodologies aimed at helping our energy sector to introduce and commission more and more objects generating less greenhouse gas emissions. And that work must take into consideration all existing sources as well. We need to somehow reconsider and maybe strengthen our standards in this sphere. We must design new low carbon technologies. Kazakhstan has a tremendous potential for investments into that sphere. You probably know that the main share of greenhouse gas emissions take place when the heating season starts, and our heating season usually overlaps and coincides with the cold season of the year. And probably you can physically sense yourselves how the quality of atmospheric air deteriorates when we have the heating season. One of the trends in the development of energy is transition to gas, abandoning of coal generation. In the city of Nur Sultan, you probably know We have installed the main gas pipeline. So currently the local government is working to gasify the Nur Sultan population, particularly private houses and cottages. And together with Halyk Bank, together with Akimat of the city, we are currently converting some of the house economies from coal to gas heating systems. And I have my people deployed on the ground for propagandization of the gas facilities and gas-free equipment. So questions in general, I mean questions pertaining to low carbon development, in addition to some common humanitarian considerations, also have some economic foundation. The things that will be introduced in the country shall require some systemic reconsideration of the whole industry, and not only industry but business and governmental apparatus and its style of work, because today environmental reformation is being controlled by the Ministry of Ecology and Geology and Mineral Resources, and we think that other ministries as well as the economic governmental bodies should arrange for broader discussions on the topic to allow the business, to help the business transfer to newer, cleaner technology without sustaining deep shocks. Because I know today big companies like ERG, petroleum companies today are elaborating their own transition to low carbon development. So this particular initiative enjoys support from the business community. I think it's up to the government now to say its final word and probably give business some new instruments for the business to be capable of physically implementing the theoretical initiatives for the sake and for the benefit of the country. Thank you very much. In regards to greenhouse gas emissions, I'm giving the floor to the Association of Environmental Organizations of Kazakhstan, Tolibay Adilov. Well, thank you very much for invitation to this forum. For more than 1 year, we've been operating in the online regime, and now living, breathing communication is much better. So it's my great pleasure. And my family name is Adilov, not Agadilov, like you said. So I welcome all of us on behalf of all environmental organizations of Kazakhstan. I think that at the age of another jubilee of our independence, this discussion is very topical. You probably know that Aygul Solovyova is the chairperson of our alliance, and it was almost 40 years ago. And she talks a lot about the initial stages of our development. Today in Kazakhstan, we have 16,000 NGOs, and from year to year, we see the growth in the number of people who care, people who are capable of setting new trends in the NGO sector. Let's take a look at the people present here. Just one representative from a ministry, and the rest of the speakers are from NGOs. This is how we are growing more weighty, more influential. This is one of the most important achievements of our independence. I mean, professional pool of NGOs. Today, the civil society is the government and business's main partner. within the framework of the Trust Council and the Reformation Council and in all other public mechanisms and platforms for surveillance and monitoring of environmental protection. I know that in the Ministry of Ecology we have a public council which is pretty much active in the resolution of numerous problematic affairs by particularly adopting new laws and amending the existing one. Our environmental protection initiative requires people that care, people with active civil positions, civil spirit. They will be the helpers to the government. They will signal to the government when they identify problems. Our association has designed an interactive map of the monitoring of the condition of environment in Kazakhstan. There we have identified all problematic zones, and there we have a small section. We call it complaints. In the last year, we have received and accumulated almost 100 complaints that we have redirected to the ministries, bodies of the public prosecution, because we want those little localistic local environmental problems to be brought up to the national scale of attention. Active position is manifesting itself more often in our country, and population may become a reliable partner, while the hearing state philosophy could constitute the framework for a successful dialogue between the population, the government, and the business, strengthening the bonds between the business and the government in the sphere of environmental protection. To great unfortunately, not of our wishes were included into the new ecology code. For example, public control has only just one provision in the new environmental code, while we wanted to have a more expanded deciphering of the concept of the public control, of the approaches we want to apply to the public control, the targets and the mission of the public control. So unfortunately, our proposals were denied by the ministries and by the parliament. And I think in the nearest future, we are supposed to have the law concerning public control approved. Global ecologic challenges, air pollution, water pollution, all those problems have rules of their own, and our country is a part of greater global ecosystem. We want to be compliant to expectations of the global community in this sphere. We have ratified the Paris Climate Agreement. We have taken certain obligations by which we are supposed to cut greenhouse gas emissions by 15% by 2030. So our assessment shows, where am I here? So in the principle, be advised that we are failing to implement that obligation, and some radical steps need to be taken for us to fill in that gap. Maybe some modern technology will help us, and likewise the previous speaker has already said, renewables, alternative sources of energy are supposed to facilitate that process. Otherwise we will be those lagging behind from the global community. Basically, everything will remain in President's administration without physical implementation. Our association works together with international partners, US Embassy, and Konrad Adenauer's endowment. Today, we have the task force surveilling the quality of atmospheric air. In that commission, we have 25 experts, multidisciplinary experts, including the National Weather Forecasting Service. This is a serious methodological and scientific activity. However, that's quite an arguable issue because we don't always find common language with the ministries.
But I think that we're going to get to certain, I would say, solutions. The point is that our air pollution index, say 5, it characterizes only the pollution levels of SO2, NO2, CO2, and other ones. But PM2.5, that doesn't take into account that basically is accounted for in all the other countries of the world. In the world also, there are certain rankings of capitals and just cities in terms, other cities in terms of pollution levels. And this year, the city of Nur-Sultan had a leading position in those rankings. We also had our cities like Almaty and Uskemegorsk in top 10 lists. And in that regard, Kazakhstan is a bit more advanced figuratively in that ranking. We definitely would like to have the position of our cities to be much better. And if we are to take into account the respective world communities standards, including PM2.5, we would be able to demonstrate what our positions are on those things. In that regard, we're going to have adequate and similar conditions so that the world and us would have the same methodology in comparisons available. Next one. Under the association, we have a project group for greenhouse gas emissions in Kazakhstan, including eco-activists, specialists, and also we have Jasal activists drawn so far. The goal of the group is to integrate the activities of each and every site. For instance, Jasal would plant trees all across the country. All of them are going to be mentioned in the eco map. As such, we are also going to have the ecological trade for the respective quotes. We have such a mechanism. In the new code, in particular, there we have the planting of the trees mentioned as well. I hope that the system is going to be operational. Moreover, the president of the country made an instruction to have 2.5 billion trees to be planted, and definitely that would lead to the further decrease of emissions. I mean, the diminishing of the results of the respective emissions. Also, I'd like to take that we have a list that was established in 2008 by the ministry, and when we conducted an analysis for that, almost all the ecological problems in the regions remained as they were before. Just a few issues could have been eradicated totally. On a constant basis, also the association has the informational activities by having different awareness campaigns, ecological campaigns. Within the last years, we covered more than 100,000 people, 58 trainings, workshops, 9 trip fields to the regions of the ecological monitoring group. Last year, you understand yourself that due to the COVID-19, the activities suspended a bit, and this year we are planning to go respectively to some places, but we are being prevented oftentimes by the authorities again, and the pace is not what we desire. In the end, I would like to tell that in terms of the ecological issues in the country, we have many of such problems, many historical places, Aralsk, Semipalatinsk nuclear test site, desertification areas, deforestation areas. Moreover, we have many international obligations in terms of environmental protection. Basically, the ecological issues in Kazakhstan are basically, pretty many. Our association, meanwhile, unites more than 100 different organizations across Kazakhstan. We have many ecological narrow specialists, ecological activists, many ecological volunteers recent times. You not just work with the state, but closely cooperate with the state, the businesses to enhance the respective activities against deforestation, desertification, air and water pollution, waste pollution, and enhancing the respective culture. We had our many points, vision into the respective provisions of the ecological code. One of our suggestions was to 100% level to use the respective elements. We wanted to have the ecological payments to be paid not only to the regional centers, but into the budgets of the cities that are next to the respective pollution sources. Unfortunately, that initiative of ours was not supported, but we do hope that in the future we are going to have that rolled out anyways, basically. And I also would like to tell the following. Just right now, the ecological situation on our planet provides with many concerns, but we should admit that in the 21st century, we achieved a serious level of progress in terms of understanding the problem and providing the respective activities. Despite all the harm that we provided for our planet, we have pretty many chances to have that back. And I do believe that this platform would be a very serious, important one for adapting to the respective challenges of the climate in the country and across the globe. Thank you. Did I have enough time? Thank you very much indeed. Now we have the waste management issue now online through Almaty's office. We have Irma Stafina, Executive Director of the Center, Assistance to the Sustainable Development. She would share with her experience in terms of waste management and education. The floor is yours. Dear colleagues, dear ladies and gentlemen, let me first of all thank the organizers for the invitation and for the possibility to deliver my speech. I represent two NGOs, the Center for Assisting the Sustainable Development and Kazakhstan Association for Waste Management, KazWaste. For some reason, it's not changing. Oh, here we go. I would like to start with the global challenges and the position of Kazakhstan in those ones. The first one is the growth of waste management with the growth of the income of the population. And as per the World Bank estimates, we are on the upper middle economics level. And as you might see here, we are within 300 to 330 kilograms per year. And there you can see that the higher we have the growth, the higher the growth of the waste is going to be there most probably. And we do hope, nevertheless, that the circular economy introduction would provide us with a much less steeper growth. The second challenge is enhancing the coverage in waste management. Unfortunately, our indicators here are lower. That's around 70% respectively. That's at the level of lower middle economics. And I do hope that the incorporation of this estimate, the indicator, into the national project JASL Kazakhstan would be really beneficial. And we have that indicator in the green economy concept as well. And all of that would allow us to attain the 100% that are necessary for us in terms of the economic development level that we have. The next challenge is controllable burial of the waste or controlled disposal of the waste. Here we have the statistics, and most probably we need thus to decrease the number of the smaller sites that are 4,000 in number, a bit more than 4,000 in number, and we should construct the respective engineering sites. The process is still ongoing gradually, and that indicator is reflected respectively in the green economy move concept as well as in the project JASL Kazakhstan. That's very much valuable and important. In terms of the circular economy, all of us heard about that, but not all of us are aware that the circular economy has two cycles. One is related to the very products that become waste and that were those elements, waste elements that were produced by the industry, whether furniture, electronics, and so on. The second cycle, meanwhile, we have that reflected on the so-called butterfly diagram. That's related to the organic waste. In the first cycle, for instance, we have tremendous advancements, whereas 34% of industrial waste is processed. Meanwhile, only 15% of the municipal waste is there. But in the organic, meanwhile, we didn't attain good results. We here speak also about agriculture processing, food processing industries, as well as waste related after water treatment. All of that is there in the national project incorporated. And definitely we need to apply lots of efforts mutually. The state, the businesses, and the NGOs. Today we already spoke about the concept of low carbon development. That's a global trend. The waste management industry is not there standing aside. Definitely the biggest emission of the greenhouse gases, methane in particular, happens in the respective waste management sites. And while we have the process of having the organic waste thrown to the environment, there, first of all, we speak about, again, the agricultural waste, food processes. Definitely, we need to move along with other waste management processes that affect the greenhouse gas emissions. So as to overcome the challenges, we should take into account the tendencies, the new ones that are there in the world, underlining the world, as well as our industry, as well in Kazakhstan. The first tendency is about the increase in the waste management expenditures. The solution there can be seen by us in two directions. First of all, that's the increase in tariffs, not only for the population, but for legal entities as well, together with the support of the enterprises of the industry by the state, since our enterprises are SMEs in general. And now the new regulation, what our president mentions, from scratch, we hope it will be supported, respective launch of the SMEs, so as to solve the issue of collecting, transporting, and processing the waste. You know, SDG 12, that's the change in the model of consumption and production. We already heard today about the initiatives of the businesses in decreasing the waste production. That's about the changes in the models that we have. We work a lot with packaging, but we have sustainable consumption that is lagging behind. That's about the consumption of the population. And here definitely the biggest role is with the public initiatives, public organizations to attain that goal as well. An interesting trend is observed in the respective collection, separate collection. Again, that's not only Kazakhstan. The easiest way here is with the mid-size settlements. The villages and large cities, they have lots of complexities in that regard. And here I think we should pay more attention to the rural settlements, not only in terms of coverage in processing, gathering, collecting and processing, but also in having the respective system to be installed in those settlements. Also, I would like to note about the importance of the final disposal of the waste. It is known that each 10%, in addition to the respective processing, the expenditures, there are going to be more than 20%. That's why attaining 100% of processing is almost not possible. That's why we nevertheless hope for communications with the Ministry of Ecology as well as other governmental bodies on implementing the respective Article 301 and 351 of the new code. And there we can see the solution as installing the respective KPIs that are going to be higher all the time for this kind of waste, food and construction waste. That's the way basically that the EU adopted, and they thus have a very good level of progress in regard to those two types of waste. Also, we have a very good trend that we basically welcome, that's active civil society and population that would treat the waste respectively, and that we have many initiatives of the public and businesses. I'm going just to mention a few of them. That's Cash Waste Exchange, that's the respective marketplace. We have different education institutions.
And the process, the contractual process goes much better. The initiative that we call water waste energy that attracted the attention of the society to the problem of the cleaning of the wastewater, as well as sedimentary water pools. Today, the initiative is on the way, it's being developed. We call it the Plastic Processing Initiative. It was supported by the Coca-Cola Foundation, social projects, and this is some sort of a marketplace to unite some educational approaches for people to be aware of the transportation and utilization of waste as required by Article 301. We've already been discussing here. Also, we know that Target 12 has the provision, which is the generation of food wastes. In this field, we work together with the Russian organization dealing with the segregation of waste by types, and soon we will declare our educational initiatives. This is a big activity together with the Ministry of Environmental Protection in the sphere of green energy. In the month of July, we are supposed to have a big forum at which we will discuss the new initiatives. And a couple of words about the future waste management system based on 3D principle: decentralization, decarbonization, and digitalization. 3D. So what is it? Decentralization. Despite our personal wishes, today we see the decentralization of the waste management. This is the business that regulates itself and requires the new system of certification. We have already companies operating in the sphere. For example, Kainar, Kazakhstan, Kagazi, they recycle waste in their own facilities. This initiative also envisages the work of the asset management companies. Second part is decarbonization. We've already discussed it. Of course, it does facilitate the segregation of waste by type, as well as processing of organic wastes, and the reduction of CO2 emissions. And the third factor, it is digitization. This is something we cannot survive without. Here, the work takes place at 3 levels: at state level. The state, through its electronic databases, contributes a lot. We are looking at various registers, reporting systems, systems of monitoring and surveillance. The second level is the level of the companies themselves. They are supposed to have their business processes automated properly. And the level of the population, we're looking about mobile applications, helping people to produce righteous decisions, to segregate the waste by type, how to behave themselves properly in society. So again, I am extending cordial gratitude to the organizers of this forum for an interesting event, and thank you for your attention. Thank you very much. And the floor is given to Laura Malikova, chairperson of the Association of Practicing Ecologists. You are given the floor. Thank you very much. I thank organizers for bringing us together in such a complicated period of time. I'm happy to see colleagues in the online regime. Today we have the Day of Earth celebration. This is a big event, and such forums are important for us to realize what is being done by various organizations, what is the position of the government. So in general, our government understands us. We, in the past, submitted an address to the president about environmental problems. In 2019, the Ministry of Environmental Protection was restored. Then we worked on the new environmental code that was signed earlier this year, and it shall be introduced in effect starting from the 1st of July 21. However, we have a lot of problems in the sphere of recycling, aggregate problems, and I want to discuss some of these problems, air pollution particularly. Representatives of ministries have already reported how much taxes the government receives for the pollution of the environment. And unfortunately, in our legislation, we have the so-called environmental activity plan. Basically, the effectivity of projects is evaluated from the standpoint of money collected from each initiative, but we want to concentrate attention on other indicators. For example, how physically has the pollution of environment decreased? If to take a look at statistics from healthcare ministry, more than 60% of new diseases hit the lungs, the breathing organs of people. In Atyrau, in October, in Almaty, we have observed the growth of respiratory and oncological diseases. All those are problems coming from the deterioration of air quality, causing the deterioration of human capital. This is when we see the failure of the old principle, economy first, people in the second instance. Basically, let's take a look at the dynamic statistical picture of incidence of various diseases in the regions. The thing is, we pollute first and then we think what to do with people with diseases. This is not the righteous thing to do. Very often in mass media, we see various articles where environmental bodies are reflected as a magician capable of resolving environmental problems. So the thing is, we might have a situation when the enterprises shall be introducing the best technologies, but the volume of the emissions shall not be reducing. Many companies already have introduced the new technology, but the reduction is not taking place today. Today, we need to identify the target indicators, particularly by which volume are we supposed to cut our emissions. This is number one. Number two, we need to reconsider, rediscuss the methodologies of calculation of emissions into air. BM25, BM10, these are the new methodologies I'm talking about. Third thing, air monitoring. We need to increase the number of air monitoring posts. And in 2016, we commissioned some new posts, and those posts are commissioning the condition of air. And recently, the results of the research have shown that coronavirus may be transmitted through PM2.5 particles in air. That is why it's not surprising why Almaty and Atyrau are still in the red zone. Maybe that's because of unsatisfactory condition of air. Also, we need to transfer, likewise colleagues said, transfer to the index of air quality, which is approved and practiced in OECD countries. And this is the tool that will help us harmonize our standards with other member states of the organization. Another problem we have is the depletion of water resources, particularly in the cross-border rivers, for example, River Urals, where the volume of water has decreased by 2.5 times. In the river Ili, we are also observing the reduction in the volume of water. So eventually our agricultural programs may find themselves under threat of non-implementation. So today we need to run a full inventory of water sources and how they are used in various economic sectors. This information must be stored in public domains. Also, we need to recalculate and understand the water consumption inside the country. In 2016, in Kazakhstan, we introduced the expanded obligations of the manufacturers. Basically, you pollute, you pay. The manufacturer pays the utilization fee for a certain waste to be collected and recycled. But we can see that the utilization fee imposed on motor vehicles was defiant in the excessive quantity. So today we are talking about support to small and medium businesses, and recently a private businessman bought himself a Russian pickup truck, and the utilization fee charged on that pickup truck was 2 million Kazakh tenge. So today we have the situation when people cannot afford to buy new cars, they drive old cars and thus pollute the atmosphere. So maybe today we need to reconsider the volume of utilization fee charged on the motor vehicles. Let's take a look at the experience of the European Union countries. They do not have such a notion as protection of indigenous motor vehicles manufacturer. Also, we need to reconsider the fees imposed on the packing material pollution. Today, we are subsidizing the collection and the transportation of packing wastes. It is a good thing, but still, in general, as a separate type of activity, transportation and collection of waste from the packing materials is at dramatically low level in the country. Basically, today, we want to have that responsibility assigned to private operators. For the manufacturers like FS, like Carlsberg or Coca-Cola shall not have to collect and recycle their packing materials. It shall be done by smaller private companies, and thus we can increase the volume of the packing waste that we utilize. OECD have the so-called depository system in Sweden, in Germany. Probably you've seen these vending machines. You put an empty bottle into that vending machine, and in exchange you get your cash, your utilization fee. Also, the new environmental code has the utilization fee charged on wire. Today we have a new provision we call environmental wire, but we know that there is no such a notion as environmental wire, but those who were lobbying the law, they somehow proved that we need to charge the utilization fee on the wire waste. That may result in the increase in the cost of the dwelling construction, because we use wires in the construction business for the equipment of the new apartment block business. So we think that utilization fee charged on wire is not something feasible and something that needs to be abandoned. So a lot of problems, and I'm trying to communicate all those problems to the audience despite the time limitations. Next thing, waste to energy as a resolution of the problem of the growing volume of wastes. So we have defined 6 cities for the introduction of that technology: Aktobe, Atrau, Taras, Shymkent, Almaty, Astana, Nur-Sultan. So out of those cities, we think that Aktobe, Atrau, Taras, and Shymkent are not fully prepared to introduction of that technology. Why? Because they don't have the segregation of waste by types practiced. Also, today, a lot of criticism comes in regards to the problems of dioxin emissions because of the direct flaring, because waste to energy is not only direct flaring, this is gasification as well. So we're offering the ministries to reconsider that particular decision.
In case we have any ready to be used recommendations in terms of dioxins concentration, then we can provide the public with such information definitely. In 2016, we had the respective ban for spring hunting, and in 2021, that order was already gone, and now we can have hunting from spring this year. But as far as we understand, all of us, spring is time for love, for reproduction. We can hear the songs of birds, different kinds, and that's why I believe that the spring hunting should be prohibited as well, and we shouldn't really, in this case, harm the animals and to give the way for the reproduction. Also, we have the trophy hunting. That means that when we have hunters going for the best and the most beautiful species as trophies, we believe that such norms shouldn't be there. In principle, the fall hunting can be remained. However, spring hunting, we shouldn't give a go-ahead signal. But that also the Ministry of Ecology now actively pays attention to the development of ecological tourism. However, as far as we understand, they don't understand what ecotourism is. It's not a mass tourism element. It's not urban tourism. That's why, so as to avoid any kind of uproar, we should develop the single rules for that. But let us have that during discussion as well. Now I'd like to give the floor to Ashat Salman, Executive Director of the Coalition for Green Economy for Development of G Global. Hello, dear participants to the forum. I would like to tell about the cooperation between the state, public, and businesses. And I would like to tell that such kind of meetings are very much important for us to discuss these all together. We have an opportunity now to discuss them here in this forum. Thank you very much for the organizers. We would like to tell that the environment is a matter for all of us. We live in the same home, a home for everyone. The environment, the nature are our common issues. That's why since 2013, we've been having the respective activities related to the green economy matter after adopting the respective activities at the level of the coalition. The coalition for the green economy, I would like in that regard to stop on a number of issues. We are participants to the respective activities. Now, I don't have the slides changed. Just a moment. The Green Economy Coalition and the Coalition for G Global Development, they are for the respective development. Today's topic of the social partnership is very much important for us. This year in particular, we have around 20 projects implemented. Last year, we also had around 25 projects, and I would like now to stop on a number of projects that cover the respective matters of ecology to a different extent. Next slide. Since 2013, we've been implementing the project Coca-Cola Bilistera that's dedicated for training rural women in terms of conducting their own businesses, applying green ecological technologies. As of now, we have around more than 30,000 women that are covered by the respective workshops. Among them, 81 received the respective grants to a total of 10 grants for $4,000. And among 81 women, we have projects that are mainly related to resource-saving activities, water savings in particular, as well as other technologies in agriculture. Also, we have the project Aul Önemi, or the produce of the village, in 3 regions: Western Kazakhstan, Almaty region, as well as Akmola region. There also, I must tell that the project is dedicated for producing ecologically clean produce in Western Kazakhstan. That's about poultry. In Almaty, that's about ecological vegetable growing. And in Akmola region, that's about dairy production facilities. Also, a separate division that can be noted is that since 2018, we have been hosting the Rural Women Forum of Kazakhstan, where we cover different matters from employment to ecological matters, as well as the ways to solve them. Since 2019, we annually publish the book 100 Success Stories of the Rural Women of Kazakhstan. This year I plan to publish the 3rd one, the next regular one, whereas we gather the best stories from each and every region in terms of what the rural women achieve. Also this year, since the last year, to be more precise, given the coronavirus, we've been operating the farmer school website, where we train the people in ecological agriculture and the respective activities. So far, we have more than 3,000 people go on the training. With regard to the SDGs, we understand that in that regard, Kazakhstan has the respective room for expansion and promotion. And as an NGO for the 3rd year in a row, we've been implementing different types of contests and competitions. That's among rural women as well. That's there for 3 years. Also, we have a contest for the youth, whereas each and every youth can apply for the respective goals, their respective applications to become the respective spearheads of the SDGs in the regions. Also, we have the respective contest for mass media, the best article for SDG, the best respective publications, any radio or TV or press source can receive the respective awards and the respective monetary value from that. That's also about a network of green technology centers. In 2015, we had the first center established on our side. Then in the 7 regions of Kazakhstan, we established other green technology centers, whereas we train the people how to use those technologies. That's for different types of people from different categories. So far, I'd like to tell that around 10,000 people so far have been trained and have seen the technologies. Those are solar panels, solar collection, wind generation facilities. That's application of different water processing technologies. Also, every year we have the Green Office contest conducted. This year, we started for the 3rd year in a row the Green Office. Within that project, we conduct a number of trainings in the regions and receive different applications from different enterprises, state bodies. We have 10 categories for them and thus define the best offices that use green technologies in their activities. In general, I'm over with my speech. What was my point in that? The point is that today we have the representatives of businesses, state authorities, and I'm calling upon the businesses in particular to cooperate together. It is noteworthy to note that in the respective report of 2020, Kazakhstan had only the 65th position in terms of the SDGs. Despite the respective increase of 12 points, the country doesn't demonstrate good results in general and is there behind all the OECD countries except Armenia. Pakistan 52, Russia 57. Kazakhstan also is behind Azerbaijan, Georgia, Ukraine, and even countries like Ecuador and Cuba. We do understand that the unsolvable issues and problems are there. With us, many of them are there. The previous speakers mentioned many of the issues related to ecology. I'm not going to repeat myself. I just would like to wish success to all of you in the activities of the forum and fruitful, good relationships to build. So thank you, Askhad. Thank you, all the speakers for the respective points. We still have much of time, so as to cover the points. In general, it is also important to pay time to each of you so that you would speak about your initiatives. We mentioned the ecological code, and many times we spoke about what's done in terms of the new best available technologies. My question is, at what stage we have the respective development of the reference books? You already mentioned some deadlines that in 2023 they are going to be ready, but are there any draft versions so far? Are they going to be available for everyone else, for the public enterprises? Are they going to be approved and coordinated with organizations as well as public entities, since their participation is an important element as well? Because I'm asking that because we have a question, don't we have any risk of having that in case of a reference book is not going to comply with the respective norms, and if the enterprises are going to have any debatable matters? So can you discuss them until 2023, or are you going to put it as a fact and it's going to be just necessary to comply with the recommended reference books? Thank you very much, Camila. Indeed, that's a very relevant, important matter for us that we've been answering to and clarifying so far. The ministry, together with large enterprises starting this year, started having the large technological audit process so as to define the current situation, the very level of preparedness to get to the best available technologies that are available on our enterprises. Definitely, there are enterprises that have been that have been constructed 10 years ago so far. There are like 70 to 80% are compliant with the very standards that we have in the world. But meanwhile, there are enterprises that were constructed in 1960s, 1970s, and the modernization of which would require pretty much of finance and financial resources in general. Definitely, while developing the reference books, first of all, we're going to draw the representatives of the public, the representatives of the NGO and public organizations. Also, we're going to have the representatives of the businesses. With no presence of them, we can prepare definitely the reference books. They should be engaged because, again, the technologies and enterprise matters are known by them. First and foremost, we should wait 2023 until 1 July 2021. We should finalize the conduction of the respective technical audit, and in the respective period, we should start developing the reference books. It's clear that some of the reference books are going to be developed before year 2023. That process is going to be stage by stage. The public, the representatives of the businesses are going to be having that in a mandatory way. Access would be to the information for sure, and that definitely would be discussed with the widest coverage possible. Thank you. Economic, just let me add to that a bit. Yes, please. The point is that the International Green Technology Center has the respective Bureau of Best Available Technologies, and also they have a number of technical working groups in terms of the reference books. Meanwhile, for each and every direction, we have a specific separate working group. I'm a member of some of them. I'm just now considering the ecological one, but while considering the respective composition of the working groups, all of them are specialists in the respective areas. That's why to tell that the reference books would be there. That's going to be about the specialists choosing them. The discussion is open in an online form for us. Each person who needs to join would be available to have that. Well, just a clarification, when you're studying the respective reference books in the EU, they have been revised so far for the third time. So it basically doesn't mean that if you're going to have the reference books adopted once, then in 10 to 15 years, you're going to have the very same reference books. The ecological code has the provision to revise the reference books every 8 to 10 years. In case of having the technologies change, we can have the reference books either to make them stricter or less stricter, and to make them stricter towards the businesses as well. Basically, that's an ongoing, continuous process. In taking into account the requirements of the time and technologies, we can consider them fine. About the economic effect in terms of the best available technologies, how do we have that issue solved in terms of simulating the enterprises? Can we at all state that moving to those technologies and the respective changes wouldn't affect the final user process? Laura, maybe, may I? Again, if to speak about the economic part, what I already mentioned so far in my speech, preliminarily when we had the ecological code preparing, the respective biggest enterprises, industries, associations mentioned their concerns, analysis in regard to the cost of investments that should be there for getting to the best available technologies, since that investing should lead to reconsideration of some tariffs, of some costs that should be brought back to the enterprises.
That is why this is the backside of environmental development of the industry. Companies are ready to invest into those tools, but on the other side, they must know for themselves what particular instruments shall be permitted to them. Maybe some preferences on behalf of the government, maybe green investments, maybe some tax amnesties, some concrete things that already are being discussed before we switch over to those legal mechanisms. Basically, all those things that cut harmful pollutions and emissions into the environment. We need some clear rules of the game, because the preliminary calculation by business has been made available to us. It was not less than $4 billion US dollars. The technological audit performed by Environmental Protection Ministry is supposed to demonstrate not only the technical side, but also give the substantiation to certain expenditures, whether they were justified or not. So economic effect is possible, but at the same time, we must realize that it will inevitably influence the calculation of tariffs and the changes in the economy. If we are talking that we have market economy, if we want to introduce the market economy and we want to introduce certain new technologies, we must have it tied up together harmonically, and we need to think about the social implications and consequences. The report that is being prepared by foreign consultants envisages, for example, in energy, if we transfer over to gas, we will need to either re-equip the existing energy objects or build new energy objects. Everything must be taken into consideration in our long-term plans for the next 10 to 15 years. Laura, did you want to say something? Yes, in regards to the new schemes, in regards to your question, if we take a look at the experience of the discussion of the new environmental code, we had 113 individuals in the task force, deputies, industrial enterprises, other stakeholders. So basically those who were weightier in those discussion groups, they lobbied something favorable for themselves. So tomorrow we might have insufficiently elaborated theoretical manuals because official documents reflect the lobbyism efforts taken by certain lobbyist groups. So and now let's talk about the funding sources for the introduction of the new technology. If we take a look at the European Union experience when they were introducing those technologies into socially valuable projects, they were paying grants, paying credits. It was some sort of assistance from the government. But if we today confront the business against the society without some methodological support, that may result in the increase in tariffs charged for electric energy, water, and heating. And that may result in a social unrest. We have had an expert discussion on this topic, but the transfer to new technology must have certain governmental subsidies. Ahmedjan Abdijamilovich, Mr. Primkulov, let me answer about business lobbyists in the task forces. Well, let me tell you that some parties were active, others were passive, but talking about some lobbyist efforts in the parliament is not quite the righteous thing to say. The thing is, all participants were active in the course of preparation of the new code. When we talk about economic motivation, this is something that is on our agenda and on the agenda of the government. We do realize that companies need some additional measures of motivation, but at the same time, when today we talk about environmental protection plan, Laura made an observation that the authority in the sphere of environmental protection measures has some flawed systems of measurement of the effectivity of environmental activities. I want to show a couple of figures only: 85 to 90 billion tenge, plus every year companies spend 120 billion tenge for environmental protection activities. That is 200 billion tenge. And if we multiply it by 10 times, that will be 2 trillion Kazakh tenge that the companies could have saved and spent it for modernization of their process lines and technology. So this is not enough to save the money from reduced environmental fees. And today, big companies, in the last 10 to 15 years, big companies have been making money but not investing into modernization and environmental protection. So now is the time to pay for it. Municipal enterprises, asset management enterprises are the most problematic ones as of today, and in the ministry. So the tariffication question is the most sensitive one, and it's being discussed today. So basically, we do not want tariffs to be charged to common people. My next question pertains to polygons and utilization lagoons. These things always are under considerate attention. They touch upon the number of interinstitutional connections, control, and you've said that a lot of those facilities are not compliant to some environmental rules and standards. Sometimes we got impression that decisions made at high levels do not reach the regions. How do you resolve such problems with local authorities? So, of course, we understand that not 100% of all wastes are being recycled. You've been discussing all sorts of polygons, all sorts of storage facilities, waste flaring facilities. But if we talk about global experience, European Union particularly, they say that such plants, they do reduce the environmental risk. And those flaring units are totally different from what we are used to see in our country. Basically, our facilities leave the carbon track. So what is the principle under which our local plants shall operate? Laura says that some of our cities are not prepared to the construction of such plants. So will we not have a situation when we will have the low quality of the waste, and the quality of the waste shall not allow to produce a lot of heating energy? First of all, before selecting cities, we perform the so-called morphological selection process. We took into consideration the quantitative population, local specifics. The international experience shows, and we have it fixed legally, that before flaring, before recycling the waste, we must segregate the wastes by type. We're looking at 25 to 30% of the share occupied by waste. As the practice shows, as the international experience shows, in big cities, we can transform the waste into energy, into heating energy, and we can keep those plants operational and commercially feasible. Polygon is an urgent topic. Of course, the construction of the polygon today in the country is the function of local executive bodies, and we've been discussing this topic together with local akimats in a number of regions. Today, we are thinking about private-public partnership options for implementation of such projects, probably PPP in the sphere of waste transportation and waste segregation. I know that in some of the regions, the transportation tariffs are low. And second type of activity is the marshalling of those wastes as well as their processing. There are in our roadmaps, in the regional roadmaps, in each region we have polygons planned, and those polygons shall be built in the nearest 2 to 3 years. So of course this is quite a luxurious venture or initiatives, you know, embracing the whole republic with a series of waste management polygons in the matter of 2 to 3 years. How realistic is it? I do not know. Well, in regards to processing of wastes, in 10 years it is supposed to be 40%. Today it's 5%. How are we supposed to reach 40%? Today we are increasing the level of the marshalling and segregation of waste by type. Secondly, we are making more effective the processing itself because we've introduced the marshalling and the segregation by type. So today we can see the society showing the demand in industrial waste and other types of waste after segregation. So today we have companies that deal with collection, transportation, and processing of the waste. May I add, when this gentleman says something, I cannot be sitting idle. Waste to energy, let's talk about that. Realistically, in the EU countries, including Sweden, this is a popular novelty because they do not have their own energy resources. If we take a look at Germany, Austria, they are dependent on provision of gas from Russian Federation. That is why for them to cover the demand in electric and heat, they began to burn the waste. The waste is energy to them. But in our case, this is a purely environmental decision. Here, we're not flaring the waste, but applying such methods in the outcome of which we can have the biofuel. As to the flaring, the burning in the cities, why do we think that Taras, Aktobe, Aturau, Shymkent are not prepared to introduce such a technology? Because there is no segregation of waste at central level or centralized level. Even timely transportation of waste is not available in many of the cities. The plastic things that we can recycle. For example, GTI plant in Shymkent, they say they are missing 43,000 tons of raw minerals a year. Plastic and other waste can be the feedstock for that plant. So here we need to very considerately select cities, and we need to introduce a new technology only in those cities where we have waste segregation. Elena wants to add a couple of words, please. So again, I want to touch upon the local executive bodies problem. We have a good instrument at our disposal, the program of waste management, the regional program, as well as the roadmaps.
The comprehensive measures are okay in activities, but the program should have a holistic system described how everything should be. They should have their respective duties with the rural settlements so as not to have any illegal waste sites. We should have the respective loading stations. We shouldn't have the sites we have now. Definitely the activities with the sites, unfortunately, that is a cost-consuming part of the system. It cannot be put on the businesses, and the local authorities should find out the respective funds from their budgets, given maybe some transfers, green credits. The EBRD in particular are very much active in that now. The IIFC maybe can employ the green bonds, and definitely the local budgets should bear the costs. That's done that way all across the globe, and it's not possible the other way around. So unless the local authorities are not going to have the respective real, not formal activities, putting the respective money aside, then we are going to be really slow in that. The issue of control in the authorities, who should control that? The country, the rules of our country. Oftentimes, that's due to the lack of information about the construction of sanitary sites. We have respective calls from the regions. They have funds, they have the respective resources. They would like to be sanitary sites, but meanwhile, they don't know how to do that. That's why I have a suggestion to the state authorities. If you to publish a small leaflet or booklet, how to construct the sites and then to distribute them down to all the departments and accounts, it's accepted. We are ready for dialogue with Ms. Elen mentioned in terms of Article 1 of the code, then we are ready indeed to discuss those issues at any platforms, and in case of having any problematic issues, we are ready to find out mutual solutions. Thank you indeed. The questions are many, but from the near future is about that Kazakhstan loudly announced that we are going to get rid of the plastic by 2025. That plastic bags were the first points. To what extent we had that decreased, and do you have the market of the alternative types the respective resources available. Again, the packages, the bags are very much popular, the bags are popular, and is that true that in 4 years we're going to get rid of the plastic? As of now, in terms of the polyethylene bags, we have that matter on the agenda. The ministry signed a memorandum with large trade networks, chains, in terms of introducing respective payments. The international experience demonstrates that the introduction of payments decrease the use of plastic bags down almost to 40%. That's almost twice. Unfortunately, not in all the trade places we have the payments. In the places where we have that available, number of plastic bags used decreased twice. Right. Meanwhile, definitely there is an associated question. If we to prohibit those bags, how are we going to substitute them? In Kazakhstan, daily for statistics, we use 15 million per day, 15 million bags, plastic bags. That's the figure. But the market of alternative resource, the alternative bags is not developed. Yes, most probably we're not going to have that reached. We are speaking to the respective producers of all types of bags. Given the statistics, more than 50 to 70,000 bags they produce. I think Ms. Ilana would be able to provide with more detailed information. Let us answer that briefly. Would we be able to reach that by 2025 or not? The question here is what to ban. When we speak about polyethylene bags, international experience demonstrates that up to 7 microns, 5 microns, what should be there, Camila, again? We can't, again, clearly answer that by 2025 we're going to ban the plastic, since its use, as you mentioned, would lead to the increase of the socially important goods, since packaging comprises a respective share. Now we are speaking about the polyethylene bags only. Let me please, yes. The point is that in Nur Sultan, we have an enterprise that produces biological packages. And in comparison to the polyethylene bags, they are much more expensive. And the interesting point is that the enterprise is working, extending not given the orders in Kazakhstan. They, for instance, I had a big order to Moscow, to Georgia, and as far as I recall, to Ukraine or Belarus, a big one. They are maintaining and sustaining their activities due to those orders, not from Kazakhstan, but the eco-culture matter is a global point as well. Unfortunately, I have to conclude the session. We are a bit exceeding the schedule. May I have the final word, please? Very briefly, just a few words only. And I can drop you in case we don't have time. Sure. Now we have the new ecological code. The approaches are changed, but who would implement all of that? The country needs HR. We need to reconsider the system of producing, assessing the HR and the system. For instance, we don't have the engineer, ecologist profession in the official registries. Meanwhile, that's a very demanded profession. Taking this opportunity or availing of it so that we would have the classificator of professions to have the specialist, the engineer ecologist. Thank you very much, Laura. Thank you, that's very much important. Thank you. Many questions were related to the waste issues. Just briefly, I would like to tell that we need to consider, I think, also the issue that was mentioned, the biogas facilities, setups that would solve the issues of small towns, whereas we also have really big amounts of waste and gas facilities. Besides generating energy, would be providing good fertilizers for agriculture. That's why I would like to take that into account as well. Thank you very much. I would like to thank all the speakers for the discussion. Indeed, the conscience of the people is changing, especially among the young people who are going to live here in the future. The priority is there, the country is there, the matter of ecology is just the same one for us. Again, we are at the very beginning of the past, and I would like to believe that in the future we are going to have a much quicker adoption of it and much more reliable. Thank you very much. Thank you.
30 жылдың ішінде не істеуге болады?
Спасибо большое, уважаемые.
Thank you very much, dear participants of the session. Indeed, it was a pleasant one, and it is very much important indeed to have the issues of environment raised at such large platforms, and it is very much pleasant that here we have pretty serious matters discussed, and we have the possibility to speak out for representatives of the state authorities as well. And we, as the organizer of the forum, welcome in particular such kind of really intensive discussions. We would like indeed this platform to become a platform of dialogue, the real indeed dialogue platform, whereas the civic society, the representatives of the NGOs would be able to express their own opinions. We do hope that the very same decisions adopted here would be realized indeed. Just in a few minutes, we are going to start with the first session in terms of the human rights observation in the sustainable development. All of us are aware that the human rights are paramount in the respective area. Until 2030, the UN underlines that within the preparation and implementation of the SDGs, the human rights should be incorporated into the country's policies and practices. In just a few minutes, we are already going to have the respective connection with Almaty. In particular, now I'd like to invite the guests to this audience. Please, Ms. Natalia, please have your seat. We are going to have a very interesting session. Just a few minutes again, but again, you can proceed. You can proceed, please take your seats. Now we are waiting for the connection with Almaty. In case we have it, please turn it on.
Буквально несколько.
Just again, a few organizational minutes to wait. Once again, I would like to have the participants and the moderator to strictly observe the schedule we have. Since the panel sessions are many today, all of them are very much interesting, all of them are very much relevant, and I think that in particular the sessions would help in particular the realization of all the important decisions that we have raised today. Now I'm going to give the floor to the studio in the city of Almaty. Rogo Figar Ivanovich, we have him as Deputy Executive Director of the Nursultan Nazarbayev Fund, the member of the Venice Commission of the Council of Europe of the Republic of Kazakhstan. Mr. Igor, can you hear me? Yes, we can hear you well. Yes, we can hear you well. All the best to you. Thank you. Good afternoon, dear colleagues, dear participants of the forum, dear ladies and gentlemen. Indeed, the topic that we are going to consider today is very, very much important and relevant. And I would like to remind you that the Constitution of the Republic of Kazakhstan, the author of which is, as you know, is Nursultan Nazarbayev, sets the Republic of Kazakhstan as a democratic, legal, secular, and social state, the highest values of which are the human being, their rights, freedoms, and life. And given the conditions that we have today, the conditions of the pandemic, the very measures that we are forced, the state is forced to have, limiting certain rights and freedoms of the human beings, the citizens, given those conditions, to discuss the very matters related to securing the respective constitutional rights and freedoms are extremely important. Moreover, if that takes place in the respective agenda of sustainable development. Today, we have a very interesting group of people very interesting audience that's present here, the speakers. First of all, I'm going to introduce them all. We have the first Vice Minister of Labor and Social Protection of the Republic of Kazakhstan, Mr. Ahmadi Sagbasov. He had to be with us. We had to have the minister, but for the respective reasons he can't attend the meeting. We have Natalia Pan, the Vice Minister of Justice of the Republic of Kazakhstan. We have Elvira Azimova, the Commissioner for Human Rights in the Republic of Kazakhstan. Here on the screen, I can see Mr. Jörg Podelka. He is the head of the representative office of the German Society for International Cooperation, GIC, in Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan, and famous renowned lawyer in administrative law, Roman Podoprigora, the Doctor of Legal Studies, the head of the Research Institute of Public Law of the Caspian University, as I already mentioned now. Indeed, given the very extreme conditions that we have now, our society is now, the whole of humanity, I would say, the matters of human rights is extremely important, paramount, and one of the most vulnerable areas there is the area of labor, social security of the human beings. And that's why let us listen now to the person who represents the state authority that is in charge of observation of human rights in terms of labor relationships, social security and protection. So now I'd like to give for Ahmadi Turbasov, the first Vice Minister of Labor and Social Protection in the Republic of Kazakhstan. I would like our speakers to strictly observe the timing, but taking into account that we are already a bit late, let us consider that 10 minutes would be the maximum amount for us, and the briefness would be welcomed. Please have the floor. Thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon, dear colleagues, dear friends, dear participants to the forum, dear Mr. Yuri. First of all, let me thank Ministry and personally to be here on this forum and express our own ideas, share information, and the very measures that, as of now, we adopt through the ministry.
Through the prism of sustained development goals, our ministry has been assigned to people with 5 targets. So allow me, through the prism of those targets, explain all main activities of the ministry. So in general, I wanted to tell that despite the fact that last year was a complicated one, the pandemic year, the constraints we fell under, at the same time, we see the positive dynamic picture in the labor market, 10% growth in the profits of the citizens. Social obligations of the government have been fulfilled to full. All base pensions and allowances have been adjusted to reality, including payments from the social insurance fund. Separately, I wanted to tell us that we adopted a package of anti-crisis measures, including financial support payments. We paid approximately 500 billion Kazakh tenge through the social insurance fund, 28% growth in salaries for people working in the social sphere and governmental officials, additional instruction was coming from our president for our citizens to be capable to extract their pension accumulations from the pension funds. Of course, we have challenges, we know them. Those are, first of all, such questions as the high level of informal labor relations in the labor market, demographic pressure, which is of burden on social provision and pension payments, digitization, of course, growing expectations of the population. All those questions today fall under our auspices, into our auspices. As to SDGs, let's talk about target number 1, that is eradication of poverty. I want to tell that we have high ambitions for the eradication of poverty, and we are implementing the state program by which we pay grants, social alliances. We supervise and monitor the families in the condition of poverty. We identify such families, then we calculate their needs and demands and think about steps to liquidate their poverty. So currently we are improving our minimal social standard basket as to separate categories of citizens. For example, handicapped citizens, we are acting under the National Plan for Prosperity of Citizens, and currently we have a plan for handicapped citizens separately, currently under discussion in the Parliament of Kazakhstan. And also the president has given us certain instructions, that is the joining of Kazakhstan to the International Convention protecting the rights of the handicapped people and a number of other initiatives. As to facilitation of employment, of course, our ambition is to provide not less than 1.2 million individuals with employment, if not employment, then some social services. And for that, we are implementing a number of state programs, Yengbek, which is labor, and the roadmap for development of employment and involvement of broader masses of populations into employment. Everything is included into regional maps, regional KPIs, basically, of local governments. So all those measures will help us to more effectively resolve the existing problems. Another problem is the transition from the market of diplomas to the market of qualifications. This is the new principle we want to implement in the nearest 2 years, and we're now preparing the philosophy of a new professional qualification draft law. If to talk about other scopes of activities, we are a control body of the government, and when we talk about liquidation of famine and hunger, I do not want to dive into details of the agriculture. You can see from slide, the ministry is working actively. We are currently designing a new national project, development of agricultural complex in Kazakhstan. The next slide is the healthy lifestyle and prosperity in any age. For that, we have a special program supervised and monitored by the Ministry of Healthcare. Here you can see the tasks they have spotted for themselves. Next slide is education, good quality education. So here we have separate state programs, educational development until 2025. We have adopted a new law concerning the status of a teacher or a lecturer. Basically, we're focusing on all stages of the educational process. We work to increase Kazakhstan ratings in various international educational rating systems. Next slide, please. In regards to gender equality and empowerment of women, on our behalf, we are conducting proper types of activities in the sphere, increasing the increase of the number of women in the labor market. Today, the share of employed women is as shown on the slide. The quantity of women that became parts of relevant state programs is also shown on the slide. Of course, we got problems in the sphere of women's unemployment, but this is currently under the auspices of the Future National Project, which is the facilitation of employment in the Republic. So in future, everything will find resolution there. Separately, I wanted to talk about improvement of labor legislation. For example, we want to make the new lists of professions that impose constraints on participation or involvement of women in such professions. So we're currently reconsidering standards, industrial norms, regulations. So eventually we are supposed to have the new list of professions in which women are present. So I avail myself of an opportunity to tell us that when we protect the social rights of our citizens, we are currently contributing into the drafting of the new social code of Kazakhstan. We have prepared the philosophy of the new draft law. Our ministry has prepared that philosophy, and we want to have proper social and economic conditions in the country that would allow our citizens to protect their social interests and exercise their social rights. For that, we need to modernize social support to families. We need to once more legally establish the framework for human rights and interests. In general, we think that the new code will allow us to create the uniform source of knowledge and awareness for our citizens about their rights and obligations. We want to embrace more than 5 million families with the system of monitoring of social obligations of the government. So these are our tasks, and we anticipate that when we implement those tasks, we will achieve all strategic indicators presumed in the development plan until 2025. Thank you. Thank you very much, Madia Dilovich, for very interesting information. I think it will cause a lot of interest among forum participants. Let's agree on the following organizational issue. I have a small hope, I would call it, a small hope that we will compress the contents of our presentations. We will make them shorter. We will save the time. That's why if anyone has questions, you can submit those questions to organizers. They will make it available on my smartphone, or they will print it out for me. Participants of the forum, those who are in the online regime, you can ask questions verbally, or you can make your speeches. So questions to our speakers shall come later. The next speaker is Vice Minister on Justice, is Natalia Vissarionovna Pan. I approximately know what she will be talking about because a lot of my colleagues have been keeping track about the parliamentary discussions during which the said lady was reporting on a new initiative for many post-Soviet countries, a new legal act that we call Administrational and Procedural Code of the Republic of Kazakhstan. Natalia, you are given the floor. Thank you very much, Igor Ivanovich. First of all, I wanted to express the gratitude to the organizing party for giving me the opportunity to talk and make a presentation to discuss the innovations we are introducing to protect the rights and to ensure the social sustainability. So protection of the rights of citizens in day-to-day life. You probably know that in legal disputes between the citizen and the government, the two sides enjoy unequal conditions. incomparable conditions, I would call it, because the government with its intellectual resource and all assets on one side and the common citizen on the other side. That was highlighted by the president in his address to the nation. And after that, we had to introduce a new administrational procedural code to come into effect soon. This is a brand new document. It embraces certain novelties, for example, the guarantees allowing the citizens to take part in decision-making process, as well as mechanisms for the protection of the rights of citizens in the course of disputes with superior instances. So today we have two parts, admin procedures and admin judicial system. As to regulation of admin procedures, we have the following provisions for them. First of all, we have such a notion as the admin body. What is it? If you don't have a state subject, for example, notary chamber, Altameken, private marshals, Bureau of Lawyers, basically those who protect the rights of the citizens. But at the same time, the rights of the citizens must be guaranteed and protected by governmental and non-governmental subjects. Secondly, we are introducing the new principle of protection of person from potential power abuses. For example, the principle of the rights priority says that in case there are certain things that are not clear, the things shall be resolved in favor of citizens. Also, we have the so-called procedural guarantees providing the so-called feedback with the citizen. Basically, the governmental body must listen to all arguments and facts so to reduce the hearings and all the associated processes. Another thing is the canceling of the court verdicts. Our citizens must be assured that court verdicts must be logically complete, clear, transparent, and undoubtful. That has been highlighted when the code was discussed in the parliament that pertains to the allocation of land to common citizen. The code has the so-called mechanism for pre-court discussion of certain disputes. We are talking about mechanisms that will allow us to resolve disputes before the court.
Their respective claims processing would be rapidly done, 20 days, up to 20 days. That's a big advantage, given what we have in the litigation cases now that would lead to have less legal costs. Basically, that institute, also the institution is compliant with all the respective recommendations of the international organizations. The administrative justice proceedings, there, the code strengthens the activities of the court while gathering proof. And now we have the respective civil case proceedings where the respective sides are not equal and the current conditions don't take into account the respective imbalance between the parties. The court would take into account the objective proofs. Also, we are going to have the respective control over the respective judicial acts so as to have the timely implementation of the requirements of the court of law. We have the notion of having the respective fines. While developing the code, we discussed that with scholars and experts at different platforms and received respective positive conclusion of the Venice Commission of the European Council of Europe, and definitely also that required the respective activities from the state apparatus and the citizens. Starting July 1 this year, the current administrative courts are going to be renamed into specialized inter-regional courts for administrative cases, and we are going to have new administrative courts that are going to solve the issues between the state and the entities in state activities. We have lots of legal campaigns, awareness campaigns. We have the respective education for the public employees. And I believe that starting 1 July, we are going to have the activities info and the introduction of the institution of the administrative justice will provide with the new impetus between the state and the public. That's it. Please, thank you, Mr. Igor. Thank you, Natalia. I think that the lawyers and experts did understand the whole revolutionary approaches of the new notice. Again, we now would have the citizen that's always right, and the burden of proof would be up to the state authorities. And I think that should be of interest for our human rights organizations and citizens. I believe that there are going to be more questions about that and that we are going to come back to that point. Now I would like to give the floor to the person who basically is responsible for the whole human rights activities in our country. That's the Commissioner for the Human Rights in the Republic of Kazakhstan, Ms. Elvira Azimova. As you know, due to the constitutional reforms conducted based on the initiative of Yelbas in 2017, the institution of the Human Rights Commissioner became a constitutional institution. Now let us listen to the main human rights activist of Kazakhstan, Ms. Elvira. Please have the floor. Mr. Victor, thank you. Mr. Igor, thank you very much for this. As you mentioned, the main person, but in fact, I would like to come back to the very thought you mentioned at the very beginning about that the highest values of the state are the human being, their life, rights, and freedoms. In that regard, in fact, all of us are law keepers to a certain extent. And what Ms. Pan mentioned on behalf of the Ministry of Justice in that regard, in regard to their respective novelties in legislation, once again proves that this topic is relevant to all the state authorities, law enforcement agencies, the Commissioner for Human Rights, and only our mutual activities will provide with respective effects, since we can hypothetically speak about many values or necessities, but when we specifically face faults and breach of law, we can see what the potential consequences are oftentimes. And again, we should take into account the respective activities. What we have in my mandate, as well as in the mandate of the NGOs, and as well as certain citizens who take such kind of missions for themselves, that is about preventing such kind of cases. That's about preventive activities first and foremost. Overall, first of all, I would like to thank the organizers of this very forum for having such a meeting, since indeed its idea is very good and it is conducted for the first time. The Social Projects Forum is conducted for the first time. Indeed, that's a platform that allows the representatives of the civic society to have such partnership conducted with the state authorities, the Commissioner for Human Rights, and businesses. They're here, they receive the respective messages from the official representatives and provide themselves, meanwhile, the respective trends and signals in terms of what the situation is and what the requirements of the population are. In particular, the NGOs, the citizens, they work down in the field. They first see and meet and face what the citizens of the country want. I would like to tell about that in that regard. As of now, as you might know, the Senate of the Parliament started developing the respective draft law for the Commissioner on Human Rights. In general, that is compliant with the recommendations provided not only by the EU and by other international organizations. Mr. Igor, at the beginning when you were introduced, it was told that you are a member of the Venice Commission, the consultative body of the Council of Europe. Meanwhile, Kazakhstan is a participant to the Commission since 2012. That's why I would like also to tell that the Venice Commission has 25 recommendations made. That's a very important document that's called the Venice Principles that set forth the major standards to define the respective mechanisms. The point that the Commissioner of Human Rights is operational definitely is there, and we don't have that mentioned. The administrative code would have been mentioned by the previous speaker, despite that the disputes are public and that they pertain not only to personal claims, but collective ones as well. I think that's just a matter of the coming time. Only the Commissioner of Human Rights or any other ones, any other commissions with the special mandate, the Commissioner for Children's Rights, the Business Rights Commissioner, the Insurance Ombudsman, the Banking Ombudsman, so that they can be such kind of figures that would be providing the respective signals in terms of the public legal activities and relationships to the state authorities so as to avoid a situation whereas such kind of disputes are being litigated. Again, if we can remove such kind of things before getting to courts of law, that's a paramount thing. That's one of the indicators of the SDGs in terms of the supremacy of law in particular. I would like also to mention one of the most important events for the participants of the forum. That's a pretty good initiative started recently. The most important thing is to be active in that and to provide with respective suggestions. That's about the draft law on amendments into the voluntary charity and public social orders. The draft law of the ministry now was provided for the further confirmation by the state authorities. The project is available for studies to provide comments on the respective informational resource of the open regulatory acts starting 1 April 2021. I also would like to tell that in terms of the social projects that potential are considered as the final result of this very forum in terms of the vacancies, job fair, and that would be the major subjects of such kind of social projects. Definitely to look at the draft law would be very much important because now the first edition is about the focus on the state orders, social orders, but for us it is very much important, I believe, for those who deal with the human rights legal activities in terms of the understanding that a more effective tool for protecting the human rights would be constructive dialogues and partnerships. That's why from those points of view, a potential interest towards the idea, it is very much important to consider this project since we have the notion of strategic partnership, the importance as well as the possibility to have respective agreements, documents signed, grants, long-term and mid-term ones. In that regard, definitely we have a question emerged then. In what ways that strategic partnership is going to be conducted, and to what extent that's going to be transparent, and to what extent each NGO or any other representatives of the non-commercial sector would be having opportunity to participate in such a selection of the social projects that would comply most with the population's needs. It is very much important definitely here to remember the instruction of the head of state that was mentioned recently about publication of the indicators of the Human Development Index. He just mentioned the indicators that were approved by the respective Supreme Commissioner's Office for Human Rights. Those are 4 indicators. In fact, if we consider them against the 17 SDGs as well as the human rights indicators, in certain ways they correspond. And here then we have a question to what extent we can effectively first to balance and integrate them? And secondly, what should be in the content of that? Since any project, whether a road construction project or a project related to construction of certain facilities and so on and so forth, in the end, the basis is interests and human rights. So again, if no interest like that, if no accounting for such kind of needs, then such kind of issues based on the recent cases when we had, for example, the negative assessment of the transport infrastructure in one of the regions and other economic projects. There we can see that to a certain extent, if we to track those matters, we had a high level of claims of the citizens who raised the matters as well. That's about a lack of discussion for those projects. In that regard, definitely on my side, I believe that those matters, the solution of introducing the respective assessment for the human rights and having them to a more practical level, it is very much important. The representatives of the state authorities definitely would understand the things better, and they would provide with the respective constitutional guarantees provided that was mentioned at the very beginning. The Article 1 of the Constitution of the Republic of Kazakhstan that sets forth the human values as the highest ones in the state. Thank you. Ms. Elvira, indeed, you reminded the Venice Commission of the Council of Europe. I might tell that at the beginning of 2010s of this century, the Venice Commission had a specific decision made for Kazakhstan, whereas it recommended the respective constitutional status to be given for the institution for the human rights. Nursultan Nazarbayev, our first president, when we started speaking about the constitutional reforms in 2017, persisted that that suggestion of the Venice Commission to be implemented. Indeed, what you mentioned so far is extremely important. It is about how to correlate the individual rights as well as collective and public rights, their interests. For example, my right to move freely, to walk in the parks, and to self-express, to wear masks. For example, most probably you paid attention that with Almangilde, we are having no masks because it's not because we are neglecting the sanitary norms. We just had the PCR test and vaccinated. I wish the same for you. And so, dear colleagues, we are getting to listening to the next speaker. Again, it is very much interesting for me. Maybe, you know, now we had the speech of Natalia first, who had the respective activities in the parliament and was discussing the administrative code draft law. Meanwhile, Zhumagildi Sakenovich, from the very beginning to the end, was the reporter about the criminal code of the Republic of Kazakhstan.
So it's my pleasure to present this individual, Yelubayev Zhumagildi Sakenovich, chairperson of the Chamber of Legal Consultants of Kazakhstan. Today, we've been talking a lot about the importance of support to human rights, about human rights. So Mr. Yelubayev is the person who is in charge of a structure that consolidates lawyers operating in the economic sphere, basically where the rights of businessmen, the rights of people who encounter businesses in their lives are discussed and reviewed, and he's well aware of the situation there. Mr. Yelubayev, you're given the floor. Thank you very much. First of all, thank you for the invitation to the forum. It was my pleasure to attend it because all the items discussed today are pretty much close to myself. Today, I'm running low on time. So my presentation is dedicated to the protection of rights and legal rights of the lawyers. So you may ask a question, what is it protecting the rights of the lawyers? And this is something that we need in our country for the sustained development of Kazakhstan, in which an important element is the observation of interests of future generations. So if we take a look at our state from the standpoint of a lawyer, we have a big legal market in the country, the development of the country, the development of society, of the power regime, of economy is not possible without legal support. That is why our legal market is big. A certain portion of legal market is dedicated to the government, legal services of the state and quasi-state institutions I'm talking about, and lawyers who contribute into the development of economy. According to the law concerning lawyers' activities, today we have advocates and legal consultants. And for both categories, we have separate chambers, individual chambers of advocates and chambers of consultants. In the last year, when we were preparing the draft law concerning amending the law concerning legal workers, divided the legal community into two parts. The majority were against some of the provisions in the new draft. Of course, the protection of lawful rights of the lawyers themselves constitutes an important element of the whole development of the legal system in the country. Today, we are concerned about the access to advocating activity. This is done by means of licenses issued by the government. This is not very much in line to international practices to which we very often refer, because the certification of professional activities must be done by professional organizations. Why did this problem become such acute? Because in last years in the courts we have cases in which regulators were demanding the revocation of certain advocating licenses and certificates. So this is when our lawyers had their professional rights violated. Of course, each country has its own system of regulation and self-regulation, but our firm opinion, for the sake of sustained development, for the sake of future, the state has to abandon that flawed practice. The licensing must be done by professional organizations, not the government. As to legal consultants, 2 years ago, we introduced a new legal institute, the Chamber of Legal Consultants. I took part in the elaboration of an appropriate legal draft. We actively promoted the concept of legal activity as a self-regulated venture. We need to have a professional organization that would be responsible for establishment of uniform standards and rules of engagement. So basically, that raises a number of other problems. I mean, rendering of good quality legal services. That is as well the literate and the proper legal support, basically for the lawyers to avoid supporting corruptive offensive. We need a certain professional organization, and we have it. This is the Chamber of Professional Legal Consultants. When 2 years ago we were beginning to draft the law, we wanted to have a uniform organization, but the regulator did not support our position. They raised the issue of multiplicity of professional organizations. That is why today the Ministry of Justice has registered 86 professional associations of legal consultants. And we know how those associations work like, and I can say openly that 1/3 of those 86 associations is not compliant to legal provisions and requirements. Why? Because we don't have uniform rules, standards, and rules of ethics. Each professional association establishes its own rules. Of course, those rules are pretty much alike, but they're not uniform. That is why today our objective is to unify the institution of legal consultants. We need to have a uniform all-national chamber of legal consultants, and that must be a voluntary body. We need to have the mechanisms that will encourage the lawyers to voluntarily unite. However, the last draft law does not provide such a requirement. We wanted to have the mandatory membership in professional associations, but the legal community was against it. And the law was accepted. This is a flawed law. It says that the Republican chamber may be created in accordance to the principle of voluntary acceptance. But how do we do that? We have a great number of professional associations, and this is to the merit of some of the deputies of the parliament and the lobbyists, as well as people in the Ministry of Justice. I do not know how the legal market shall develop from now on. So when we talk about the protection of lawful rights of the lawyers, I want to tell us that in Kazakhstan, we still have not designed anything new. Today we have the Ombudsman for Human Rights. We have international treaties. In all of those things, the most imperative thing is the independence of the lawyer. If an independent lawyer means highly professional lawyer, a lawyer who is compliant to certain requirements, the lawyer who can protect the citizens and legal entities. Effective lawyer, this is what I'm talking about. If lawyers are not independent, what we want to achieve shall be next to impossible. You probably know that the corruption situation is bad in this country. Why does corruption take place in private and quasi-state organizations? Because they do not have the effective and professional legal support. Lawyers supporting certain businesses at all times must be capable of saying, no, this is the end, you cannot do that. Second factor is the superiority of law. That is self-explanatory. And the third factor is the level of academic education of the lawyers. At one of the public meetings that took place last year, I heard from a person from the education ministry that Kazakhstan has 400,000 legal graduates. In Kazakhstan, we have 71 universities that train lawyers. So why do we need 71 legal institutions, academic institutions? Many of such institutions are not properly professional. not logically complete. Sometimes you can have an agricultural college that has a legal faculty. You know, for Kazakhstan, 2 or 3 legal universities would be enough, more than enough. The thing is, we are not studying the market. We are not taking into consideration the specifics of the market. That's why we have 71 law universities and institutes in Kazakhstan. So basically, we need to redistribute the resources and assets and bring the academic sector to order. Unless we do that, we will have a mess and a chaotic situation in the market of legal services. So we need to find certain mechanisms to protect the lawful rights of the lawyers themselves. Thank you very much. This is it on my side, but if anyone is interested in my report, the organizers shall make it available to you. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Yelubayev. I've made a recollection. In the old Soviet past, many years ago, one of the advocates told me a story. Basically, how Communist Party was treating the lawyers. Basically, a Communist Party committee invited a lawyer for a discussion on a certain topic, and when the lawyers came and expressed their opinion about the situation, the Communist Party told them, can you basically shut up and stop distracting us from our professional duties? So the lawyer is like a doctor. This is a person to whom you must report the full-fledged truth, and the person you cannot bypass in certain life situations. So we need to make the right decisions. And of course, a lot of things depend on the level of qualification of a lawyer. So we wish Mr. Yelubayev all successes. I wish your commission, your chamber of legal consultants to be successful, to be a successful instrument of protection, high-level protection of their rights and interests. I wish you successes, and thank you. Now, it's my great pleasure to give the floor to an old friend of our country, the individual who took part and still is taking part in many legal reforms and initiatives unwinding in our country, the individual who contributed a lot into the adoption of the new administrative and procedural code of the Republic of Kazakhstan. That is our friend and colleague from Germany, head of representative office of GIS in Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan, Mr. York Pudelka. Mr. York Pudelka, you're given the floor, please. Good day. Thank you very much for introduction of myself. Allow me to say, first of all, that this is great pleasure and privilege to have opportunity to make a speech here on behalf of the German Society on International Cooperation. This is a governmental entity that has been cooperating with Kazakhstan since the very first days of acquisition of independence. And we are implementing various projects. Each project is dedicated to one of the SDGs. Those are various SDGs. For example, SDG number 16, the justice, the judicial system. And that brings me to the topic of my presentation. I want to say a couple of words about the improvement of the juridical situation in general because of the introduction in effect of a new admin and procedural code of Kazakhstan. As was already said, the law was designed for quite an extensive period of time. It was adopted on the 29th of June and it will be introduced in effect on the 1st of July. This is one of the biggest scale legal reforms in Kazakhstan. De facto, you are creating the new legal system, civil, criminal, and other types of justice existed in the old Soviet times. They were developing, they were improving themselves. As to admin justice, the way we know it in modern times, was not present in the old Soviet reality, because there could be no confrontation between the Communist Party and common masses of population. That is why admin code is a new legal system for all countries, both Soviet countries.
The administrative courts that we are going to have starting the respective date, those are totally different courts that existed even before. For example, even if we are going to take into account that in Kazakhstan we already have so far the courts that are called administrative ones, we have courts that are going to be established and that are going to consider the public cases where the major points are going to be about minute and slightest things related to the respective punishment of the citizens. Now, the system that's being established in Kazakhstan, those are commonly accepted approaches in the democratic states of Europe and Asia, as well as in the post-Soviet countries. Many countries already have moved or are moving to that system. Here, I mean the Baltics, all the region of Southern Caucasus, Central Asia. Some of the countries already work here on the respective system. For Kazakhstan, the novelty is about that for the first time, we are going to have courts of law that are going to consider the respective public claims based on the Inquisition principle. Here, we put the active role of the court, less activities for the sides, more rights for the investors, citizens, business people in defending their own rights in regard to the state relationships with them. The principle is that if the court would have the active role, then with no major legal knowledge or lawyers, we can defend our own rights better than it was available before in the courts of law. And given the time, I would like very much briefly to note that here we had within the new code that would be entering into force in July, given that in Kazakhstan we had the administrative acts notion, the 95% of them, of the cases now are ended by the respective administrative acts, but on the contrary, we are going to have the respective full regulation A to Z from the admission, the pre-trial activities. Everything is going to be within one legal act that's going to be very much clear, comprehensible. It's going to be very much transparent for the citizens, investors, and so on. Any administrative acts that are of the nature of burden would provide with the respective elements definitely. And meanwhile, we're going to have the information about how to have the respective process for the respective claims and how to effectively remove some of them, not getting to litigation. There are certain types of claims that correspond to the certain situations so as to effectively defend the rights. Oftentimes, if we to speak about relationships between the citizen and the state, the specific role is up to the application of the respective consideration by the state authorities. That particular application can be checked in the pre-trial activities as well as given the processes within the later stages in litigation. In general, I would like to tell that Kazakhstan can be only congratulated with the adoption of such a large-scale reform, such a comprehensive plan that would significantly influence the legal situation of the citizens of Kazakhstan and would significantly influence the enhancement of the investment climate in the country for the local business people, as well as for the investment climate from the third parties. I personally very much am pleasant with how Kazakhstan not only adopted the law, but also how now is striving to enhance the qualifications of all the stakeholders for the law, the bureaucrats, the judges, the economy of public administration. Every week has the respective webinars and workshops provided for all the regions. That's a very serious approach that in fact is very much pleasant. By looking at Kazakhstan from the other side, that's why I'm based on the point that there's going to be a very successful start and would be positively influencing the SDG number 16, as well as economic development of Kazakhstan as well. Thank you for your attention. I would like to remind about one more thing, a historical aspect that we had while developing and adopting this code. The draft code was considered based on the respective reference of Kazakhstan at the respective meeting of the Venice Commission of the Council of Europe. What we mentioned so far, the Commission provided with positive conclusions. Definitely we had some remarks, some technical terminological matters, the majority of which have been taken into account by the developers. But during a break, one of the members of the Commission from another country told, it's interesting, your public employees, do they at all understand what kind of draft law you're going to adopt? So whether you are going to have that conscience or not, I'm telling you, definitely the decision was made by our first president, Nursultan Nazarbayev, at the moment when we had the draft law being developed. And definitely those who were developing that, they spoke about all the aspects of the draft law and about basically, honestly speaking, what kind of consequences it can have for the administrative bodies, for the respective heads of the respective ministries, akimats, and so on. Whereas all of their decisions can be claimed by the respective citizens in the course of law. Meanwhile, the burden of proof would be not on the citizen, but on the state authority. That's my indeed. That's very interesting. I would like to be more constrained at that, though I have much more optimism. There's going to be a very powerful turn to the construction of a legal state in our country. Let's see. Let's not be hasty, but I think that in itself, the step is very significant. The next speaker, I would like to invite him. That's Doctor of Legal Studies, the head of the Research Institute of Public Law of Caspian University, Roman Prigora. York, maybe he would tell against the respective points that we didn't have the administrative law. What you mentioned, we even had the administrative delinked law. But again, you know, the law itself was there, or maybe, again, Roman, maybe correct me. So the floor is yours. He's a specialist, one of the few ones of the public law, of the administrative law in particular in the Republic of Kazakhstan. Please have the floor, Mr. Roman. Thank you very much, Mr. Igor. I'm not going to get into discussions regarding to the law, old and the new ones. Can you hear me this way? Can you hear me this way? We cannot hear you. The microphone is off. The microphone is on. Can you hear me? We cannot hear you. Unfortunately, I cannot hear you. Let me try to get to the tribune. Sure.
Слышно?
Can you hear me?
Слышно, да? Игорь Иванович.
Yes, we can. Mr. Igor, can you hear me? Yes, we can. We can.
Спасибо большое.
Thank you very much for the floor given. I'm not going to get into discussions regard to the nature of the new administrative law. That's not the topic of today's conference. Indeed, all the time we've been dealing with one type of administrative law. Now it is high time, I think, for reconsideration of the views, but that's another topic. Another audience should be there again. Now I'm since the morning here and noted that all the speeches can be divided into three categories. Complimentary speeches about our achievements that definitely are there. We cannot negate them. Informative speeches with very important useful information, as well as problematic speeches that also cannot be negated. In terms of that, we have the problems. My speech is going to be from category 3, since I represent the academic community, and in principle, we like to doubt. We assess different processes from different types of views and different standpoints. That's why we have such kind of assessments. In Kazakhstan, securing human rights as one of SDGs in human rights is not that loud. It is considered that that's interesting for the civil sector, human rights organizations, local and international organizations, state, because the state has the respective international obligations, and also the article in the Constitution, what Mr. Igor and Ms. Ver mentioned. In principle, the businesses are not interested in that so much unless the shares are going to drop when we have forced labor, and then the business people would consider the respective matters of the human rights. The time is limited, the discussions are wide. The section is about the legal matters. That's why I'm going to stop on some of the systematic matters that I believe we should concentrate on, at least think about. One of the speakers in particular today before noon, when he was asked about the cautious points, he told that he would like to speak about what makes him bothered. I would like, meanwhile, to speak from this point onward what I am concerned with in terms of the regulatory and normative acts in regard to the respective human rights. First of all, we have many acts or over-regulation, whatever strange that is from the mouth of the lawyers and in presence of the Vice Minister of Justice, who is responsible for the respective draft law activities. Many regulatory acts and sub-regulatory acts are an issue as well. Many of them are mentioned when we speak about the human rights, but the human rights in general, those are the rights of principles, and when we incorporate the respective regulatory normative activities, they are mainly related with the respective mandating as well as limiting certain things rather than providing with the respective guarantees. The principles are not there at all. And I believe that it's not of coincidence that just recently the respective law on regulatory acts, we should have the respective principles in the law to regulate the respective relationships, public ones that should be incorporated in the respective norms. The least thing they can do here, yes, is to have the respective changes. And oftentimes we consider such things as declarations that are not mandatory. What we have in the practice, we can see that such over-regulation is of totally different negative consequences, like stocking up different norms, the legal incongruity. And today we speak about the non-governmental organizations. Let us just clear up the issue of the charity organization. What we need to consider there, we need to consider the respective laws of the Republic of Kazakhstan, the law on the non-commercial organizations, the law on public unions, the law on charity activities. Believe me, there we can be lost. Even the specialists can be lost. Also, we have such fundamental acts that have been mentioned so far. I'm not going to spend the time of yours. Many things have been mentioned in terms of the administrative procedural code. That's an act that's important. That's a legal human rights act. I can only welcome it as the representative of the academia. But meanwhile, on the other side, within 30 years of the independence, we already came up with our own institutions. And for the beautiful German flower to be blooming, we should provide with the firm, solid basis for that. It is not only my opinion. The concept of the legal policy that we have now, there we speak about the reasonable regulation. The regulation of the public activity should be allowed only as the last measure, as it's mentioned in the concept, by the way, in the concept of the public administration that we have mentioned so far in the morning in particular, it mentions the same. The second point is about that we have many, not only acts, but the bodies. I don't understand that any bureaucratic tree, it tends to have more and more branches. If you took out one of the branches, you're going to have two more instead of that. And in some cases, the existence of the state authorities' existence cannot be negated. But the things that we discuss now, that's about the additional burden, excess burden on the sector. I'm sorry for the present, the representatives of, as far as I understand, the public society committee under the ministry is there. I don't understand how it can exist. That's, kind of a sentence to the public sector. Again, at least maybe it should have been named the other way around, maybe Committee on Interacting with Civil Society or something like that. The third point that I'm concerned with, that's the so-called regulatory discrimination. When we speak about businesses, there we mean all the time the respective decrease of administrative barriers, the introduction of new technologies, conducting different risk-oriented approaches. If we to speak about the non-commercial sector, oftentimes it's totally the other way around. The administrative barriers, the old technologies, and everything is just considered the same way, like we are standstill in time. It should be like that. If we to refer to the very topic of the forum once again, the businesses as well as the non-commercial organizations are very much important. Those are like two wings of a bird. If one wing is going to be weak and not developed, then the state would fall down or to a wrong place or would go askew. That's why the state authorities, businesses should be interested in respective development. Today we mentioned that the businesses are interested in the respective expert potential of the non-commercial organizations, but we also should mention that we should protect the businesses in that regard as well, at least. The other point is, once again, whatever strange the words are, or maybe provocative, that's about the respective inclination to the public institutions and the respective elements that we mentioned. I do understand that the public institution is very much required, but the problem is with the measures. We either get them down the ditch of the road, or we cannot have even a step down with no public. And then we can have that the forum is over the respective content. Today we had a vice minister, if I'm not mistaken. Just think about the figures she mentioned. She told that by analyzing the respective activities, 1,000 respective sub-legal acts have been discussed by the public councils. Just imagine that one day the public council activists should have legal expertise for 2 acts a day. I don't know about you, but I believe that the quality of such expertise wouldn't be high. Or another example, just recently I heard when one high representative of a state authority discussed how they discussed one draft law. Being proud, he told that we asked bloggers to join that activity. Yes, that's trendy now, sounds fashionable. But again, it seems to me that we should have more of experts rather than bloggers, though some bloggers can be not bad experts. And the last point, taking into account that we don't have enough time, I'm going just to mention 2 challenges. They are much more. The first one is the human rights given the external regimes. One of them, we are undergoing it now. Who would have thought just 1.5 years that to participate in a forum, we need to have certain tests passed? As the experience demonstrated, I don't agree with what we have mentioned today in the morning, that we had the good pandemic measures done. I don't know about other industries, but in terms of the legal regulation, we have very serious problems.
We have found ourselves unprepared, and we must admit that practically all the countries encounter the same problems. And I'm not talking about quarantine only, I'm talking about environmental situation, as was discussed in the previous plenary session. Those might be some man-made accidents, technological accidents and incidents, situations when human political rights may come under pressure. And today, the new administrative and procedural code provides explanation as how the government is supposed to react. And I know Mr. Rogov likes this particular topic, human rights and new technologies. To my mind, we are about to see a conflict between conservative procedures and modern managerial decisions, a conflict between the old-timers and the individuals who grew up in the cyberspace. Today we can see the digital discrimination. Today we even hear such a term is digital dictatorship, and I do not know which particular trail we will select for our country. And as a finishing touch to my speech, I think that the human rights is quite a banal thing to discuss, quite a common thing to discuss, but we want to bring ourselves in accordance to SDGs, which means we all will have to pay most considerate attention to that old banal notion of human rights, seriously and fundamentally. This is what this forum is, amongst other things, dedicated to. That envisages reconsideration of numerous governmental policies, reconsideration of coordination among government, private sector, and society. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you, Roman Anatolievich. Well, I will not dare to comment and share any observations, but when you said about the multiplicity of various legal acts, as well as how feasible and justified those numerous acts are, I remembered a genius phrase said by Russian poet Vladimir Vysotsky. In one of his songs, he said, "I will finish the case by undertaking to certain obligations." Basically, when we undertake something, we forget about it immediately. Without thinking about practical consequences and implications of what we are undertaking. But this is quite a different topic for discussion. But now, according to agenda, and I have prepared my constitution manual, and because we're compressed on time a little bit, so let's discuss a number of small questions. We have 5 minutes, 5 minutes in excess, but taking into consideration the fact that we began 20 minutes later. Let's switch over to Q&A session. I have questions in front of me, some in the printed format, some came to my WhatsApp distribution. Maybe I can quote them immediately. Right now, unfortunately, I don't know the names of individuals. Question number 1 to Mr. Sarbasov, most likely. Madi Adilovich, First Vice Minister of Labor and Social Protection. Social code. What particular legal acts are to be included into the new code? What will the new code codify, so to say? Please, a couple of words only. Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Rogo, for your question. Well, within the framework of our present activity, and likewise said by the previous reporter about excessive legislation, we have as a minimum 17 legal acts in the sphere of social provision. And we think that when we approve the new draft, many of those 17 provisions shall become void eventually. Thank you. Three more questions from the audience. Maybe speakers will define themselves who will answer. What are the realistic chances for non-commercial organizations operating in the sphere of protection of civil rights to be accepted by governmental bodies? Do we have special services in the government responsible for liaison with non-profit organization? And third, the law about domestic violence is being actively discussed in Kazakhstan. At which particular stage is this draft law now? Please, speakers. May I hop in if we talk about family violence? The draft law has been recalled from the parliament. As of today, we did not receive the draft law back to our ministry to do any work regarding the new draft law. So basically, it has been suspended by the Majlis of the parliament. So today, we don't have any clear instructions as to its future. No discussions ongoing. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Do we have a special service in the government that would liaison with non-profit organizations? I'm not aware. Do we have something of the kind in our steps? I know that prosecution, I know that other bodies of law enforcement, including ombudsman, do they have something to liaison with the discussed topic? Does anybody wish to answer or maybe share some comments and observations? Okay, so what are the realistic chances for non-profit organizations to be heard by the governmental bodies? I think chances exist. I'm talking on behalf of my own self. Specifically, if you support those chances with properly formulated addresses to authorized bodies. May I add, in regards to any addresses, I mean, regardless whether they are coming from NGOs or NPOs, we have a separate procedure for the review of addresses of persons and legal entities. So we have new norms. So there is a mandatory procedure in each ministry defining the algorithm of actions and prescribing concerning the responsibility of individuals involved in the discussed activity. Basically, whenever a legal entity or a citizen submits a certain question, a certain address, there shall be no ignoring, likewise it was in the past. So there is a certain function to liaison with the NPOs. Okay. What is your attitude to the proposal that the human rights ombudsman becomes a person capable to address the Constitutional Court of the Republic of Kazakhstan? Please, Elvira, answer. Elvira Azimova, did you hear me? Looks like Ms. Azimova did not hear the question. Elvira, did you hear my question? Yes, I have. I repeat the question. What is your attitude to the proposal to empower the human rights ombudsman for him to be capable to address the Constitutional Court, to discuss the constitutional or non-constitutional nature of certain legal acts? So what do you think about this proposal, Ms. Azimova? From the standpoint of the development of the Ombudsman institution itself, such a proposal does go in line with global tendencies, but from the standpoint of pragmatic implementability, the thing is our wishes must be in compliance to our capabilities. Many countries, even after introducing some international standards, failed to create proper conditions to implement those international initiatives. Of course, I'm positive. Personally, I'm positive about this particular proposal. This is a proposal that might strengthen and enforce the institution of the Human Rights Ombudsman. But at the same time, on the other side, I think that this needs resolution from the standpoint of present reality in the Republic of Kazakhstan, what kind of resources we have, what we have in regards to public disputes that are supposed to be discussed where, by which particular governmental body, etc., etc. So basically, currently, our system does not provide for the Human Rights Ombudsman to be capable to address the Constitutional Court. Thank you. Yuri Ivanovich, one more observation on my side for more clarity as to home violence. Home violence. You know that the deputies of the parliament initiated the draft law. I'm not authorized to initiate such laws, but I know that the parliament are actively discussing the issue of the protection of the family, strengthening of the family tradition, and in connection with that, they are discussing criminal responsibility and a number of other items. A lot of things are still under discussion. Home violence, draft law has not been abandoned, has not been withdrawn from public discussions, is being actively processed by all those concerned. Thank you. Well, thank you, all of you. Looks like we are still a little bit outside of the time constraints. I'm saying that to justify myself because we started a little later than we were supposed to, but still I'm extending cordial gratitude to all speakers, to organizers, to all individuals submitting their very topical, very important questions. Of course, the questions that we have been discussing today are absolutely topical. Some of them are eternal, and they shall remain on our agenda. But more often and often we can see the active participation of governmental employees in such discussions. This is a new phenomenon for our reality, particularly a governmental official discussing human rights. That's quite a novelty for our country. And here I have high hopes that the thoughts communicated here today shall eventually find their logical implementation in our soil. And that's for our sake. That's for the benefit of the whole nation. And given that, I thank all of us for active participation, wish all of us strong health and fortune. Thank you very much. Thank you. Out.
Жылдың ішінде не істеуге болады? Дүниеге келіп, мектеп бітіруге, отбасын құруға, гитарада ойнауды және палау дайындауды үйренуге болады. 30 жылдың ішінде тәуелсіз Қазақстанның негізі қаланып, толағай табысқа қол жетті. Елдің жаңа мәртебесі айқындалып, төл валютасы енгізілді. Жаңа астанасы салынды. Мемлекет халықаралық аренада бейбітшілік пен тұрақтылықтың үлгісіне айналды. Ядролық полигон жабылып, ешбір әскери қақтығысқа жол берілген жоқ. Миллиондаған шаршы метр тұрғын үй, 10 мыңдаған километр жаңа жол, мектеп, университет, аурухана сияқты мыңдаған жаңа әлеуметтік нысан бой көтерді. Ішкі өнім мен табыс ұлғайып, өмір сүрі ұзақтығы мен сапасы бала туу көрсеткіші артты. Халық санының өсуі қамтамасыз етілді. Миллиондаған жаңа жұмыс орны ашылып, экономиканың сан саласында өндірістер іске қосылды. Қомақты шетел инвестициясы тартылды. Әрбір 7-ші ересек азамат жеке кәсіппен айналса, әрбір 3-ші жастың кем дегенде бір жоғары білімі бар. Ал балалар 3 тілді меңгерген.
125-тен астам ұлт өкілі бір шаңырақтың астында тату тәтті өмір сүріп жатыр. Еліміз қолжетімді интернетті дамытып, банкинг жүйесін жетілдіріп, халыққа ыңғайлы цифрлық жобаларды жүзеге асырды. 30 жылда дәл осындай толағай табысқа жетуге болады. Бағындырар талай белес пен алар асу әлі алда.
Әлем қарқынды дамуда. Технологиялық ілгерілеу үшін металдар мен электр энергиясының түрлі көздері қажет. ERG әлемді осындай ресурстармен қамтамасыз етеді. ERG кәсіпорындары әлемнің 15 елінде жұмыс істейді. Қуаты кәсіпорындардың дені Қазақстанда шоғырланған. Компанияның соңғы 5 жылда елдің жалпы ішкі өнімге қосқан үлесі 5 триллион теңге. Қазақстандағы жоғары маркалы бастапқы алюминий және глинозем өндіретін алғашқы және жалғыз кәсіпорын ERG құрамында. Электр энергиясының 17%-ын ERG-дің электр энергетикалық активтері өндіріп тұр. Шетелге өнім өткізудің негізгі нарықтары Европа елдері, Қытай, Ресей, Жапония. Осы жетістіктердің барлығы біздің қызметкерлеріміздің еңселі еңбегінің жемісі. Компанияның басты құндылығы адам. ERG жердің және адамзаттың әлеуетін ұқыпты пайдалана отырып, өзіне сенім артқандардың өркендеуін қамтамасыз етіп келеді.
Что можно сделать за 30 лет? Родиться, закончить школу, завести семью, научиться играть на гитаре и готовить плов. А еще за 30 лет можно построить целую страну. Придать ей новый статус, ввести новую валюту, построить новую столицу. Закрепить ее имя на международной арене как синоним мира и благополучия. Закрыть ядерный полигон и не допускать никаких военных конфликтов. Построить миллионы квадратных метров жилья, десятки тысяч километров новых дорог, тысячи новых социальных объектов, школ, университетов, больниц. И сделать так, чтобы рос ВВП и доходы людей. И чтобы люди жили дольше, лучше, качественнее. И чтобы рождалось больше детей, и население страны росло. И открыть миллионы новых рабочих мест, и наладить собственное производство во многих отраслях, и привлекать потоки иностранных инвестиций. И чтобы каждый 7-й взрослый гражданин имел свой бизнес, а каждый 3-й молодой человек как минимум одно высшее образование. И чтобы дети говорили на 3 языках. И чтобы более 125 этносов жили в одной стране, мирно и дружно. И чтобы повсюду был интернет, развитый банкинг, мгновенные и удобные цифровые решения для людей. Так много можно сделать за 30 лет. И многое впереди.
Итак, наш форум продолжает свою работу. Еще раз хочется выразить...
So our forum is following its activities. We continue with the other session. The sessions haven't been that easy. And for those of you who were interested in the respective protection of the respective rights, tomorrow from 1200 to 1300, we are going to have another panel session related to that particular topic once again. And I would like to remind that we have the respective stream online, whereas you can get to know all the participants of the forum and basically also watch all of our panel sessions online. Now we continue the activities together. Now we have another session. It's called Innovations as a engine of social changes. From idea to implementation, we have renowned, famous entrepreneurs who have revolutionary changes in the industries of medicine, public services, and I would like to invite Dagar Davletov, the CEO of Coding School Alem, as the moderator of the panel session. The next 1 hour and a half, you are going to have the company of very interesting speakers. Dagar, please have the floor. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, dear colleagues, dear friends. Today we are going to discuss innovations and social effects while introducing the respective innovations. We are going to speak about implementation of the projects because the majority of the respective projects either don't get to that stage or can't get successfully through the respective stages. Now we have an interesting mix of representatives of public, private companies, commercial entities, and public organizations and NGOs. Today we have Ahmet Dusunhanov. He is the founder of the public union, Mina Atamikenam, that's one-stop destination for the respective organizations. We have Ilyas Osmanov. He is CEO of the National Agency for Development of Innovations, Kaza Innovations. We have Yerlan Simskitov, Director General and co-founder of the project Naimi.kz. We have Dmitry Moon, the head of the project Smart Data Ukomet with the National Information Technologies, and Natalia Kil, she is the co-founder of Damu company. Today, I specifically looked up the word innovation in the dictionary. Innovation is not about any novelty, not about anything new. It is only about the nuance that seriously change the current systems, that brings about values by efficiency. And the coming two speakers, I'm going to give the floor to them. I think they especially know what the innovations are and what kind of effects the social sphere gets from that. Within the last year, lots of attention due to the known reasons was given to the respective activities of the medicine, global medicine, locally as well. Now, like that, give the floor to Natalia Kil and to hear what our medicine undertakes, what kind of innovations we have introduced. Thank you. Yes, you can have it from the floor, definitely. Hello, dear members of the forum. I prepared just a short presentation so as for us to be able to illustrate what I'm going to speak about. I represent the group of companies Damumet that is there for already 17 years, and for around 5 years already, we've been dealing with introducing our own products that are united by one mission to make medicine closer and more affordable. We position our products as digital medical ecosystem, as what we have here on this slide. It pretty much illustrates the very approach of ours. Again, there are pretty many approaches to forming medical informational systems, different types of other systems that are used by the healthcare system. More than 5 years ago, we put the center point of our architecture as patient-oriented. The patient is in the center of the architecture, and the respective divisions activities are circumambulating us. Again, the medic joke that we don't have healthy people, we have undiagnosed people. That's just a bit of humor. In fact, we would like and are striving for all the processes that emerge while providing medical assistance, while protecting healthcare of each of us to be unified into one big ecosystem that would allow to have the process more effective, to remove certain routine, obsolete process, and to make medicine indeed much closer and more efficient and affordable. Again, what is difference of ours from the possibly large number of other suppliers? We are proud of that. For the first time in Kazakhstan in particular, we provided with the SaaS model in the local medicine, and it was basically what we needed that time, since the financial attractiveness and simpleness of the use of the cloud solution allowed to have the quickly roll out the respective 9 clinics from one region to a pretty large number throughout all the country. We set up the right architecture. Our system now is large, highly processing one. We help our users by having the mobile, doctor mobile client notions and systems. For the first time, we provided the respective medical services available for each and everyone who wanted basically to download our application. Here on the slide, you can see the results that we achieved. I believe they are speaking for themselves. Why did we come up with that? It is due to that our ecosystem solves the major issues and practically while having just first steps of using our corporate system that the doctors, the medics use. Those are simple communications between doctors, between respective divisions, departments, services, different layers and levels of medical assistance. Basically, there we came up with the digital transformation of the processes and allowed all the respective information required for the doctors to be there in regard to the respective patients, and that is going to be available now at this point of time. As a result of the multi-year activities, we came up with a very big database, more than 700 million medical documents. That's not an atomic notion, the medical document, I mean, that's about a whole bunch of information that contains information about medical statuses and medical information about clients. Now we also have our respective activities in regard to providing medical assistance and healthcare in all the possible directions. Also, on our platform, we provide with respective parking possibility to different types of services, AI services, from the mobile services, and to use gadgets and so on. We are very much glad for that. The figures prove that the digital technologies introduced produce effects, not only economic ones, that's clear for everyone, but also we are proud that the use of our digital services helps to save human lives and their healthcare. Those are figures behind which we have real people. Basically, that is what we achieved together with our doctors who use the services, as well as our patients who also use the digital medical services with pleasure as well. Here is the statistics for use of the DemoMed application. More than 3.5 million citizens of our country are users of the mobile app. And I would like to pay your attention to this very chart that drastically changed within last year upwards. That's about the consumption of digital services. And that is what all of us faced last year. And we definitely had the logical explanations to that, the lockdown, the quarantine, whereas almost everything went to the digital forum, and many people recalled the digital technologies and their availability, even those who were remote from those things, that definitely didn't skip the healthcare matters. And the figures basically here illustrate clearly that there was high demand in terms of getting different medical services online. That was, I would say, a very serious, complex, and major challenge of the last year for us, but not only for us again, but for everyone, I think, who works in this area. And based on that event, once we did see that simultaneously, almost simultaneously, everything can be moved online, we conducted with a pretty much deep analysis and did understand that it would necessary to be working in the three most important directions in our view to secure the digital freedom of each and every citizen. It's not only about healthcare. Now the speakers in the previous sessions raised the matters, including the matters that relate to the third direction that we stipulate, the digital regulation in all areas, not only in healthcare. Basically, here we observe that some of the regulatory norms are focused on obsolete exchange of information at minimum. They don't take into account the new technological advancements, and probably they even impede them in some places. I think everyone understands what I mean. Many of us face that. We did see basically and can see lots of activities conducted by the state authorities. You have the regulator, for example, under which we work, the Ministry of Healthcare. The new code in particular has a pretty extensive, I would say, division on digital healthcare, where we have the main provisions set for each citizen in our country. And naturally, the main response to the respective demand increase, there we, as all the other ones in the IT industry, should constantly provide the market with newer and newer opportunities, basically with more extensive ranges of services, medical services in our case. Now the Ministry of Healthcare adopted the new concept to construct the digital healthcare architecture of our country. And in principle, this presentation was prepared when we discussed this concept, and I was very much glad to know that in principle our ideas are similar conceptually. The Ministry of Healthcare, as the regulatory, undertakes the internal kernel activities. Roughly speaking, those are digital regulations, rules. The digital healthcare system is going to live with, and on the other circles, the external ones, we're going to have the different state and market services provided. In our view, and I think personally as well, that the Ministry of Healthcare had the similar thoughts that open architecture would allow us to secure what basically I mentioned. First of all, that's the digital freedom of the citizens, of the doctors, medical doctors, the free and fair competition on the market of digital services, medical digital service in particular, and all of that, I believe, would bring about the enhancement of the respective activities. And definitely we need to have the legal support, the digital regulation in particular here. But how we used to respond to the respective challenges of the last year, there I would like to provide the respective examples. Dagar even was a participant of that process March and April last year. His team of software developers developed the respective system of the so-called web coin for the national healthcare system. And on our side, we developed a number of services that allowed the medical workers to react to the quarantine matters. First of all, in the mobile app, we provided with the opportunity to mention any COVID symptoms. Based on that particular checklist, the system automatically analyzed and set the so-called flags, caution flags, which we paid attention to through the respective dashboards the medical doctors used if the patients were quarantined, or if we had any PCR positive patients, then they were flagged by the respective marker, and the system of the smart markers or flags are there not only in terms of the COVID, but in terms of the blood circulation systems, oncology. They are using the respective approaches. So each and every medical doctor in their own dashboard basically observed each and every patient quarantined, and the system automatically calculates whether the patients are worked with. There we had, for instance, green, gray, red colors. All the color differentiation helped the medical doctors quickly to monitor the conditions of their respective patients who were under the quarantine. And definitely, we paid attention to the respective risk groups. This dashboard helped to find out people who were in the respective risk zone and coronavirus risks potentially that can be having severe cases. And that dashboard also helped us to see the respective conditions of the patients who were in hospital, whether they were under the ventilator or not, Again, we came up with everything possible and came up with that in the shortest time periods possible. We just proved for ourselves that everything can be much quicker than what we used to do in the past. And now, basically, we do understand that we can have even more to do, even more successfully done. And now we are just using the experience gathered. All the tools are being developed by us further. The online consultations, that what was required that particular time, since the clinics were closed, the chronic patients were at home, the patients who were having light cases, they were at home, they also had to be taken care of. And in here, we had a respective video messenger app that was built into the app that allowed us, as it was told, a pretty good communication line so as for the medical doctors to be having respective medical contact with the patients in a good way, and the patients could have registered themselves for their online consultations, or they have been rerouted by the respective on-duty medical doctors or the respective call center operators in case they called them. And it turned out that we had this direction being developed very uneasily and very slowly. Now we have the new regulations for the respective services, and I believe that this direction would show that not all the time that we have to go to the clinics or should go to the clinics or speak to the medical doctors. The doctors can be a few thousand kilometers away, but meanwhile to provide the respective advice and to have respective corrections into the treatment or have certain diagnosis made.
Of course, it's not applicable to all cases. It's all regulated by medical care protocols and algorithms. However, there are cases when this is the only option. To popularize this approach, we are a socially oriented company. Last year, we had a charity action. We paid for the work of more than 30 narrow-profile children's specialists, endocrinologists, rheumatologists, cardiovascular specialists, and we were very happy when that option acquired popularity. People from various corners of the country received consultation services from highest qualification doctors from other cities, from the doctors who are not readily available on day-to-day basis, and thus we try to prove that this is realistically a modern trend, a good tool for development of consulting help. And I think that those of you who are active users of social network could not miss the information that has been circulating in social networks for more than 1 year, the Damu Med mobile application and some incorrect data inside that application. The thing is, our application as a mirror reflects things reflected in the medical documents, in the databases. There are many reasons why a certain erroneous inputs may take place or some flawed information is provided. So many patients have complaints about the quality of information, and they are not just aware of the fact that we do not assume responsibility for the filling in of numerous medical forms. But again, we reacted to that challenge. We made a special option in our application for the patient to provide a feedback for the negative comments not to be shared in social networks, but to be shared within the application itself. Basically, we provided the option by which you can correct the personal data. And what do we see now? we gladly saw that more than 80% of feedback from patients are positive ones. People thank doctors for medical help, qualification, and kind attitude. So not everything circulating in social networks is authentic and indigenous truth. And in one region, if I'm not mistaken, we may have up to 2,000 addresses from the patients, and more than 80% are positive ones. Another response is the new product. This is the application to be vaccinated in the online regime. Basically, users of our mobile applications can use our mobile application to submit their requests to be placed into the line to receive their jabs. Basically, we have provided such an option in our application that is integrated with the databases of the Ministry of Healthcare and the eGov portal. So this is a bright example of how the demand gave birth to the appearance of a new medical service. In the first week, more than 5,000 patients submitted their application letters. I hope they all received their vaccines and they are doing okay. As you can see, we're contributing into the vaccination. And my last slide, those are the trends that we can see today, the trends that we are developing in our products. Online clinic, we already have discussed. This is an absolute trend, not only consultations. We can observe some chronic patients from distance. There is a great number of various gadgets that can help scan the condition of health of a given user of our services. We are looking at personal surveillance and monitoring of a patient. So basically a broad band of various services in the digital sphere, in the cyberspace. Doctors of various professions sometimes unite and hire a cloud service, and they use that cloud service to interpret the results of, for example, X-ray scans or computer tomography. They do not need to see a patient physically. They work in the mobile applications. Proactive service, everybody knows now that proactive service is a good thing, and it works in other spheres, but in healthcare, it will be specifically good. In our mobile application, we already have a proactive option. We inform patients about upcoming checkups, X-ray scans, etc., etc. So this is mainly done for the purposes of prophylactics of diseases, and we can proceed to develop this service, particularly in case medical organizations render their support, organizational support. We can go forward and proceed to develop it. Now, the online drugstore, online pharmacy, of course, we know there are many internet sites that deal in medicines. Today, we have electronic prescriptions, and as IT people, we can fully digitize the pharmaceutical circulation and document control. So I think that the pharmaceutical distributing companies shall be gladly downloading our applications. Today, some medicines may be delivered by means of drones. This is more food for thinking for us, etc., etc. And sometimes online pharmacy can prompt you about the necessity to administer a medicine. It may tell you that you have your medicines depleted, etc., etc. So this is something for broad use, day-to-day use, and Today, we understand for what we work. Our team is in pursuit of one mission, which is to make healthcare more readily available, and we are happy when our operations bring result. Thank you, Natalia. I am a user of your mobile application. I want to thank you for your mobile application. Well, as I've already said about effectivity from innovative projects, so I'm giving the next floor to Dmitry Moon. For many citizens of Kazakhstan, eGov portal is the gate for interaction with the government. So Dima, briefly about eGov, what is it, what you are doing there, and what your plans for future are. Greetings to all. Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. I want to tell about the evolution of state services, how it was commenced. It was commenced a long time ago. What are the state services today? Let's dive into the problematics, and I want to tell you about how we plan to further develop state services, how to struggle the problems we encounter. So, people who have the IT mentality they gave birth to a new thought, a thought with a big potential, the potential to introduce some innovations. In 2007, the first population service centers were set up in Kazakhstan. Those centers were supposed to resolve two problems. The target was not automation itself. The target was better quality, and the second was less corruption. Today, eGov is used by everybody. Everyone uses eGov, and those projects became the flagmanship of the digitization of Kazakhstan. They have defined the trends, and every person today knows how to use the eGov. People in the rural areas use the mobile applications for eGov. People who possess motor vehicles have a special population service center that registers all car sales operations. So in brief, as of today, we can see the quantity of electronic services is growing. 304 million services rendered in 2020. The number of users has increased up to 11 million individuals. So today we know that more than 80% of economically active population of the country avail themselves of electronic government. Today you have 374 digital services available in eGov. Today our team constructs the new architecture and the new roadmap for the development of services, state services. We have identified a number of problems, if we can call them problems. Before that, we had the automation race. The government had this obsession, automate, 90% automation, 70% automation, automation of everything. And the second priority was the channels of interaction. And today it is a little bit limited. Sometimes when we have big masses of users entering the system may collapse. Also, we have a lot of complaints about complicated search, complicated navigation, ununderstandable terms, untopical information on site. So if we think about how you receive the service when you enter the eGov electronic portal, if a certain public service is not operational, if a certain data about yourself is not accurate, everybody thinks that this is the eGov to blame. But the thing is, each governmental service is controlled by a certain ministry. Basically, We are not the mother company responsible. We control only 13 public services. All the rest of the services are controlled by other ministries. Sometimes those ministries have their databases functioning not properly or being replenished not properly. And of course, that does find the mirroring reflection in our system. We have analyzed the problems and we have selected the two main scopes to concentrate our efforts on. They will give the maximum effect. The first one is the work with data. As I've said, every time you enter eGov or you attend the center, you address the data and the services possessed by various ministries, different ministries. And we have accepted the strategy. We need to create an ethelonic database as a sample model for all ministries, and we need to establish good coordination between our central database and databases operated by all the ministries in the cyberspace. So in case any information about a certain individual is updated in one of the ministries, it is supposed to automatically be updated in our database as well. For example, you have a new child, or maybe you have changed your legal address. Basically, whenever such changes are made in the initial database, we are supposed to see it as well. This is the strategy that will help us to render the best state services and make them readily available. And the second is the cleaning of data and the work with the interface, user interface, make it more convenient. As I've already said, any state service is possessed by a certain ministry. What does it mean? It means that the ministry writes down the algorithm for the provision of a service and has the denomination of the service. So whenever you enter eGov, probably not immediately will you use it because it's not always clear what is meant there. So today, a lot of people are using the new interface. It takes into consideration all the wishes, all the comments and observations from our users. And we try to make it more and more easy for the usage. Today, we have implemented a great number of convenient features that allow us to promptly gain the access and receive the service in 2 clicks.
We already have all the respective features in the respective application. We have the digital documents. Many of you already know about them, that we can already use them. Then we can see that as of now, we already have more than 4 million respective downloads of the respective application since its launch. For the mobile application, we have the electronic signature. That's very much convenient. It can be done remotely. There is no need to go in person to respective population service centers, and the popularity of the services definitely increases. Then we, together with the team, went further. We looked at what the state service is and what can be done for the clients further in that regard. You should understand that the public service or state service in itself, oftentimes it's there once we have clients wanting something to buy or any life situation. And we made a decision that together with the businesses, we're going to work out different life situations, simulate them, and provide the respective solutions inside the respective applications of the businesses that provide with their own services. Here, we just provided the potential market of the clients that practically have the great share of the respective services used in terms of the public services. Mainly those are the banks. Giving the example of the registration of the automobiles, it can be very much understandable. As of now, as a service, the automobile service centers there, we have 52 steps that would take 3 hours for a person to register an automobile. The problem is that you need to stand in a line, wait for a long while, and there is a necessity to have the respective documents sent and thus to receive a car plate number. We otherwise then thought that we can have that much more facilitated by there is a mandatory thing for the people to change the car plates. They could have left the car plates, and in case of us automating the things, we look through the prism of digitization and dealing with the re-engineering of those processes. As of now, we can see that the service has been already launched in some of the banks like Kaspi, and further we're going to have introduction of other banks into that. We are going to have deadlines that are going to be much shorter, and that's going to be very much convenient through the app only while registering the car. Then our team adopted the principle of that the clients should be freed, the citizens should be freed as much as possible from unnecessary redundant public services, state services. We registered that in 2020, we had 27 million different certificates given away. What is a certificate? For instance, if I'm going to be employed, then it is required for my employer to have my background check. But it turned out so historically that I have to go somewhere on my own to get some paper, come with that paper as a certificate, though with the new technologies, the respective prism of digitization, we can provide the respective access to have your information be available for the respective employer, and that can be done within a minute. So, as such, we are going to exclude the respective certificates. 30 in 22 have been excluded so far, and 2021 we plan that all the other ones are going to be excluded as well. So, just briefly about the service that's known for everyone, that's digital documents service. As of now, we have a number of the most demanded documents, and we have the respective plan how in terms of how we are going to digitize all the other ones as well. I hope that all of you used that or just downloaded and looked at that. That's just about the QR code that can be available for the respective people in authority so that they would see the respective confirmation in terms of the information that they have in the database, and thus they can trust you in respective activities. Also, we work on conducting respective activities. Last year, we already had lots of respective activities there in terms of having the respective access to the documents much more simplified. We looked at how the advanced applications had them, and we basically did the same using the respective respective personalization activities and the SMS code sent to the numbers. Also, there is a great goal where we're going to have a very simple system of applications and petitions. As we had it before, we had around 2 million different claims, petitions, applications to different state bodies. Meanwhile, there are some problems, whereas your respective petitions, applications, claims are footballed through different bodies, especially when you have a number of addressees, for instance, the utilities department, some other ones as well. So now, given the analysis of the text, we would be able to define by certain hashtags and keywords so that the system would automatically detect what kind of state authorities would deal with that and would and who would be stipulated as the respective executor of the respective process. As such, we're going to have the process and their deadlines to be much shorter, and thus to enhance the monitoring of quality for the respective claims, petitions, and applications consideration. So as to receive some popular public services, we plan to have such kind of functions rolled out and popularized as well. Maybe such kind of devices would be installed so that you would have the access to the internet to have certain video claims, video consultations, and receive certain other functions and services. Our main goal now, as I mentioned already, it is not about the race for automation in terms of how much percentage of the 700 public services should be automated. It is about the enhancement of the satisfaction level for the citizens. For that, we actively are going to work on the respective delivery means. We are going to enhance the quality of the services and work on enhancing the quality of providing and supporting the respective activities by the personal managers as well. We worked out the KPIs for 2021, and our team strives for having new innovations to attain all the indicators daily so that the public services are going to be very much understandable, simple, and intuitive. That's it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Dima. So as to understand the further context of the Q&A that we are going to have, I'd just like to give the floor briefly to our next three speakers. Just if you may just have 2-3 minutes at maximum about the projects that you undertake. And basically, again, very much briefly about the projects, and then while discussing the things, we're going to discuss the social effects as well as implementation of your projects. Yermek, please very briefly about your project, how you came up with that, what kind of goal did you have, and what kind of stage do you have now for that? Yes, thank you very much. Sure, Dagadov, thank you very much for you. Thank you for the organizers. My name is Yermek. Today, I would like to have a storytelling approach. I would like to tell about how we approached that project. It's called the Registry of the Charity Organizations. Everything started in February 2019, whereas in Astana, we had a fire case. And it seemed to me that the fire was kind of a black swan that very much changed the whole policy of our state. It changed the policy of not only the state, but something in ourselves as well. Right after that, practically, together with my acquaintances, we spoke for a long while and asked questions to ourselves. What can we do? What could we do so as not to have that anymore? And that time, taking into account our competences, we decided to launch a platform, a small website through which any person who was or is in the respective difficult life situation could have received the respective help and assistance by other people, and just from scratch came up with a website on WordPress, and just recently we launched it. Honestly speaking, we were disappointed a bit. I mean, that we had the tremendous rainfall of claims. We couldn't manage them. They were just piling up and up. We even had to hire separate call center operators that had to verify and process the respective claims and applications. And once we opened the WhatsApp chat, after that, the number of applications went up in a geometric progression. Our activities started to cover them on a weekly basis. We had the TV program about the activities of our public union, and as such, we gained the trust of the businesses. And just in half a year of the activities, we had an Astana-based company, and they told the following: they have a house on their balance sheet, and they were ready to give that house away to a family. They had some criteria towards that family. They wanted to have that family to be with many children, single mother family. We had 100 claims with the respective applications, and it was totally unclear for us how to select just one family out of those 100 ones, and who would be the most relevant ones to get the house. We started getting through each and every family. We didn't speak about the houses, the house to be there. We just asked we asked them questions, we provided with food, and we did understand that wasn't a systematic approach, and we had to change something. That time referred to the state, specifically to the Ministry of Labor and Social Protection, with a request to verify the data. And then the ministry helped us, and we received the access based on the smart bridge technology to the respective services of the Ministry of Labor and Protection, based on the respective identification number of the respective citizen. We could have understood whether they received social allowances, whether they have the disabled statuses, and to what extent their life situation was difficult. I would like to remind that all the claims had been gathered through WhatsApp, and it wasn't automated normally at all. By receiving the respective access to the services, we did understand that, in fact, we shouldn't have been using that just on our own. And that's why we came up with the new website, the new portal, the registry of the charity organizations. Whereas now each and everyone can have their own claim and application, and that would be seen by the respective charity organizations registered in Kazakhstan. It works very simply. That's kind of Uber matching system approaches there. The people can tell, for instance, I'm a single mother with many children, and I'm asking for help for my son in education. We need to have a tablet for an online education up to 100,000 tenge. And the system looks immediately what kind of charity funds we have encountered originally, what kind of funds work with the families with many children, what kind of charity organizations and funds work in terms of providing material assistance up to 100,000 tenge, and automatically they match against the person who asked for the respective tablet, and the organizations who are ready to provide the respective assistance in their dashboard. They can, for instance, accept the respective claim and application. After that, click. All other organizations that work in that area can see that with that particular person, that particular organization is working. After the completion of the application, we are going to have the possibility to have the respective data gathered, accumulated, and within that, we can just specify the most active charity organizations and other points as well. Just very briefly about the project, the major project that we are working for more than a year. There I would like to note especially the participation of the public sector, the great help from the Ministry of Labor and Social Protection, Ministry of Information and Public Development, two ministries that helped us a lot. And so besides those two projects, our public association has a number of projects. Launched Udachi.kz, Uro.kz, launched, whereas we give the possibility for each applicant to have the respective applications for schools, institutions. After having some petition made to have free education, also we have design descent project where we unified the designers to help the public within the pandemic time. We have posters, different designs produced by them. So briefly, that's it. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Ilyas is the next speaker. His report is interesting to the audience and ourselves as well. Those are innovative grants currently allocated by your entity. Very briefly, Kaz Innovations, what do you do? And maybe a little background history. Thank you. It's my pleasure. Today I see innovative people here, and I want to talk not only about grants, but the innovation introduction process. So historically, it just happened so that infrastructure does not allow for innovations to develop actively. So grants are probably the most interesting topic. A grant this year, we have three types of grants, three target audiences. First one is the commercialization project, basically startups. Second is the technological development of companies and big projects that are supposed to change whole industry. So everybody knows that startup, after pandemic conditions, all startups began to become successful. Pandemic conditions brought mankind to understanding of cyberspace and digital technology, but unfortunately, our support instruments never had a good system that would support the startuppers at the level of governmental rules, at the level of initial assembly into one pool. So at present, we are piloting a new project. Discussing results is a little bit premature, but today we are working on the startuppers, and we're realistically concentrating attention on that. This year, we plan to have two trial operations in regards to startuppers, and we have changed the model of behavior from bureaucratic governmental model to commercial model. Basically, today we are based on the product approach. Basically, when we give a grant, we need justification how useful will be the product and what the foregoing implications of the product will be. So today we have a new system of selection of grant recipients. And soon we are supposed to announce the first winners of those grants. Okay, thank you. Thank you. And the last floor is given to Yerlan. Please tell briefly about your company. This is the marketplace for household services, a platform, a reciprocal platform where you can have clients and specialists. Clients leave their requisitions for some services, for example, have my TV set repaired or have my house cleaned. There we have photographers, accountants, teachers, lecturers. We have 9 various categories of professions that you can find for your daily purposes. And subscription is for 10 or 30 days. You can pay for subscription. So today we have achieved 1.5 million downloads from our website. We have approximately 400,000 clients. Those are narrow profile specialists. Every month we can see approximately 180,000 visitors of our website, and we've been existing since 2015 and we've made a great progress, so we feel pretty much comfortable in the market of Kazakhstan. But what we need some innovative spirit, more of innovative spirit. You know, in 2015, things were very much complicated. We didn't have investors that would give us smart money, and we are suffering from the shortage in such investors today as well. So, but because of Kaspi KZ, because of Yandex Taxi, the population have gotten used to mobile applications, so we do not encounter any problems with familiarization of ourselves to population. So the total amount of our services is approximately 800 million tenge, and in the last year we helped specialists make 10 billion Kazakh tenge. Thank you. Question to Yerlan. Your project has great social mission and effect. So how can you keep the balance between trying to be commercially successful? You're a commercial company. You are supposed to bring profits, and on the other side, social considerations. Well, frankly speaking, this is a complicated problem. This is a problematic affair. If I had everything resolved, I would be today somewhere abroad, not here. The thing is, we help all freelance specialists work for themselves. That's a big plus because plumbers and other working specialists today can make 300 to 500,000 tenge per month. And those are not some supernatural professionals. Those are quite common professions. So we already made it clear to those specialists that they can work on freelance. They should not be afraid of losing their permanent jobs. And we know that in the pandemic conditions, a lot of people were dismissed. A lot of headcounts have been cut. So we take not more. Today we charge 2 to 4% of the cost of the requisition placed on our website. When new specialists want to register in our website, this is free of charge, but later, depending on the number of orders, depending on their reputation on site, we can charge more. There are 14 factors defining the final price that we charge. Of course, we would like to have 10% of the total amount. And of course, we want all startuppers to be more successful than they are now. Everything points that we need more investments. Of course, we're commercially successful, dancing in between those 2 and 4%, but still we need some investments. We need, yes. Okay, thank you. Natalia, the same question to you. As you've said, you have a big social mission, but at the same time, how do you find the balance between commercial interests and social mission? Well, in my presentation, I have already said that we were the first ones in Kazakhstan to operate in healthcare. Of course, we could have taken some other way, like other companies operating in the medical IT sector. We could go for selling our licenses, and this is it. But we built up a long-term financial model, and we came to realization of the fact that ourselves and our clients need something different. We wanted to gain more expensive clientele. So we do have rich experience from healthcare management processes. What made us attractive is that we liberated directors of clinics from non-core functions, some infrastructure functions, IT functions, a number of functions that are not related to the direct healthcare duties and obligations. We undertook to perform those functions, and we undertook to cover all expenditures associated with those functions, thus taking up the risks. So in the principle, the first several years were pretty much complicated. I'm not lying to you. We were incurring in losses. We were poor, but we were building up our clientele, and we never increased our service tariff. We haven't changed tariff since 2015. And we also have a set system of discounts. It doesn't change. So, but with the growth of the headcount of our clients, we are becoming more and more commercially attractive. And at the same time, we remain financially attractive and well-placed. Our mobile applications are next to free of charge. Thank you. Well, if we talk about commercial projects, in the principle, the mechanisms there are clear. You attract investments or you invest your own money until the moment until you start to make more than you expedite. Yermek, your non-commercial organization, how do you work now? How do you plan to achieve a certain model of sustainability when your organization shall develop regardless your preferences? Well, initially, this project was designed by ourselves, physically by ourselves, and That was our own money. It was our own contribution into the development of charity in Kazakhstan. But we do understand that this is a big project. It depends on awareness campaigns, on the awareness of the population and governmental bodies. So when we came to the kickoff phase, every week we had meetings with governmental bodies, and today we have memorandums of understanding with the Ministry of Education, Social Protection, Information and Public Development. We will commission the platforms. We work and while working on that project, we want to restore the trust to the fund, the confidence in the fund. Unfortunately, today, common population has no trust to charity organizations. So today, when you talk about charity, this is a peer-to-peer charity. For example, you can buy foodstuffs, you can go to a person whom you know, supply the foodstuffs and leave. A peer-to-peer kind of activity. It's okay, but it's not fully okay because helping socially vulnerable people is not just bringing baskets with foodstuffs to their houses. This is a more systemic activity. And because you have to investigate the underlying reasons why people are driven by poverty. You need to work to increase people's trust and confidence in our organizations. This is done through transparency, through effective demonstration of what we are doing. And today, I avail myself of an opportunity to make an appeal to all charity organizations in Kazakhstan. Next month, we are launching a new platform, atomic.kz, and we invite you to register yourselves for the improvement of the charity institution in Kazakhstan. Thank you. Thank you. Well, you have answered the question, but what are the funds you want to attract to exist? Well, initially, when we were designing our project, we said that we didn't see any commercial profit. We wanted to make a contribution into the development of charity. This is a non-commercial project for us. We do not do it for profit. We do it for sustainability. And for that, we are entering into memorandums with the ministries. Thank you. If we talk about social effect from innovations, I think everybody will agree
that there's lots of social tension in terms of the corruption in the respective areas, fields, medicine, whatever. Again, that's a question maybe to our speakers, to what extent the innovations can contradict the corruption and whether the innovations can overcome corruption. Definitely, that's a free format. However, you would like to say, maybe if you don't mind, yes, in turn, please. Dmitry, maybe first. That's the person basically who automates the process and gets rid of people so that the corruption wouldn't be there. In fact, given our own example, we might tell, for example, just common, simple automation, the acceptance of documents solves many issues. No, it's not possible not to have any documents in addition after deadlines, to have anything corrected for the deadlines. And also I would like to pay your attention to such a revolutionary project, Elazar. That's a guy that we have. He became very much popular just recently. He got into the top prospective projects of the world that should change the world. And it turns out that they launched a scheme, an AI algorithm basically that detects, based on the respective financial operations, transactions in terms of drugs, weapon trading, and people. Again, we shouldn't limit ourselves that it's only about corruption only. Innovations is I would say, a panacea against solving such kind of big issues as well. But how and when, unfortunately, in many cases, it sounds like this. remove the intervention of the human being. They solve the innovations. There are issues that way. Again, managerial technologies are there. Many people don't know that innovations can be at the level of the managerial positions. Decisions, we have the so-called notions of the grant eaters, grant intermediaries, grant feeders. They do understand that they work with the system and they know how to correctly answer the respective questions of the system, and they solve the issues by documents. We got to know many things, and there we have certain corruption risks. So we sat down with our team, we came up with a new managerial technology in working out what the respective intermediaries do. And we just had everything published, what they basically help in, so that they wouldn't be able to have that information hidden anymore. Dmitry maybe would add to that. Dmitry maybe would add to that. I just would like to briefly note that the technologies emerge, technologies go higher and higher, the people become smarter than what we had automated before, though it would have been seen as the matter of the respective corruption only, but now it is high time to sit down and have the re-engineering conducted. And as you mentioned, given the new technologies, we should have the processes set up anew with the minimum amount of corruption risks as well. If to automate certain process, it's no fact that the corruption risk is not there anymore. We do understand that excellently, and now once we have the new generation of people who think a bit different, they start noticing that here, nevertheless, we have the respective corruption risks remain. And let's use the blockchain, for example, or let us have the respective personal identification and registration that already has been approved worldwide. Thank you. May I add to that as well? It's not, I guess, only about the corruption in public service or among public servants. It can happen even among us, the specialists. What Dmitry mentioned now, we had cases whereas process have been established and the people basically find out certain loopholes because the process become obsolete. The same is with the specialists. All the time they find out different loopholes so as to get through the respective process and not to pay money. The forum started with the words of evolution. People also do evolutionize, and the same way the systems should evolutionize so that all the time we can protect against such kind of loopholes and things. Thank you, Natalia. Maybe you would add to that. I'd like to tell just a bit in general. In fact, Dmitry mentioned a very right phrase, but didn't put it in full. I'm sorry. All the time, basically, I tell that if we take what we have and just mechanically we roll out to the digital forum, it's just arts for arts only. Automation, I very much don't like the word automation. Here we are speaking about the digital transformation. That's a modern level of introducing the digital technologies. That's why when we have the real digital re-engineering, the digital consulting, when we have the digital transformation, then you don't have any place neither for corruption nor for any other loopholes for any kind of illegal activities and actions. Here we have the assistance of the respective decision-making system, AI, and everything else. Basically, the transfer of the documents into digital form, what Dmitry mentioned so far, that basically is the very path that we should adopt. Such kind of things are so much obvious regard to the healthcare. For example, the sick leaves. Let us have the possibility through eGov so that the employers finally would be verified that the people have been sick or not, and administrative measures would be made respectively. Let us remove the respective certificates for employment or certain issues related to armaments. Again, you can imagine what kind of human factor can be there, what kind of information can be there, and it can be removed. For instance, sanitary books or certificates. You can remember and recall, I think, the project of QR codes for sick leaves. That what we did with the respective center of the capital that provided with lots of effect. And I think in this audience, there is no need to prove that digitization provides with such kind of effects to eradicate corruption and different types of criminal possibilities. We, as all the people who digitize the things, should maybe work out for ourselves, I guess, certain digital norms, regulatory ones, that would regulate ourselves so as for us to remain within the legal norms and framework. We are getting to a new level of development. Not the whole world is not going to be the same as in the past. We should live in the realm of digital regulation so that we are not going to have a digital dictatorship. Another extreme point. Thank you very much. In general, for Kazakhstan, I guess many of you would agree, especially those who think and travel a lot in the countries of Europe and America. Lots of paperwork are there, and by looking at Kazakhstan, it just becomes so pleasant. More patriotic feelings are emerged. Damumet, eGov projects, the projects of Naimi.kz, Kaspi.kz, what you mentioned, basically they really indeed changed the world of Kazakhstanians. The question is, your innovations that bring about lots of social effects, can they be rolled out to the foreign countries? What do we need for that? That's a question to all the speakers as well, Yerla, Natalia, Ilyas. I think, first of all, that's about you. Let me answer. You know, definitely it's there. Even now, we are getting a new round so as to roll out abroad. But the key point here is that many startups in Kazakhstan, for some reason, initially they are set up for Kazakhstan. We had the same problem in 2015 as well. We even didn't think to roll out. But I think initially it's better to go to the world, and once the product is recommended by itself, then Kazakhstan and other countries can be explored. Yes, we can get out of Kazakhstan, but better is to start from the foreign markets. In principle, that's not difficult in the new realities. So if, given your current experience 5 years ago, you could have been doing that abroad right away, I think we wouldn't have launched Naimi.kz at all, maybe some kind of SaaS product, but for the foreign market, but definitely we would have had it different ways, totally. Ilyas, Natalia, maybe you have anything to add. Natalia, why Damumet so far is only in Kazakhstan? In fact, the black swan, the pandemic broke our plans. We should have gone to the market of the near countries. It's not only about certain plans. We had specific suggestions and plans, but there and here we had the lockdown. Unfortunately, our system can be launched on a remote basis. We should work at the place where we have the launch. That's about digital consulting. And it is about our activities, our services incorporated to them. But we remotely had presentations made, we maintained the contacts, and now we have the active launch in one of the near countries. I'm just afraid to jinx at that. Once we're going to have the real contacts, not the pilot mode, but then definitely I'm going to share with the colleagues. And in some of the countries of the Soviet Union, former Soviet Union, we have the negotiations. They're waiting for us. And in principle, the market of the former Soviet Union times are our potential clients, because the system of healthcare in that area territorially are very much similar in terms of the systems, but also we have the respective plans to get to the far countries. Now we are studying their healthcare systems. They have totally different approaches in terms of organizing respective patient care and so on. Again, everything is a bit different there. But in terms of the international recognition, we have that. We twice became the awardees of the International IT contest. We were winners and laureates, and even the chairman of the respective competition commission came up to the stand of Kazakhstanians and study how to make the digital things in healthcare. That was really tremendous. You are right, the colleagues are right. that our success in digital matters in Kazakhstan are very much decent, and many times I was proud in what we have in the electronic government and the digital healthcare. So in case of Damomed, that's a matter of time, right? What? In case of Damomed, that's a matter of time, right? Yes. We just had the corrections in our plans last year. Otherwise, we would have worked on that. Okay, fine. I don't know whether you heard or not. There's a pretty famous man in the States, Paul Graham. He's famous with startups. And on his website, there is an essay, I think, called The World is Wealth, or What is Wealth, yes. There he ponders about how innovation companies come up with something new wealth. And there he talks about money, that money is only a tool for exchange, what we forget basically, and the companies that bear big social mission, they provide with respective values that can be monetized for the clients. Why did I ask about the experts of our innovational solutions that already operate in the country in full? So as to come to the last question to each and every speaker, just could you please have a few words, whether we have a chance to get from the raw material-based economy to the so-called economy to the knowledge-based economy. And what should we do for that? May I please? Just to speak out about my own words. If to look at the statistics of the international companies of Germany or UK, as far as I'm concerned, they have around 40 to 60% of their enterprises dealing with innovations. Kazakhstan so far, that's I think up to 10%. What is an innovation? Oftentimes we observed such a picture. I personally observed that. I used to work in really hardcore bureaucratic organizations, state organizations where innovations were not accepted. We met with that time when we brought startuppers in old days, the school children, the freshmen students who studied the respective studies in our school, and there we observed a picture. We told that time, we have such kind of tasks, such kind of places, such kind of data, what we needed. And then they for a week or a month went back and came up with the ready to be used solutions that can be labeled as innovations. And your guys, the young ones, we came up with them to the respective Krisha.kz so as to cover the respective crime maps there. Again, what is my point? The generation that was brought up in the processes that basically are obsolete so far, and if they would give the opportunity to give for the new young ones who would like to have real practice, not just have the tick-off practice, to carry some paper and coffee only, but to give some kind of sandbox opportunities, ecothons to be experienced by them, then I think that would be really tremendous and much quicker to introduce. Now, we unfortunately have a gap after the school education and until the person is gained employment. So that practice, the real one, is, again, it's not there. The people look at the schemes what we have now again, and the new ones are not being listened to. Meanwhile, thank you. May I add to that, please? Definitely, we do have a chance. I deem so. Since the people is talented, the youth is talented, and definitely we are very much lagging behind the developed countries and developing ones as well. But we are doing everything right. We to consider the funnel principle. At the top, you have the school children. At the top layer, oftentimes I participate in different commissions, juries, in the Nazarbayev intellectual schools, and I can see to what extent the guys there in grades 10 to 11 come up with different robots, business models, that we don't have here in Kazakhstan, and they go directly to the world market. That's an indicator of that we are adopting a right path. And again, so far, we need to have that to be rolled out. The more, the better.
The next step will be the university, Nazarbayev University. I immediately feel the difference when I employ the company from Nazarbayev University and other university. The difference is dramatic. People from Nazarbayev University know what they want and they know how to achieve it. So when they leave university, they can find an idea, they can find partners and come to Astana Hub. In Astana Hub, they can take training, they can join a certain community, share philosophy of that community, identify what they missed while studying in the university, and after you integrate yourself with the community, IT, you go to CAS Innovations for receiving the grant. This is how it works. And I have passed through all those stages. It does work, but the thing is that our people have some skeptical attitude that everything is governed by personal connections. But take it from me, they are voluptuously looking for new candidates and no barriers for a person from outside. I do trust that the commercial attractiveness law shall work there. The more people come there, the more working projects we will have in the output, innovative projects. Thank you, Yerlan. Well, I will disappoint people a little bit. There is such a notion in the theory of innovation. We call it innovative paradox. How does it appear? So I'm talking about the country. I'm not talking about some individual streams. I'm talking innovations in the country in general. Let's take a look at China. Innovation itself is capability to do something in a better way. How does a person come to that understanding? First of all, people study how to manufacture things. They go to plants and they master machinery. Then they become good specialists, and then they understand that they need better technology. But people are not prepared for innovation. This is when they want to buy the new technology. You probably remember at a certain stage of development, China began buying everything from the exterior world. After that, engineers and scientists understand that this is the top margin of any innovation, and based on those things, I can build up my own innovation. And innovations themselves, they differ. You can have incremental innovation, you can have radical innovation. Likewise, they demumed, they changed the life of doctors, they eliminated certain healthcare processes. There are some tectonic innovations, for example, the appearance of the first telephone. So today, everyone is looking for a specialist who will be working, but not the specialist who will be improving the existing system. People are looking for operators, but not people thinking about how to improve how they operate. So today, for our country, it is of utmost importance to concentrate on the things that we can easily do. Let's not complicate things. Let's not be excessively innovative to make our lives excessively complicated. I know that in many countries, the situation is totally different. We have our own specifics. I want to explain one thing. Very often, innovators say, for example, I want to promote the change management system. I want to promote this and this. And
почему мы не можем именно перейти к тому, чтобы внедрять массово.
Problem is why we cannot introduce a lot of innovations in our country. We have here people from the business. They do understand that there are products, processes, and they grow, but those are two different systems, ecosystems. When you manage the process, you have things standardized and you are not supposed to have problems. When you have the change system, what is the big problem in Kazakhstan? We got the run system. And when you apply the run system to innovation, what happens? The innovation itself is present in your life, but the results of its implementation are totally different. Next slide, please. This is the set of things to which we are supposed to pay attention. So we do understand the run system, the system for standard operational processes with high predetermination of all the processes. Change is the introduction of innovation with high level of uncertainty. Basically, all the individuals sitting next to me have suffered from high level of uncertainty. And a system that we call URAN, the run system. It doesn't care about the process, but if we take a look at the state planning system, there the system must be predefined from an early start. And agile system is something different in planning. What should we pay attention to in this case? People. Very often I see people who come to the government and say, you are doing nothing, you are squeezing the innovators away from the system of public administration. But this is not just the government works well, and the system is so standardized that sometimes it does exclude certain innovations only because they don't go in line with the system. But when it comes to an innovator, the performer, those are the people that are required by the run system. And for the change system, we need people with initiative. So today we're talking about development. Where does the development come from? The development comes from run system. Development is a certain action. So what is the purpose of my speech? We need to introduce the system of control, because when we commission innovations, we don't have the system of proper control. Today we have a big global control system which is not flexible, and that doesn't go pretty much in line with the purposes of the innovation business, but we're attempting to resolve it today. The control system I have attempted to introduce the right to make mistakes when we distribute grants, but our system does not allow to make certain mistakes because we have very firm instructions and clear repressions for failures. So when we try to introduce, and I just came to the conclusion that these are the two different systems, the run system and the change system. So in Kazakhstan, we have the domination of the run system. So do you think we have a chance to change our economy? What do we need from that? From the standpoint of the government, we need to stop to attempt eat everything. Basically, when I explain my system to the runners, their question is, what is next? But I tell them, guys, you are runners. What are you waiting for? you have to create your own ventures. So we just need some proper instruments. Thank you. Well, I have a question. Public servants want to make a certain innovation. They don't have the right to make any mistakes. What change are we talking about if for any mistake a person can be sent to jail? I will also add that pertains not only public servants, but the society itself. The entrepreneurial culture in our country is not developed, maybe because the society does not forgive people for mistakes. Basically, if you fail a project, if you make mistakes in the course of projects, people respect it. So we need to introduce customer development, likewise they do in the West. Because sometimes you can receive small money for a pilot project. But the thing is that the government always wants to see the end goal in any pilot project, but the new generation runners, they cannot guarantee a certain final result. Basically, there are certain discrepancies in the positions and in the attitudes shown by the runners on the government, different approaches. So, as I've said, we need the new generation of people with new thinking, people capable of using new instruments. In the principle, the system allows for innovations, but the system is just very raw. Well, when we talk about big national projects or big initiatives, we got two problems. First of all, in our society, if you make a mistake, you suffer from repressions. And the right to make a mistake must be an option set for every governmental body. We have our own system for the measurement of effectivity. We need to introduce. It must be introduced in the budgetary code. It must be introduced in the state planning system. And unfortunately, today, the problem is that we don't have the control over pilot projects. Basically, when we try to cascade things from one ecosystem to another ecosystem, we got problems. So we are giving the floor to the remaining two speakers. We are running out of time. Do you have anything to say? I will try to coincide the thoughts of Yerlan and Dmitry and Ilyas. My previous speech about the register of charity funds is just one of my projects. Before that, I was dealing with the introduction of a new academic discipline in school, the foundations of entrepreneurial activity, and that program is for 2 years, 64 lessons, with the purpose to inform people how to act under conditions of uncertainty, basically for our future entrepreneurs to be prepared to that change paradigm. I do understand all the speakers and things driving them. So I think, yes, it is possible. It is physically possible. We are working to make it possible. Well, I'm ending, so I shall not be diving into details of some specific things. I just want to tell colleagues, let's think about one thing. We have reported about what we do. It was a small anatomic dissection of our companies, but I think this way, if we sit and say that that in the Republic we don't have a lot of innovations. In the Republic we have improper norms. In that case, we will be dancing in one place and achieve nothing. I have several examples in my professional history. In 2006 or 2007, who could imagine that in 2009 the optic will reach each district center and we will have no problems with internet? In 2013 and 14, every person acquired a smartphone. Everybody became internet active. So there are things that cannot be stopped. It is impossible to stop them, and they will come regardless our wishes and preferences. Maybe I'm being a little pathetic. We've said a lot of righteous things, good things, but I think, you know, in one of the projects that I worked on, we had a very advanced hospital in a small settlement 5 kilometers from Kokchetov. It was the most outstanding hospital in the country because its director had online registration, he had terminals, he canceled a lot of documents. So basically it was a digital paradise in a small hospital. On the wall, he had a billboard. He who wants does, he who doesn't want to do anything finds justification not to do so. So let's act in accordance to that slogan. If we do what we do, let's do it with a firm belief, thinking about that as a mission. That's what makes the innovation, and that is what makes the breakthrough, even the technological revolutions. This is it on my side. Thank you, Natalia. Thank you, dear colleagues, dear audience. So if I have to draw the results to today's plenary session, we have discussed innovations, their social effect in Kazakhstan. We can see the social effect from many projects, I mean mobile applications and big governmental electronic systems. So as a person who has been dealing with education for a long period of time, for a person who knows the history before and after, let us be not afraid to venture. Let's just do it. Thank you all, and we're done.
Большое спасибо, коллеги.
Thank you very much, dear colleagues.
Масштабирование социального эффекта с помощью технологий.
It really demonstrated that the rolling out the respective digital projects and initiatives can be true and real, and now that's a really good insight for us that we can have that for the sake of our lives and the country. That was the first day of today's Forum of Social Projects conducted based on the initiative of the Fund of Nursultan Nazarbayev. We are discussing important issues of interaction between businesses, society, and the state based on the activities of the forum. We're going to sign a resolution, and tomorrow we're going to have an intensive program with the presence of public entities, NGOs, businesses. So we are meeting tomorrow already at 9 a.m. Thank you very much for being with us. With you was Yerlan Egisinov. All the best. See you tomorrow.